Welcome to Enigma Vault, where every locked memory hides a bloody truth. I'm Nightfall, and tonight we'll step into the shadows where secrets never die. The moment the poisonous gas spread over my chin, I tasted rust on the tip of my tongue. It turned out that I had bitten my gums and made them bleed. Samira's back pressed against me like a red-hot iron, her breath behind my ear, rapid as the dots in Morse code. "Elliot," she suddenly pinched my arm, her nails almost digging into the bone. "Vent." It was only then that I noticed the faint sound of wind above my head. Looking up, I saw a palm-sized iron grill in the corner of the ceiling with spider webs on the edge. I was completely blinded by the poison gas, and didn't even notice this life-saving loophole. I pulled Samara over there, and my knee hit the metal lab table, causing so much pain that white noise flashed before my eyes. Peter had crawled up to us at some point, the hem of his white coat stained with black, and was pushing Anna towards the vent. "Professor, lower your head." Anna's archaeologist's bag was stuck at the leg of the table, and she gritted her teeth to reach it, her silver hair covered in sweat. "Never mind the shards," I yelled, startled even by the sound that sounded like a broken gong. But when Anna looked up, I saw the same light burning in her eyes as Samira's, a ruthlessness that wanted to grasp the truth into her bones. She tore off the strap of her handbag and stuffed the notebook inside into her waistband. "This is the experiment log from 1982. It is more precious than my life." The poisonous gas began to drill into my throat. I bent over and coughed, and my lungs felt like they were being rubbed by sandpaper. I suddenly remembered that I did an episode 2 years ago called Self-Rescue Guide for Industrial Toxic Gas Leaks, and the guest was a veteran firefighter from the New York City Fire Department, FDA. He said that in a closed space, poison gas is heavier than air and will sink to the bottom. The higher the place, the thinner the oxygen is, but the concentration of poison gas is lower. But this ventilation hole is 3 meters above the ground, so we have to use a human ladder. "Peter, you stepped on my shoulder." Samira wiped her face and pressed her purple lips into a line. "Robert, hold Anna up." Peter's hiking boot hit my collarbone and I nearly fell over in pain. Samira supported his waist from behind, and we were like 3 swaying reeds. The moment Peter reached the vent, the metal grill made a harsh grinding sound. It was rusted. He pulled a Swiss Army knife from his toolkit and inserted the tip of the knife into the gap. The veins in his arms were stretched like guitar strings. With a click, the grill fell down, bringing with it a gust of wind, and fresh air mixed with the smell of rust poured in. I took 2 greedy puffs, and suddenly sneezed at the smell. It was bitter almonds. Was it cyanide? No, sweeter, like burnt plastic. Absolute pitch beat in my temples, and I caught the subtle vibrations in the air, which was the frequency of the collision of poison gas molecules. "It's nitrogen oxides," Anna suddenly shouted, her fingers digging into the edge of the table, her knuckles turning white. The military's experimental records in 1982 mentioned that they used ammonium nitrate and copper to react to produce nitrous oxide. But if it's not well controlled, it will produce nitrogen dioxide. She coughed violently. "It's reddish-brown, irritating, and will react with water to produce nitric acid." My temples were throbbing, and my absolute pitch felt like it was being hit with a hammer. Samira suddenly pulled me to the laboratory table. There was a row of reagent bottles in the glass cabinet. The words on the labels were corroded and blurred, but the 3 letters sodium carbonate were still recognizable. "Neutralize the acidic gas." Her eyes lit up. "Nitrogen dioxide dissolves in water to form nitric acid. Use an alkaline reagent to neutralize it." Peter had already taken out the beaker and burette, and Robert took out the pH test paper from his backpack. This guy always said that he was a Morse code enthusiast, but now he looked like a veteran in the laboratory. We hurriedly poured the sodium carbonate powder into the beaker, and Samira added distilled water. I stared at the test paper turning from red to purple. my heart beating so fast that it seemed like it was about to jump out of my throat.
Not enough.
Anna stood up with the help of the table, her archaeologist gloves stained with reagents. We need a mixture of sodium bicarbonate and hydrogen peroxide. The ratio is 1:3. She staggered and pointed to the metal cabinet in the corner. Third layer, blue bottle. Peter rushed forward and the metal cabinet door hit his back. He groaned and rolled back, holding the bottle. My hands were shaking when I took the bottle. The words hydrogen peroxide on the label seemed to be dancing. Samira poured the 2 reagents into the sprayer, and the moment I pressed the switch, a white mist exploded in the poison gas, just like stirring up a pot of turbid green soup. The poison gas began to fade, and I saw the fluorescent lights on the ceiling light up again. The sound of Robert banging on the door suddenly became clear. "The door is open," he shouted, and a ray of dim light leaked in from the gap in the door amid the sound of metallic collision. Samira grabbed the documents on the ground and wrapped them tightly in her coat. Anna held her notebook, and Peter carried the sprayer. We stumbled out. Outside the door was a narrow corridor, with dark red bricks exposed where the wall had peeled off. Samira tugged at my sleeve. Her fingers were still shaking, but her voice was steady as an anchor. "The document has Alan Smith's signature on it."
Alan Smith?
I leaned against the wall to catch my breath, and the name surged in my memory. He was the sponsor of the orphanage. The name crossed out in Virgil's file, and the blurry pencil words on the back of the baby photo on the blue blanket. The after effects of the poisonous gas were still buzzing in my temples when I heard footsteps at the end of the corridor, slow and heavy, like someone was dragging something. Samira stuffed the documents into my arms. She had the gun in her hand, shining coldly in the dim light. "Let's go," she said. "We have to find Alan Smith." The footsteps were getting closer, mixed with some kind of sticky friction sound. I looked down at the document in my arms. The photo on the top page was wrinkled by the poison gas. The baby on the blue blanket was still staring at me. This time his mouth shape was very clear. It said 2 words, "Run." The gun in Samira's hand still left a red mark on her palm. We crossed 3 back streets and turned into the oldest textile warehouse in Harlem. This was a temporary base converted from her cousin's auto repair shop. I held the documents closer to my arms. The wrinkles of the baby photo on the blue blanket brushed against my chin like an unhealed scar. The iron door was covered in rust, and the rust could be scraped off, revealing a whole wall of surveillance screens and encrypted routers hidden inside. The door to the top floor was not locked, and as soon as I opened it, a smell of burnt coffee hit me. "Alan is on the top floor." Samira kicked away the oil barrel at her feet, and the stairs creaked under the heavy load. "He just hacked into the municipal heating system last week, and he should be debugging the satellite signal now." A man in his 40s was crouching over a workbench, his curly hair messy as if struck by lightning. He didn't even look up when he heard the noise. "Hudson, you're 17 minutes and 30 seconds late." He pushed his glasses that had cracked into 3 pieces, and his fingers danced quickly in the code of the holographic projection. "Give me the file." I took the photo of the document in front of him. The baby's eyes in the photo were glowing blue under the desk lamp. Alan's fingers suddenly stopped. His knuckles turned white. This was his habit when he saw key information. I had seen it in his previous posts on the Hacker Forum. The adoption records from 1982, the funding for the sonic experiment. He moved his Adam's apple. These are enough to expose Virgil's past to Capitol Hill. But if it's broadcast live, it's even more sinister than that. Alan pulled out a spectrum chart covered with jagged spikes. Virgil's people might use repeaters to hijack the data stream and cut your live broadcast into mosaics or directly replace it with their own recordings. I have to put a backup server in Queens and Brooklyn, but he knocked on the corner of the table. "This will take 2 hours. 2 hours. A steady male voice came from the stairs, and a man in a dark grey suit walked in with a laptop computer. His beard was trimmed very neatly, as if in accordance with military regulations. They can't wait 2 hours. He is Victor Harris, a former cyber warfare expert from the National Security Agency (NSA), who was fished by Samira from Miami with half a box of Cuban cigars. Technical interference, I said, my migraine beginning to throb at my temple. My absolute pitch allowed me to hear the frequency of the air conditioner downstairs shift by 0.3 Hz. Will they use sonic weapons to interfere with the signal? I took out the throat lozenge from my pocket, and the minty taste stung the tip of my tongue. He turned the computer towards us, and a red dot kept flashing on the screen. Half an hour ago, 3 anonymous IPs simultaneously scanned the ports of this building. Their methods were very similar to those of Grey Crow, the hacker team Virgil hired. Samira leaned against the window, her fingers unconsciously stroking the handle of the gun. What about the legal aspect? A woman in a camel suit straightened up from the shadows, and it was then that I noticed there was another person sitting on the other side of the workbench. Natalie White, Manhattan's most powerful public interest lawyer, was last seen in the prison visiting room. She looked more like a judge than the judge when she helped a drug dealer get a suspended sentence. There's a gap in the chain of evidence. She flipped open the file, her fingernails leaving white marks on the page that said, "Illegal invasion of a nursing home. Your breaking into Virgil's office is considered trespassing. These documents may be considered fruit from a poisonous tree, so it needs editing." Natalie pulled out a pen and circled the page of blue blanket baby DNA report. Only play the publicly available adoption records, the patent number for the sonic experiment, and, she raised her eyes, the original copy of your childhood tape. Samira suddenly tugged at my sleeve. Her phone screen lit up with an anonymous text message. The live broadcast preparations have been exposed. Evacuate before 0. I reached for the necklace on my chest, which contained the 1982 cassette tape, most of the magnetic powder having fallen off. Is it an informant? I asked. She shook her head. The number came from a public phone booth in New Jersey, using 3 obfuscated routes. Alan's fingers tapped faster on the keyboard, and the countdown on the screen jumped to. I nodded, my throat suddenly tight. Victor stuffed the router into his tactical backpack. I'll set up the honeypot. When they attack the main server, it will trigger reverse tracking. Natalie began to sort out the documents, leaving only photocopies. I'll go to the city hall to retrieve the 1982 building permit, proving that Virgil's nursing home occupies the site of the orphanage. Elliot. Samira held my shoulders, her palms still cold from running through the alley. You have to prepare a script. They may interfere with the signal, but your voice, she pointed at my ears. Your absolute pitch can identify the frequency they replace. Then you can knock on the table in Morse code. Alan raised his head sharply, and a shrill cry suddenly exploded on his spectrum graph. There was the sound of a truck horn downstairs, mixed with the sound of metal rubbing. Was it the sound of Victor moving equipment? No, that sound was too dull, like something being dragged across concrete. Elliot, Samira's voice seemed to come from the water, her gun cocked. The door. My migraine suddenly hits, and I see the corridors of the orphanage in 1982. The dark red bricks where the paint is peeling. The sound of Virgil's shoes mixed with the baby's crying, and my 4-year-old voice on the tape shouting, "Mom, they put boxes in the wall that make noises." "There's a low-frequency sound wave," he shouted. "The frequency is 17 Hz. Close to infrasound." Not Victor. He was using the electronic key Samira had given him. I turned to the iron door and heard a slight scraping sound from the lock. The sound was so soft, like the tip of a knife, probing a keyhole. Alan put his hand on my back and pushed me towards the emergency escape. The words "run" suddenly exploded in my mind, overlapping with the baby's mouth shape in the photo. Samira was left behind, with the muzzle of the gun pointed towards the door. "Tony Richards." Victor's voice came from downstairs. His computer screen was on, and a red frame popped up on the facial recognition system. Virgil's left and right hands, a boxer who had been in prison for 10 years, with upside-down crows tattooed on his knuckles. The door lock opened with a click. There is a dull sound of metal colliding in the distance, mixed with heavy breathing, and someone stops in the stairwell. My temples were throbbing as if someone was drilling a hole in my skull with an electric drill. The butt of Samira's gun was against my lower back, and the coolness seeped through my shirt, chilling me to the bone. The voice-controlled light in the stairwell was blown to pieces the moment Tony kicked the door. In the darkness I could only see Samira's eyes, like two glass marbles dipped in ink. 3, I said through gritted teeth. The tinnitus caused by my migraine only amplified the footsteps. Tony's combat boots had rubber soles, and they made a dull sound when they landed on the ground. The other two were wearing hard leather Oxford shoes, and when they kicked the metal cover of the fire hydrant, the echo reverberated between the concrete walls, as if creating a double image. Absolute pitch is like a double-edged sword at times like this. I can count their steps, but the reverberation in the stairwell also stings my eyes and makes them sore. How did you know? Samira's breath brushed my earlobe, and the click of her Glock's safety pin flipped to semi-automatic was clearer than my heartbeat. Tony has fractured his knuckles. I licked my bitter lips. I watched the surveillance video of him breaking 3 ribs of a prison guard in Brooklyn prison 10 years ago. 17 times. His left wrist would habitually bend inward when he punched, and his steps were half a beat slower than those of ordinary people. Now his footsteps are 0.3 seconds faster than the one on the right, which means the one on the right is a novice. And on the left, the heels of the man on the left are worn, and they rub against the wall with every step, so he must be carrying a weapon. "Alan," I called out in a low voice, the technician's breathing drifting over from around the corner of the emergency escape. "Are you ready with your stuff? It's already been installed in the fire extinguisher." Alan's Adam's apple moved in the dark. I could imagine him pushing up his glasses. High-frequency buzzer 4000 hertz, enough to make those idiots cover their ears. Samira suddenly pulled me into the cleaning room, and the creaking of the metal door hinges startled the sound of gunfire in the stairwell. The bullet grazed the back of my neck and was nailed into the wall. The burning smell mixed with the chlorine smell of disinfectant went straight into my nostrils. Tony's laugh was as harsh as sandpaper grinding iron. "Mr. Hudson, your podcast should be renamed Escape Records. He's trying to provoke you." Samira's hand was on my wrist, and my pulse was beating faster than a siren. On the count of 3, Alan makes the noise. "I'll draw the fire, and you take Victor and Natalie around behind them." "Natalie?" I was stunned for a moment. The lawyer was wearing a Chanel suit this morning. Now her skirt was covered with wall dust. She was squatting in the corner and taking off her pearl necklace. I took women's self-defense classes in college. Natalie stuffed the pearls into the anti-slip groove of the fire axe. The sound of metal collision was more convincing than any answer. Besides, Virgil's people looked down on women holding pearls the most. Suddenly there was a sharp buzzing sound in the stairwell. Alan's buzzer worked, and Tony's men started swearing, with one of the idiots even firing 3 shots at the source of the sound. Samira rushed out with her back bent. At the moment the gun went off, I saw clearly the way she held the gun. Her index finger was on the trigger, but there was always a half-inch gap. This was the restraint unique to community detectives, and they would not take anyone's life easily. This way, her voice was raised high, with a hint of deliberate panic, which was completely different from her usual calm voice. As expected, the 2 thugs chased after me, and the sound of their hard leather Oxford shoes hitting the wall was like a drum beat on my nerves. "Let's go." Victor pulled me in the opposite direction. His computer bag with an anti-tracking rotor inside slapped on his lap. Natalie followed behind, her pearl necklace swaying between her fingers, sparkling with tiny bits of light. We walked along the wall and around the corner of the stairs, just in time to see Tony with his back to us. The upside-down crow tattoo on his knuckles was bluish-black, and he was holding a serrated knife in his hand. "Do it," I whispered. The moment Victor threw his computer bag over, I heard the sound of a metal zipper tearing. He actually used the hard drive as a throwing object. The moment Tony turned around, Natalie's pearl necklace wrapped around his knife-holding wrist. Those round beads got stuck in the gaps between his tendons, and this man who had once broken a prison guard's ribs actually groaned. I took the opportunity to pounce on him and clamped his neck using the arm strength I had gained from moving equipment in the podcast studio. "How much money did Virgil give you?" I leaned close to his ear and could smell the nicotine on his breath. "How much money did Virgil give you to chase after a former anchor?" "You don't even know what you're looking for." Tony's face turned purple, and the serrated knife fell to the ground with a clang. "The voice on that tape is not yours at all." My migraine suddenly got worse. The image of the corridor of the orphanage in 1982 flashed back to me again. The red bricks where the paint was peeling, and the 4-year-old me's voice calling Mom on the tape. At this moment, Tony's words were like an icicle, piercing directly into the cracks of my memory. The sound of Samira's gun butt pressing against Tony's neck interrupted him. "Forget it. We'll have plenty of time to talk when we get to the police station." The stairwell suddenly became quiet. Alan turned off the buzzer, and sirens sounded in the distance. Samira had already called the police, and this was the last step in our feint to the east and attack in the west. The two thugs were lying on the ground, tied up like dumplings by Alan with extension cords. Victor squatted beside them and checked their phones. The blue light from the screen made his eyes blue. "The locator is hidden in the fire hydrant. Virgil has been watching us. That's why they attacked suddenly." Natalie rubbed her wrist, which was red from being strangled by Pearl. "They are afraid of the live broadcast." I bent down and picked up Tony's serrated knife, my distorted face reflected on the blade. There was fresh blood on the tip of the knife, and I didn't know whose blood it was. "We need to speed up the process." Samira pulled down the curtain as a makeshift bandage to stop the bleeding on Alan's arm. "Virgil won't send just one group of people." Alan suddenly froze. He was debugging the live broadcast equipment. His fingers stopped on the mixing console, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. "Elliot, listen to this." I leaned over and put the earphones on my ears. There was a slight electrical noise in the audio track that was supposed to be blank, but as someone with absolute pitch, I could tell that it was not ordinary electromagnetic interference. It was some kind of regular pulse, like Morse code, or like sound waves. I took off my headphones and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Same frequency as the ringing box on the 90. Alan's fingers tapped rapidly on the mixing console, and a series of piercing peaks jumped out on the spectrum graph. The equipment has been implanted with an interference program. During the live broadcast, the audience will hear a lot of noise. Samira's phone vibrated at this moment, and the screen lit up. It was a text message from Tony's phone that Victor had just cracked. "Mission failed. Launching Plan B." The sirens were getting closer, but at this moment, I was staring at the live broadcast device with a black screen, and suddenly I remembered that rainy night in 1982 when the caregiver at the orphanage covered my ears and said, "Don't be afraid, the box on the wall is playing a lullaby." And now, this lullaby is crawling out of the live broadcast equipment in 2023 like a snake spitting out its tongue. We fought off Tony, but what was more dangerous was the ringing box hidden in the device. I stared at the data stream jumping on the screen, and the hair on the back of my neck suddenly stood up. The old air conditioner in the attic was still humming, mixed with the crackling sound of Alan typing on the keyboard. This sound should have been as familiar as a heartbeat, but at this moment, I heard a discontinuous vibrato. "Victor," I tugged at my collar, the precursor of a migraine starting to creep up from my temples to my eye sockets. "Is there something wrong with your traffic monitoring?" The man who was debugging the firewall suddenly looked up, and his eyes behind the lenses instantly narrowed into the sharpness of a falcon. He slid his finger quickly across the touchpad, and the originally green security monitoring bar suddenly turned a glaring scarlet. "Here we go." His voice was like a steel nail, tempered by ice. 3 layers of distributed denial of service, DDoS, are nested, and the outer layer is disguised as an onion routing Tor node. "This is not an ordinary hacker." Samira stood up from the folding chair in the corner, and the silver pen she always twirled fell to the floor with a click. The woman who always hid her emotions in her turtleneck sweater had her Adam's apple twitching. Are they the same group that attacked our cloud storage last week? Even more ruthless. Victor's keyboard was typing away, and cracks appeared in the wall of code on the screen. "They are looking for the physical address of the live broadcast server. Elliot, the alternative plan you mentioned before." It started. I bent down and picked up Samira's pen. The metal end still had the warmth of her palm. 3 days ago, I asked Alan to rent an old warehouse in Brooklyn and put a fake server in it. All the public ports were connected with fake live data streams. At this moment, I was staring at the countdown on the wall. The red numbers were jumping down from 000500. That was the deadline for the temporary live broadcast license we applied for from the City Hall. "Alan, switch to the fake server's traffic." I raised my voice, and the technical expert at the next table gave me a thumbs up. His wrist was still wrapped in a bandage from the last time he was burned by the electric shock device. "Sammy, check the biometric lock of the firewall. They may have obtained Natalie's voice print through social engineering." Natalie? The female lawyer in a suit just raised her eyes from the legal clauses and immediately lowered her head to search for the encrypted USB drive. "I just changed 3 sets of passwords half an hour ago. I used my grandmother's Persian poem. It's useless." Victor suddenly slammed the table, his old sneakers leaving a gray mark on the floor. "They cracked the domain name system, DNS tunnel. Now the fake server's traffic has been hijacked by 37%, and they are tracing back the IP address." My temple was throbbing. Absolute pitch became a curse at this time. I heard high-frequency noise mixed in with the rotors beeping, like someone scratching a vinyl record with fingernails. That was the sound of the scanning program. Exactly the same sound I heard in the white noise therapy room in the orphanage when I was 12 years old. Virgil Hawk's people had indeed arrived. Switch to Starlink relay. I grabbed the satellite terminal on the table, and my fingers slipped on the keyboard. "Alan, disguise the IP address of the real server as the visitor network of the Manhattan Public Library. Sammy, use your community monitoring account to send 10 spam alerts to interfere with their positioning." Samira moved as fast as a shadow. Her cell phone screen lit up, and surveillance footage from Harlem flashed on the projection screen. The fire hydrant on 7th Avenue was out of order. The vending machine on 13th Street was attacked, and 20 false alarms popped up at the same time. The data stream was instantly congested into chaos. Victor's breathing suddenly became heavier. I glanced at the tracking code on his screen and saw it start to flash green. The attack threads that had been slithering like venomous snakes were being led little by little to the fake warehouse in Brooklyn. "They've taken the bait," he whispered, his finger slamming down on the enter key. "Anti-tracking program activated 3. There were gasps coming from the attic. On the monitoring screen, the IP address of the attack source was being peeled off layer by layer. From an anonymous node in Iceland, to a shell company in the Cayman Islands, and finally fixed on a familiar logo, a faded eagle emblem, crossed lightning, exactly the same as the Sonic Project logo I had seen in military archives. "Shit." Alan's voice trembled. "It's Virgil's old club. Let's solve the problem in front of us first." I wiped the sweat from my forehead. The countdown had jumped to Victor's fingers were still flying, and finally, all the attack threads suddenly broke into a black screen like cut strings. He leaned back in his chair, the back of his shirt soaked. "Done. We've planted a Trojan horse on their main server. They won't be able to organize an effective attack within 72 hours. Natalie let out a long sigh, and was about to speak when Diane's cell phone rang. The moment the female reporter answered the phone, her face turned as pale as the camellia she pinned on her collar. "It's my informant." Her fingertips dug into the phone case. "Virgil's people tracked down this place. They left Queens 10 minutes ago and have already crossed the Brooklyn Bridge." The air in the attic suddenly froze. Alan's coffee cup fell to the ground with a clang, and the dark brown liquid spread on the floor like a growing pool of blood. Samira's pen was back in her hand at some point, and the metal cap was deformed by her pinching. Victor's keyboard sound suddenly stopped. He looked at the countdown on the wall, and his Adam's apple moved. "The live broadcast will last for 52 minutes. I looked out the window at the darkening sky. The old church spire in Harlem loomed in the twilight, and the wind blew sycamore leaves through the broken attic window and brought the wail of distant sirens. My cell phone vibrated in my pocket. The screensaver was an old photo of the orphanage. Samira, 12 years old, standing in front of an ivy-covered wall. In the shadows behind us, a figure in a white coat turned his head. "Prepare the live broadcast equipment."
I heard my own voice, like a stone thrown into a deep pool. They want to kill us before we reveal the truth. But this time, I touched the silver pocket watch on my chest, which contained the fragments of the tape from the— "It's time for us to set a trap for them."
Samira suddenly grabbed my wrist. Her hands were cold, yet had a burning temperature. "Elliot, do you hear that?" she whispered. "There are 3 V8 engines downstairs. Their tires going over speed bumps." I pricked up my ears. Absolute pitch filtered out all the noise and clearly captured the roar coming from far away. 8 sounds of tires rubbing against the ground, mixed with some low-frequency vibrations. Those were the unique sound waves of a modified riot control vehicle. The countdown jumped to 0. The door to the attic is 30 meters away. The live streaming button is at Alan's fingertips. Virgil's men have already arrived downstairs. The moment the electricity exploded between my ribs, I bit the tip of my tongue. The smell of rust rushed into my throat, making me more awake than the pain of the taser. The darkness had not yet completely swallowed up my consciousness. I heard the dull thud of my skull hitting the floor, and saw Samira's wrists pressed against the broken glass, bleeding, her eyes shining like 2 nails in the shadows. "Elliot!" Lewis's roar was torn apart by the sound of shields colliding. He rushed over with a second fire extinguisher in his hand. The white powder surged in the moonlight, but only brushed the enemy's shoulder. 3 men in black jackets blocked the door, the light from their tactical flashlights blinding people. One of them bent down to pick up the wrench that Sammy had pulled off, and the metal blades swung at the back of her neck.
I struggled to reach my pockets, where the broken pieces of the pocket watch I had dug out from under the attic floorboards were still contained.
My mother's handwriting flashed on my retina, not the cursive handwriting that my foster mother had forged, but sharper connected strokes, like the tip of a knife engraved into metal. The sirens were getting closer, but it would take at least 3 minutes. 3 minutes was enough for them to destroy the live broadcast equipment and make the line of Morse code disappear forever. What they wanted to destroy was never the evidence. "It's our voice. Look at the camera," Samira suddenly yelled. Her knee pressed against the attacker's calf, causing him to loosen his grip in pain, and the wrench clanged and rolled to my feet. The live camera was still turning, and the red light was blindingly bright. Only then did I notice that Alan's computer screen was flashing. The Morse code that popped up after the countdown returned to 0 was still scrolling. He probably kicked the keyboard away with his foot before being subdued. I propped up my upper body, and the burning pain in my ribs made my breathing turn into gasps. The enemy's tactical boots rolled over the back of my hand, and I caught a glimpse of the walkie-talkie hanging on their waist. The channel was not muted, and a few words of noise occasionally leaked out. "These people are not professional thugs, and their movements were too rough. Someone even tripped over the threshold when they were knocking on the door just now. They relied on tasers and shields, but had no training in coordinated combat. 3 of them were crowded at the door, with their backs completely exposed to the data room on the right. Samira suddenly shouted something in Arabic, the code we had practiced in the Brooklyn street fight. She grabbed the broken bottle at her feet and threw it at the nearest shield. Everyone's attention was drawn to the sound of glass shattering. I took the opportunity to grab the wrench and elbowed the man behind me in the knee. I heard the crisp sound of cartilage dislocated. He fell down with a groan, and I snatched his walkie-talkie. A vague message, "Watch out for the side door," came from the channel. It turned out that they had a backup plan. "Victor," I shouted. The man in charge of network security immediately understood what was happening and picked up a folding chair from the corner and smashed it towards the shadow in the direction of the data room. Sure enough, the two enemies hiding behind the bookshelf were hit directly. Alan had already crawled in front of the computer, his fingers flying on the keyboard, and the live broadcast screen suddenly cut to an infrared perspective, marking the enemy's position as a red dot. Louis threw out the last fire extinguisher, and in the white mist, Samira turned over and grabbed the attacker's arm, and the wrench hit his wrist hard. Behind, Victor suddenly pulled me. When I turned around, a man with a stun gun was already in front of me. I blocked his attack with a wrench, and sparks flew from the collision of metal. His strength was so incredible that his palms were numb, and the wrench almost slipped out of his hand. At this moment, Alan's computer made a sharp beep. He hacked into the enemy's walkie-talkie and used high-frequency sound waves to interfere with their communications. Those people covered their ears and retreated, and the light from the tactical flashlights became a mess. "Charge out." Samira kicked the shield at her feet away, and we took the opportunity to force the enemy into a corner. The sound of sirens was already approaching downstairs. The man who first knocked on the door suddenly yelled, "Retreat," and turned around and jumped towards the window. I pounced on him and grabbed the hem of his shirt, only to pull off a brass button. The back of it was engraved with 23rd Logistics Regiment, exactly the same as the badge on the uniforms of the staff at Virgil Nursing Home. The battle ended more suddenly than it had begun. The ground was littered with groaning enemies, and Samira squatted down to put makeshift bandages on the nearest attacker. She always said, "The enemy is also a human being." Alan checked the live broadcast equipment. The Morse code on the screen was still looping. This time I heard it clearly. What they wanted to destroy was never the evidence. "It's our voice." Louis came back from the archive room, his face pale. Natalie and Diane were locked in the storage room, and the documents are all there. He shook the keychain in his hand, and amid the sound of metal colliding, I heard very light footsteps coming upstairs. Moonlight crept in through the broken window and shone on the fragments of the pocket watch. My mother's handwriting suddenly became hot, as if it would burn through my palms. Samira looked up, and there was a familiar weariness in her eyes, the same one she had seen 3 years ago when we were surrounded by drug dealers in the abandoned church in Harlem. "Elliot," she whispered, "the attic door isn't shut tight." The sirens in the distance stopped. The smell of gunpowder still lingers in my nostrils, like a piece of asphalt that cannot be dissolved. I squatted down and picked up the brass button. The engraved mark of 23rd Logistics Regiment hurt my fingertips. It was exactly the same as the badge on the uniform of old Henry, the doorman of Virgil Nursing Home. The zipper of Samira's first aid kit made a rustling sound, and I looked up at her. She was wrapping gauze around the knife wound on the attacker's arm. The blood soaked through the gauze, casting a dark purple color in the moonlight. "They are not ordinary thugs." Her voice was like a piece of cold iron. The wounds were treated very professionally, and the hemostatic points were pressed accurately. The man groaned in pain, but Samira's hands were as steady as a precision instrument. I have seen this kind of method on the US-Mexico border. It is the first aid training of the Border Patrol. From upstairs came a creaking sound, lighter than a cat's footsteps. I reached for the stun gun on my waist. It had fallen into the crack of the sofa during the melee, and the metal shell was still warm. Lewis rushed over holding a keychain, the sound of the keys colliding mixed with rapid gasps. Natalie and Diane are in the storage room. The door is locked from the outside. The documents. His Adam's apple moved. All the documents are there, but 2 adoption records from 1982 are missing. There was a sudden kick at the door from the direction of the storeroom, and Natalie's voice rang out. "Louis, give me the key." The girl usually spoke with the seriousness of a lawyer, but now she sounded like a female leopard locked in a cage. Diane followed up by yelling, "Let me out. My phone is in there. I need to check how many press releases they bought." Samira suddenly grabbed my wrist. Her fingers were abnormally cold, and I followed her gaze. A corner of the attic door curtain was lifted by the draft, revealing half of the dusty door frame. I clearly remember that the door was locked during the fight just now, and there was wire wrapped around the door handle. "Elliot," she breathed over my ear. "Did you hear that?" I held my breath. My absolute pitch was throbbing in my temples, as if someone was pricking my nerves with a needle. In addition to the silence caused by the sudden disappearance of the sirens downstairs, there was also some extremely low-frequency vibrations, similar to infrasound, coming from the direction of the attic. The voice was so vague, like hearing someone talking through water, but the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I had the same creepy premonition 3 years ago when the drug dealer shattered the stained glass in the abandoned church with a silenced rifle. "Alan," I called to the tech expert, "is the Morse code on the live equipment still looping?" Alan was placing his laptop on the interface of the live camera. He looked up when he heard the words, "Just got a new clip." He tapped the keyboard twice, and the loudspeaker emitted a tick-ticked sound of electricity. Translated, it means, sound is memory. Memory is weapon. Natalie and Diane finally rushed out of the storage room. Diane's curly hair was as messy as a bird's nest, blown by the wind, and she held up a cell phone with a bright screen in her hand. I just hacked into the draft box of the local news, and they bought 20 drafts. Say we are conspiracy theorists, that I made up the case in 1982. She suddenly paused and stared at the brass button in my hand. This badge. Virgil's nursing home. Let's deal with the legal issues first. Natalie pulled at her wrinkled suit and pulled out a stack of documents from her briefcase. The live broadcast involves military projects, illegal adoptions, and possible personal attacks. I need half an hour to check the disclaimer. She pushed her glasses, the lenses reflecting the cold light, especially the 1982 recording you want to make public. You must confirm that it was not obtained through wiretapping. Lois moved a cardboard box filled with energy bars and mineral water to the table. The live broadcast supplies are enough to last for 3 hours, but there are only 2 backup power supplies left. He pointed out the window. When the police came just now, I saw an unlicensed truck parked on the corner, and the driver kept looking at his watch. Victor suddenly slammed the keyboard. This network security expert who always wears a black windbreaker was sweating on his forehead at this moment. They are attacking the live broadcast server. A hole was torn in the defense wall. Wait, it's not an attack, it's a scan? He narrowed his eyes. They are detecting our frequency band and preparing to interfere with the equipment. I clenched the pieces of the pocket watch, and my mother's handwriting was hot in my palm. 3 years ago in Harlem, when we were surrounded by drug dealers, Samira stood beside me like this, her dagger shining coldly in the moonlight. But this time, our weapons are the camera in the live broadcast room, and the tape in 1982 that may have cost us our lives. How long will the live broadcast last? I asked Alan. 2 hours and 17 minutes. He pointed to the countdown in the lower right corner of the computer. But Victor is right. They are looking for our live broadcast frequency. If jammer equipment is in place, I can handle it, Samira said suddenly. She fished out a small silver box from her first aid kit that I had seen the last time I saw her in her apartment. Parts from an old radio her father had brought from Mexico, with infrasound countermeasures. Their interference wave frequency is above 20,000 Hz, and my device can emit a 16 Hz resonant wave. She paused. But it requires your absolute pitch calibration. The infrasound waves in the direction of the attic suddenly became stronger. This time I heard it clearly. It was the hum of some kind of machinery, like an old-fashioned generator. "Elliot," Victor's voice trembled. "Surveillance footage. There are 7 people in the alley behind the building, carrying black boxes." He zoomed in on the picture. There was a blurry logo printed on the side of the box. I squinted to identify it. It was the same 123rd Logistics Regiment as on the brass button. Samira dug her fingers into my arm. "That's a sonic jammer. They want to disable all radio equipment during live broadcasts so that the audience can only hear noise." Suddenly there was the sound of tires rubbing against the ground downstairs. I rushed to the window and saw that the unlicensed truck was speeding around. With the rear door open, the moonlight revealed the black boxes piled inside. Each one was the size of a microwave oven, and the metal joints on the lids were shining with a cold light. Darlin's countdown jumped to 2 hours and 5 minutes. Natalie was still flipping through documents quickly, the tip of her pen making a rustling sound on the paper. Diane was typing frantically on her phone, probably contacting her media friends. Louis stuffed the last bottle of mineral water into his backpack, his knuckles white from clenching. The attic door curtain was completely blown open by the wind. I stared at the darkness and suddenly realized that the footsteps just now were not human at all. They were rats in the ventilation duct, startled by the noise of fighting. The real threat was never upstairs, but in the alley that was getting closer and closer, at the feet of the men carrying jammers, and in the jumping numbers of the live countdown. Samira put the infrasonic transmitter in my hand. There were calluses on her palms from years of holding detective tools. "It will take 5 minutes to calibrate the frequency." I nodded and put the transmitter to my ear. Absolute pitch was like a lit fuse, exploding from the temple to the back of the neck. The 20,000 Hz scream pierced the eardrum, and I almost fell down in pain. But I still grasped the vague gap, and the 16 Hz resonance wave was just enough to tear the interference wave into pieces. Found it. I pressed the transmit button, and the sound of electricity suddenly became louder, and then returned to calm in an instant. Victor suddenly shouted, "The interference source has been located." "They're in an old warehouse, 3 blocks away." His fingers flew across the keyboard. "But they have backup." Thermal imaging showed that there were at least 15 men in the warehouse, carrying, his voice broke, the same equipment as the previous attackers. Samira's phone vibrated at this moment. She glanced at the screen and her face suddenly changed. Virgil's nursing home surveillance was hacked. Someone is moving the elderly. The live broadcast countdown jumped to 2 hours. I took out the old photo from my pocket watch. My mother's smiling face glowed yellow in the moonlight. The sound of rain in 1982 suddenly rang in my ears, overlapping with the sound of wind at this moment. What we are fighting against is never a few boxes of jammers, but the lies planted 40 years ago, and those who think they can erase memories with sound waves. There was a slight sound of breaking glass in the attic. This time I didn't move. Some dangers must be faced. Some truths must explode in the live broadcast room. "Get ready for the connection," I said to Alan. "Warm up half an hour in advance so the audience can see our faces." Natalie slammed the last of the paper on the table. "Disclaimers are fine, but if they use jammers, they won't stand a chance." Samira held up the infrasonic transmitter. "Elliot's ears are his best weapon." The roar of a car engine came from outside the window, getting closer and closer. I looked at Victor's surveillance footage and saw that the men carrying the jammers had already passed the second intersection. The live broadcast countdown numbers are still jumping, and every second is like a hammer hitting my nerves. But we don't have time to be afraid, because some voices once heard can never be erased. My thighs were numb from the vibration of my cell phone in my trouser pocket. The 12-year-old me and Samira were still smiling on the screensaver, but the shadow of the white coat at the edge of the photo pierced my retina like an icy needle. I stared at the countdown jumping on Alan's computer screen. 00035. The sound of the engine outside the attic had already broken through the New York night. They're coming. Samira's fingers were still pinching my wrist. Her other hand was slapping the magazine of the Glock 17 into the butt of the rifle. The sound of metal colliding was as crisp as broken glass. 3 modified riot control vehicles, 2 blocked the front and back alleys, and 1 was directly facing the door of the building. I pricked up my ears, and my absolute pitch tore through all the noise. The friction sound of tires rolling over broken bricks, mixed with the hum of hydraulic rods, the demolition tools. Lois rushed out of the storage room holding a pile of fire extinguishers, and the plastic bottles hit the door frame. There are 3 boxes of emergency lights stacked on the back stairs, but that broken door can only last for 30 seconds. Diane, I screamed at the top of my lungs. The female reporter wearing red-framed glasses was stuffing a USB drive into her chest pocket. When she heard her name, she looked up, and the old scar behind her ear glowed pale under the emergency light. "Where's the surveillance video you took?" "It's backed up in the cloud." She tapped her phone, but the paper files are still in the data room on the 2nd floor. "Natalie." The lawyer had already picked up the metal box containing the legal documents. When she heard my shout, she shook the combination lock on the box at me. "Diane and I will go and move it. We will be back in 10 minutes. As she turned around, her high heels tapped on the floor. Diane followed behind her, her finger hooked on the safety pin of the pepper spray. Victor poked his head out from the corner of the stairs. His hacker sweatshirt was covered in dust, and he was using electrical tape to wrap wire around the door frame. There are tripwires in the passage, and old furniture is piled up in the stairwell as a roadblock, but they have riot shields. His Adam's apple moved. It can only delay them for half a minute at most. Alan's keyboard suddenly exploded, and he pulled the headphone cable and shouted to me, "The interference signal has been superimposed. Their intercom should be tuned to Twinkle Twinkle, Little Star now." On the computer screen, several green waveforms were twisting wildly, like a crushed electrocardiogram. I touched the pocket watch on my chest. The metal case felt hot against my skin. The fragments of the 1982 tape were poking at my ribs inside the watch cover. That was our time bomb. Samira suddenly grabbed me, her gun already loaded, and said, "Come with me to the front door." "Louise, give me 2 fire extinguishers." "Wait." I held down her hand, holding the gun. My migraine began to throb in my temple. My absolute pitch picked up a clearer low frequency, the loudspeaker of the riot vehicle. "They're going to shout." Sure enough, the next second, the attic glass was buzzing, and Virgil's voice was like sandpaper soaked in water. "Elliot Hudson, you are illegally trespassing on private property. Now put down your weapons." Bullshit. Louis picked up a fire extinguisher and smashed it against the window, shattering the glass into starbursts. This building belongs to the Harlem Community Foundation. Sammy pulled me to lie down behind the table, and the bullet had already hit the door frame and flew in. I counted the gunshots, 7 9mm pistols, and 2 shotguns, matching the trajectory of the orphanage arson scene 3 years ago. My migraine got worse, and I gritted my teeth to identify the footsteps. 12 people, 4 guarding the stairs, and 8 rushing to the attic. "Victor, tripwire," I yelled. There was a dull thud of something heavy falling in the passage, followed by curses. Alan's jamming signal worked. The melody of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star really floated out of the intercom, mixed with the vague sound of repeat. "The target is in the attic." Samira threw out a fire extinguisher and white powder exploded at the door. I rushed over through the smoke, picked up the chair leg handed to me by Louis and smashed it at the first big guy who rushed in. His riot shield blocked most of the force, but the splinter from the chair leg still pierced his wrist. drops of blood splattered on the shield, like red plum blossoms. Behind, Samira's gun went off. The bullet grazed the back of my neck and hit the thin man who came in from the side door. He covered his thigh and fell into the pile of documents, knocking over the emergency lights that Lewis had piled up, and the red light flickered on the wall into a bloody mist. The fight lasted 7 minutes. I was counting the seconds. Alan's computer displayed a countdown of 000012, and the live streaming button was still trembling at his fingertips. 3 of Victor's tripwires had been cut, with a few wisps of cloth still hanging on the remaining ones. Lewis's fire extinguishers were empty, and he was now holding the 5th as a blunt instrument. But they are adjusting. I heard the sound of riot shields colliding, and someone yelled into a microphone. One group to cover the rear, the second group will focus on breaking through the main gate. My absolute pitch tells me that there are 6 people closing the encirclement, their boot heels tapping out a neat rhythm. They are trained veterans. Samira's gun jammed. She cursed in Arabic, smashed her gun into the nearest shield, turned around and picked up the wrench Louis handed her. My migraine was so severe that my vision was blurry, and my pocket watch was so hot on my chest that it was almost burning through my shirt. The wooden frame of the front door began to crack, and sawdust fell like rain. "Alan, push the stream!" I yelled. His finger hovered over the key. "Delay 3 seconds. Now." The moment the live broadcast screen lit up, the attic door was knocked open. The metal edge of the riot shield cut through the air, illuminating 8 faces covered with black hoods behind the shield. The leader raised his taser, electricity crackling from the metal tip. Samira's wrench hit his wrist and the taser fell to the ground. I lunged for the gun, but was knocked against the wall by another shield. The watch chain snapped. The metal case fell to the ground, and the shards of the tape rolled into the pile of broken glass. The countdown jumped to 2. Alan's voice exploded from the computer. The live broadcast has been synchronized with 20 platforms. Diane's media friends. "Shut up." Someone hit him on the back of the neck with the butt of a gun, and Alan curled up into a ball. Victor tried to help him, but was kicked and fell onto the wire mesh, with blood flowing from his forehead into his eyes. I felt for the taser, turned around and pulled the trigger. At the moment when the electric current rushed through the air, I saw the black hooded man in the lead, took off his mask. It was Virgil's caregiver, the young man who always read poems to the elderly in the nursing home. He smiled at me, revealing his bloody back teeth. "It's too late," he said. More people poured in. Samira was pinned to the ground and the wrench fell 3 steps away from me. Louis's fire extinguisher hit the shield, splashing only a few drops of white ash. Natalie and Diane hadn't returned yet, and there was a sound of something being smashed coming from the direction of the data room. The live camera was still turning, filming our distorted faces and the broken glass and blood on the ground. I stared at the camera and shouted with all my strength. November 7th, 1982. In the basement laboratory of St. Mary's Orphanage. The electricity from the taser shot through my ribs. Before the darkness came over me, I heard Alan's computer beep. The moment the countdown reached 0, a line of Morse code suddenly popped up on the live broadcast screen. It was secretly entered by Samira. What they wanted to destroy was never the evidence. "It's our voice." The attic door was completely broken open. Moonlight filtered in through the broken window, revealing the words engraved on the fragments of the pocket watch. "For my little Elliot, mother." That was handwriting I had never seen before. And farther away, the sound of sirens suddenly pierced the night. The moment the electricity exploded between my ribs, I bit the tip of my tongue. The smell of rust rushed into my throat, making me more awake than the pain of the taser. The darkness had not yet completely swallowed up my consciousness. I heard the dull thud of my skull hitting the floor, and saw Samira's wrists pressed against the broken glass, bleeding, her eyes shining like 2 nails in the shadows. "Elliot!" Lewis's roar was torn apart by the sound of shields colliding. He rushed over with the second fire extinguisher in his hand. The white powder surged in the moonlight, but only brushed the enemy's shoulder. 3 men in black jackets blocked the door, the light from their tactical flashlights blinding people. One of them bent down to pick up the wrench that Sammy had pulled off, and the metal blade swung at the back of her neck. I struggled to reach my pockets, where the broken pieces of the pocket watch I had dug out from under the attic floorboards were still contained. My mother's handwriting flashed on my retina, not the cursive handwriting that my foster mother had forged, but sharper connected strokes, like the tip of a knife engraved into metal. The sirens were getting closer, but it would take at least 3 minutes. 3 minutes was enough for them to destroy the live broadcast equipment and make the line of Morse code disappear forever. What they wanted to destroy was never the evidence. It's our voice. Look at the camera, Samara suddenly yelled. Her knee pressed against the attacker's calf, causing him to loosen his grip in pain, and the wrench clanged and rolled to my feet. The live camera was still turning, and the red light was blindingly bright. Only then did I notice that Alan's computer screen was flashing. The Morse code that popped up after the countdown returned to 0 was still scrolling. He probably kicked the keyboard away with his foot before being subdued. I propped up my upper body, and the burning pain in my ribs made my breathing turn into gasps. The enemy's tactical boots rolled over the back of my hand, and I caught a glimpse of the walkie-talkie hanging on their waist. The channel was not muted, and a few words of noise occasionally leaked out. These people are not professional thugs, and their movements were too rough. Someone even tripped over the threshold when they were knocking on the door just now. They relied on tasers and shields, but had no training in coordinated combat. 3 of them were crowded at the door, with their backs completely exposed to the data room on the right. Samira suddenly shouted something in Arabic, the code we had practiced in the Brooklyn street fight. She grabbed the broken bottle at her feet and threw it at the nearest shield. Everyone's attention was drawn to the sound of glass shattering. I took the opportunity to grab the wrench and elbowed the man behind me in the knee. I heard the crisp sound of cartilage dislocated. He fell down with a groan, and I snatched his walkie-talkie. A vague message, "Watch out for the side door," came from the channel. It turned out that they had a backup plan. "Victor!" I shouted. The man in charge of network security immediately understood what was happening and picked up a folding chair from the corner and smashed it towards the shadow in the direction of the data room. Sure enough, the 2 enemies hiding behind the bookshelf were hit directly. Alan had already crawled in front of the computer, his fingers flying on the keyboard, and the live broadcast screen suddenly cut to an infrared perspective, marking the enemy's position as a red dot. Louis threw out the last fire extinguisher, and in the white mist, Samira turned over and grabbed the attacker's arm, and the wrench hit his wrist hard. Behind, Victor suddenly pulled me. When I turned around, a man with a stun gun was already in front of me. I blocked his attack with a wrench, and sparks flew from the collision of metal. His strength was so incredible that his palms were numb and the wrench almost slipped out of his hand. At this moment, Alan's computer made a sharp beep. He hacked into the enemy's walkie-talkie and used high-frequency sound waves to interfere with their communications. Those people covered their ears and retreated, and the light from the tactical flashlights became a mess. "Charge out." Samira kicked the shield at her feet away, and we took the opportunity to force the enemy into a corner. The sound of sirens was already approaching downstairs. The man who first knocked on the door suddenly yelled, "Retreat," and turned around and jumped towards the window. I pounced on him and grabbed the hem of his shirt, only to pull off a brass button. The back of it was engraved with the 33rd Logistics Regiment, exactly the same as the badge on the uniforms of the staff at Virgil Nursing Home. The battle ended more suddenly than it had begun. The ground was littered with groaning enemies, and Samira squatted down to put makeshift bandages on the nearest attacker. She always said, "The enemy is also a human being." Alan checked the live broadcast equipment. The Morse code on the screen was still looping. This time I heard it clearly. What they wanted to destroy was never the evidence. It's our voice. Louis came back from the archive room,
his face pale. Natalie and Diane were locked in the storage room, and the documents are all there. He shook the keychain in his hand, and amid the sound of metal colliding, I heard very light footsteps coming upstairs. Moonlight crept in through the broken window and shone on the fragments of the pocket watch. My mother's handwriting suddenly became hot, as if it would burn through my palms. Samira looked up, and there was a familiar weariness in her eyes, the same one she had seen 3 years ago when we were surrounded by drug dealers in the abandoned church in Harlem. "Elliot," she whispered, "the attic door isn't shut tight." The sirens in the distance stopped. The smell of gunpowder still lingers in my nostrils, like a piece of asphalt that cannot be dissolved. I squatted down and picked up the brass button. The engraved mark of 23rd Logistics Regiment hurt my fingertips. It was exactly the same as the badge on the uniform of old Henry, the doorman of Virgil Nursing Home. The zipper of Samira's first aid kit made a rustling sound, and I looked up at her. She was wrapping gauze around the knife wound on the attacker's arm. The blood soaked through the gauze, casting a dark purple color in the moonlight. "They are not ordinary thugs." Her voice was like a piece of cold iron. The wounds were treated very professionally, and the hemostatic points were pressed accurately. The man groaned in pain, but Samira's hands were as steady as a precision instrument. I have seen this kind of method on the US-Mexico border. It is the first aid training of the Border Patrol. From upstairs came a creaking sound, lighter than a cat's footsteps. I reached for the stun gun on my waist. It had fallen into the crack of the sofa during the melee, and the metal shell was still warm. Louis rushed over holding a keychain. The sound of the keys colliding mixed with rapid gasps. Natalie and Diane are in the storage room. The door is locked from the outside. The documents. His Adam's apple moved. All the documents are there, but 2 adoption records from 1982 are missing. There was a sudden kick at the door from the direction of the storeroom, and Natalie's voice rang out, "Luis, give me the key." The girl usually spoke with the seriousness of a lawyer, but now she sounded like a female leopard locked in a cage. Diane followed up by yelling, "Let me out."
My phone is in there. I need to check how many press releases they bought.
Samira suddenly grabbed my wrist. Her fingers were abnormally cold, and I followed her gaze. A corner of the attic door curtain was lifted by the draft, revealing half of the dusty door frame. I clearly remember that the door was locked during the fight just now, and there was wire wrapped around the door handle. "Elliot," she breathed over my ear. "Did you hear that?" I held my breath. My absolute pitch was throbbing in my temples, as if someone was pricking my nerves with a needle. In addition to the silence caused by the sudden disappearance of the sirens downstairs, there was also some extremely low-frequency vibrations, similar to infrasound, coming from the direction of the attic. The voice was so vague, like hearing someone talking through water, but the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I had the same creepy premonition 3 years ago, when the drug dealer shattered the stained glass in the abandoned church with a silenced rifle. "Alan," I called to the tech expert. "Is the Morse code on the live equipment still looping?" Alan was placing his laptop on the interface of the live camera. He looked up when he heard the words, "Just got a new clip." He tapped the keyboard twice, and the loudspeaker emitted a tick-tick-tick sound of electricity. Translated, it means, sound is memory, memory is weapon. Natalie and Diane finally rushed out of the storage room. Diane's curly hair was as messy as a bird's nest blown by the wind, and she held up a cell phone with a bright screen in her hand. I just hacked into the draft box of the local news, and they bought 20 say we are conspiracy theorists, that I made up the case in 1982. She suddenly paused and stared at the brass button in my hand. "This badge, Virgil's nursing home. Let's deal with the legal issues first." Natalie pulled at her wrinkled suit and pulled out a stack of documents from her briefcase. "The live broadcast involves military projects, illegal adoptions, and possible personal attacks. I need half an hour to check the disclaimer." She pushed her glasses, the lenses reflecting the cold light. Especially the 1982 recording you want to make public. You must confirm that it was not obtained through wiretapping. Louis moved a cardboard box filled with energy bars and mineral water to the table. The live broadcast supplies are enough to last for 3 hours, but there are only 2 backup power supplies left. He pointed out the window. When the police came just now, I saw an unlicensed truck parked on the corner, and the driver kept looking at his watch. Victor suddenly slammed the keyboard. This network security expert who always wears a black windbreaker was sweating on his forehead at this moment. They are attacking the live broadcast server. A hole was torn in the defense wall. Wait, it's not an attack. It's a scan. He narrowed his eyes. They are detecting our frequency band and preparing to interfere with the equipment. I clenched the pieces of the pocket watch, and my mother's handwriting was hot in my palm. 3 years ago in Harlem, when we were surrounded by drug dealers, Samira stood beside me like this, her dagger shining coldly in the moonlight. But this time, our weapons are the camera in the live broadcast room, and the tape in 1982 that may have cost us our lives. How long will the live broadcast last? I asked Alan. 2 hours and 17 minutes. He pointed to the countdown in the lower right corner of the computer. But Victor is right. They are looking for our live broadcast frequency. If jammer equipment is in place, I can handle it, Samira said suddenly. She fished out a small silver box from her first aid kit that I had seen the last time I saw her in her apartment. Parts from an old radio her father had brought from Mexico, with infrasound countermeasures. Their interference wave frequency is above 20,000 Hz, and my device can emit a 16 Hz resonant wave. She paused. But it requires your absolute pitch calibration. The infrasound waves in the direction of the attic suddenly became stronger. This time I heard it clearly. It was the hum of some kind of machinery, like an old-fashioned generator. Elliot, Victor's voice trembled. Surveillance footage. There are 7 people in the alley behind the building, carrying black boxes. He zoomed in on the picture. There was a blurry logo printed on the side of the box. I squinted to identify it. It was the same 23rd Logistics Regiment as on the brass button. Samira dug her fingers into my arm. That's a sonic jammer. They want to disable all radio equipment during live broadcasts so that the audience can only hear noise. Suddenly there was the sound of tires rubbing against the ground downstairs. I rushed to the window and saw that the unlicensed truck was speeding around, with the rear door open. The moonlight revealed the black boxes piled inside. Each one was the size of a microwave oven, and the metal joints on the lids were shining with a cold light. Alan's countdown jumped to 2 hours and 5 minutes. Natalie was still flipping through documents quickly, the tip of her pen making a rustling sound on the paper. Diane was typing frantically on her phone, probably contacting her media friends. Louis stuffed the last bottle of mineral water into his backpack, his knuckles white from clenching. The attic door curtain was completely blown open by the wind. I stared at the darkness, and suddenly realized that the footsteps just now were not human at all. They were rats in the ventilation duct, startled by the noise of fighting. The real threat was never upstairs, but in the alley that was getting closer and closer, at the feet of the men carrying jammers, and in the jumping numbers of the live countdown. Samira put the infrasonic transmitter in my hand. There were calluses on her palms from years of holding detective tools. It will take 5 minutes to calibrate the frequency. I nodded and put the transmitter to my ear. Absolute pitch was like a lit fuse, exploding from the temple to the back of the neck. The 20,000 Hz scream pierced the eardrum, and I almost fell down in pain, but I still grasped the vague gap. And the 16 Hz resonance wave was just enough to tear the interference wave into pieces. Found it. I pressed the transmit button, and the sound of electricity suddenly became louder, and then returned to calm in an instant. Victor suddenly shouted, "The interference source has been located."
They're in an old warehouse 3 blocks away. His fingers flew across the keyboard. But they have backup.
Thermal imaging showed that there were at least 15 men in the warehouse carrying, his voice broke, the same equipment as the previous attackers. Samira's phone vibrated at this moment. She glanced at the screen and her face suddenly changed. Virgil's nursing home surveillance was hacked. Someone is moving the elderly. The live broadcast countdown jumped to 2 hours. I took out the old photo from my pocket watch. My mother's smiling face glowed yellow in the moonlight. The sound of rain in 1982 suddenly rang in my ears, overlapping with the sound of wind at this moment. What we are fighting against is never a few boxes of jammers, but the lies planted 40 years ago and those who think they can erase memories with sound waves. There was a slight sound of breaking glass in the attic. This time I didn't move. Some dangers must be faced. Some truths must explode in the live broadcast room. Get ready for the connection, I said to Alan. Warm up half an hour in advance so the audience can see our faces. Natalie slammed the last of the paper on the table. Disclaimers are fine, but if they use jammers, they won't stand a chance. Samira held up the infrasonic transmitter. Elliot's ears are his best weapon. The roar of a car engine came from outside the window, getting closer and closer. I looked at Victor's surveillance footage and saw that the men carrying the jammers had already passed the second intersection. The live broadcast countdown numbers are still jumping, and every second is like a hammer hitting my nerves. But we don't have time to be afraid, because some voices once heard can never be erased. The rain poured down the brim of my helmet and hit the back of my neck. I wiped the water off my face and felt the coolness of the metal pipe in my palms. There was a big hole in the ceiling of the abandoned factory, and the rain hung down like a silver curtain, creating dense bubbles on the ground filled with sewage. Samira's knife tip scraped across the rusty I-beam, making a crackling sound. This was the secret signal we agreed on. The enemy was 30 meters away and was advancing from the east entrance. Has Alan's encoder been fixed? I asked in a low voice, my Adam's apple aching from the rain. The phone screen got hot in my trouser pocket, and the live broadcast countdown jumped to 000251. The numbers were as red as blood. Victor just said that the firewall will hold up until the live broadcast begins. Isabella's voice came from the tactical headset. She squatted behind the control console 5 meters away, her fingers flying on the panel of the anti-interference device. But the sound wave interference frequency needs to be adjusted by 2 more hertz. Philip, they use infrasound for communication, right? 18 hertz, mixed with a 2000 hertz carrier. Philip's voice was filled with electrical noise. He attached a stethoscope-like sensor to the pipe. Absolute pitch has been confirmed. It's the same frequency band as the surveillance camera in the orphanage basement. I clutched the tape in my pocket, and the electrical noise of the stormy night of 1982 suddenly exploded on my eardrum. That was the recording of my mother reading The Wind in the Willows to me for the last time, and it was also the ironclad evidence that Virgil Hawke used sonic weapons to tamper with memory. At this moment, the tape was heavier than any weapon, so heavy that it hurt my ribs. The tripwire is between pipe number 3 and the shelf. Samira wrapped the wire around her wrist, and with a flash of cold light from the blade, she cut off the last piece of insulation. Lou's Molotov cocktail is on the second floor of the ventilation duct. Remember to throw it with your left hand. The rust on the right will block the parabola. Her black tactical boots rolled over a piece of broken glass, the crisp sound mostly drowned out by the sound of rain. I followed her and bent down to enter the pipe group. The damp smell of rust mixed with the smell of engine oil rushed into my nostrils. There was a sound of metallic collision in the distance. The enemy kicked the discarded gears. They had finally entered the factory. Isabella, activate the jamming. I took out my tactical flashlight and shone it on the ground. 7 or 8 blurry shadows were swaying in the water. Philip, lock on to their communication source. The hum of the equipment suddenly became louder, like someone scraping a blackboard with a hacksaw. The pipe began to vibrate, and my back teeth began to ache. My absolute pitch broke the piercing sound into countless fine needles pricking my temples. The enemy's screams were heard through the headset, along with the dull sound of metal falling to the ground. The anti-interference equipment had worked, and their communications were in chaos. Go. Samira's knife drew a silver arc and cut off the water pipe above her head. The rusty water poured down with great force, and the 3 men holding electric batons below were soaked. The one on the far left stepped on the tripwire and fell into the distribution trough, filled with rainwater. Blue arcs of electricity crackled and exploded, and his screams were torn to pieces by the sound of rain. I picked up the Molotov cocktail that Lewis handed me and threw it at the support column of the right shelf. The flames of the alcohol-gasoline mixture leapt up, and the rusted steel pillars groaned in their death groans. 2 enemies rushed towards me with guns raised. The bullets grazed the tip of my ear and hit the pipe, sending sparks all over my face. Samira rushed out from the side and hit one of them on the wrist with the back of the knife, causing the Glock pistol to fall into the water. Another one was tripped by her sweeping kick, and the back of his head hit the protruding bolt, causing him to faint on the spot. But this is just the beginning. Suddenly there was a buzzing vibration in the sound of rain, and I looked up suddenly. The enemy's tactical flashlights swept over from all directions, like countless white snakes moving among the pipes. Philip's voice trembled. They switched to the backup frequency band of 2. The jammer has been cracked. Samira pulled me deeper into the pipes, and my back felt cold metal. She breathed into my ear. At least 20 people, divided into 4 groups to surround us. Thermal imaging cameras and possibly dogs. The live broadcast will start in 1.5 minutes. I took out my phone, and the blue light of the screen reflected the rain on her face. We have to hold on until Alan starts the encoder. Louis, send the remaining Molotov cocktails to the vents. Isabella's voice rang out. Philip, reverse oscillated 18 Hz. There was the sound of glass breaking at the other end of the pipe, and flames shot up into the sky. But the enemy's footsteps were getting closer, and the white light of the tactical flashlight swept across the pipe where we were hiding, reflecting a dazzling spot of light on Samira's blade. I heard a metallic grinding sound. Someone was adjusting the muffler. They've discovered us. Samira's knife turned in a circle in her palm, and the blade pressed against my wrist. I'll lead the group on the left away. You run to the northwest. There's an abandoned elevator shaft there. No. I pressed the back of her hand, my fingertips touching the old scar on her wrist. It was caused by the barbed wire when she was smuggled across the country at the age of 12. If you want to go, we go together. The sound of rain suddenly became muffled. I looked up and saw that the hole in the ceiling was covered by something. The shadow of a helicopter. The white light from the searchlight illuminated the entire factory as bright as day. The enemy's shouting became clearer. The target is in the pipeline area. 3 groups sealed the northwest exit. Samira's knife stabbed into the pipe at her feet, sending up a trail of sparks. She pulled the spare headphones off my neck and put them in her ears. Alan said the encoder will start in 50 seconds. My migraine started to strike, and my temples felt like they were being drilled. Absolute pitch captured more complex sound waves, the low-frequency vibrations of helicopter propellers, the encrypted signals of enemy walkie-talkies, and the unique high-frequency hum before the live broadcast equipment was started. My mother's tape was getting hot in her pocket, and the sound of rain in 1982 suddenly became clear, mixed with the babies crying and the laughter of Virgil Hawke saying, "This child's absolute pitch is a perfect sample. Here it comes." Samira suddenly pulled me to the right. The bullet grazed my left shoulder and hit the pipe. The metal fragments pierced into the flesh, causing me to gasp in pain. She threw a handful of broken glass with her backhand, and the enemy on the right screamed and covered his eyes. We took the opportunity to crawl into the narrower gap in the pipe. The live countdown jumped to 0.
Encoder activated. Alan's voice almost shouted, "Victor! Firewall!"
Natalie, legal terms confirmed. The footsteps outside the pipe suddenly became more frequent, and the white light of the searchlight pierced through the gaps. Samira put her knife against my lower back and lowered her voice. On the count of 3, jump into the elevator shaft. Bang! The sound of metal colliding was deafening. I saw Samira's pupils shrink suddenly. A big hole was blasted in the pipe behind her by the shotgun. The flying steel pieces cut her sleeves, and blood mixed with rainwater flowed down. The enemy's tactical flashlight swept over, and I saw at least 7 masked faces, all with guns pointed at us. The game is over, Mr. Hudson. The sound was like sandpaper scraping against glass. My blood ran cold. It was Virgil Hawke. He stood behind the enemy, wearing a dark grey raincoat, his white hair stuck to his forehead by the rain. And on his face was the kind smile I had seen countless times in the nursing home. What do you think the live broadcast can reveal? Those sound waves? Those memories? He held up his phone, with the live broadcast interface on the screen. Look, your audience can only see snowflakes now. Samira's knife was shaking. I reached for the tape in my pocket, my fingertips touching the self-destruct button, but Virgil shook his head. Don't waste your energy. I've hidden your mother's recordings, your childhood memories, in the folds of sound waves. He raised his hand. Take them away. The enemy's guns are approaching. I stared into Virgil's eyes and suddenly laughed, because I heard it. The buzzing sound of the live broadcast equipment starting up penetrated all interference and pierced the rain curtain like a sharp knife. Virgil's smile faltered. His phone screen suddenly lights up, the snow disappears, and my face appears. It's Alan's encoder using a satellite signal to bypass all interference. I took out the tiny microphone hidden under my tongue, and my voice was broadcast live across the entire network. Dear listeners, welcome to the special live broadcast of Silent Witness. Now let's listen to the sound of rain on July 5th. I pressed play on the tape. The noise of electricity in 1982 mixed with the sound of rain came from the live broadcast. Amidst the noise, a man's voice gradually became clearer. Subject number 12 passed the absolute pitch test. Virgil's face changed. He rushed towards us, dirty water splashing from the hem of his raincoat. But it was too late. In the live broadcast, Philip's sound wave analysis chart was unfolding. Isabella's anti-interference equipment made a sharper buzzing sound, and Victor's firewall popped up a green locked message. Catch them, Virgil yelled. The enemy's footsteps came like a tide. Samira squeezed my hand. Her palm was bloody but incredibly hot. I looked at her, and then at the live broadcast on the phone screen. Countless comments were scrolling across the screen. The police have been called. The FBI is rushing to the scene. Soundwave experts confirm abnormal frequency, but the enemy is already here. Samira's knife drew a final arc, and I heard the sound of bones breaking. The rainwater poured into my mouth, tasted salty. The live broadcast screen began to shake, and I saw Virgil's face close at hand, his pupils reflecting my smile, because I knew that when this recording was heard by the whole world, all the stolen memories would eventually become a knife stabbing him. Sirens sounded outside the pipe. Virgil turned his head sharply. I took the opportunity to drag Samira towards the elevator shaft. Her blood dripped onto the ground like a string of red agate. I heard the enemies shouting from behind and bullets flew past my ears. Jump, Samira shouted. We fell into darkness. The sound of the wind filled my ears, and I heard my own voice in the live broadcast continuing. Next, let's listen to Mr. Virgil Hawke, the secret you hide in the sound waves. The water at the bottom of the elevator shaft shimmered below me. I held Samira close and closed my eyes. The sirens were getting closer, but before that, I heard the sound of glass breaking above my head. Virgil's men were chasing us. In the darkness, Samira clenched her hands tighter. Our situation has only just gotten worse. My back teeth are sore from biting them. In the darkness, Samira's knife brushed against the back of my hand, and a chill ran up my nerves. She was motioning for me to stand against the wall. Alan was still cursing on the communicator. The wireless network signal was like a dying hummingbird, with a harsh and chaotic frequency. I took out my cell phone and turned on the flashlight. When the light swept across the ground, I suddenly felt nauseous. A corner of the waterproof cloth we laid down before leaving was lifted, and the instant coffee can rolled in the corner of the wall, with brown powder scattered all over the floor. But what scared me even more were the footprints, size 42 military boots, covered in mud, running from the door all the way to the equipment table. Virgil's men came. Light. Samira's voice was like steel wire tempered by ice. I shone the light in the direction of her knife tip, and saw that the emergency light cord on the ceiling had been cut, with 2 black ends hanging down, still smoking slightly. This is where the burnt smell comes from. The communicator suddenly exploded. It was Victor. Elliot, I just checked the nearby surveillance. A black van stopped at the entrance of the alley half an hour ago. 3 men in work clothes got out and carried toolboxes into the sewer. When we chased them, they had already run away, but they left this behind. The scene cuts in. In the surveillance video, when one of them bent down, half of the silver metal was exposed on his lower back. It was the badge of a caregiver at Virgil Nursing Home. My temples began to throb, my absolute pitch began to work, and the sound waves floating in the air suddenly became clear. There was a crackling sound of electricity coming from behind the equipment table, 20 hertz higher than usual. The ventilation duct in the corner had a regular hum, as if some kind of oscillator was operating. The source of the interference is here. I nodded to Samira. She kicked aside the coil of wire that was blocking her way, and lifted a loose floor tile with the tip of the knife. There was a palm-sized metal box buried underneath, with a faded military emblem engraved on the surface, exactly the same as the logo of the sonic weapon prototype I had seen in the military archives. Philip squeezed over and pushed his glasses. This is an improved version of the L7 jammer, which can cover wireless signals within 500 meters. No wonder Alan's wireless network collapsed. They even interfered with the backup frequency band. He ran his fingertips over the edge of the metal box and got some light blue powder. There is also corrosive agent. The motherboard of the equipment station is probably burned through. Isabella was already kneeling in front of the equipment table, prying open the mainframe case with a Swiss Army knife. She got her electronic engineer license by learning from an old electrician in Harlem. Her eyelashes were stained with solder dust, but her voice was as steady as a precision instrument. 3 parts of the main board were burned, and the spare parts are in Louis' car. But she looked up, and the scar on her forehead turned white under the light of the mobile phone. They also installed a pulse bomb on the power cord. If they had closed the switch just now, now is not the time to be scared. Samara put the jammer into the evidence bag. Louis, car keys. The logistics officer took out the keys from his trouser pocket. There was a St. Christopher amulet hanging on the metal ring. It was given to him by his grandmother before she died. I noticed that his hands were shaking badly, and there was grease between his fingernails. He must have been racing against time while repairing the car. Alan suddenly pulled my sleeve. The live broadcast signal has recovered 30%, but the other party is attacking the server. Victor needs help. The network security expert's breathing leaked out from the communicator with a whistle sound. It should be an asthma attack. I took out the salbutamol spray I carried with me and threw it to Samira. She knew better than me how to hand things accurately in the chaos. The sound of Natalie's high heels came from the door. She held up a tablet, and the screen was as bright as a fire. The legal statement added an emergency clause. As long as the live broadcast starts for 15 minutes, even if it is cut off, the video can be used as evidence in court. She bit her lower lip, which was her habit when she was anxious. The New York Times said that Virgil's legal team is applying for a temporary injunction and will arrive at the court in half an hour at the latest. Diane suddenly thrust her camera in front of me, and in the lens was a text message she had just received. The informant said Virgil has adjusted the outer security, and 3 trucks full of equipment are coming from New Jersey. They know we are going to broadcast live, and they are going to use electromagnetic pulses to completely paralyze the signal. Her press card was dangling in front of her chest. The chain was made of beads by her daughter. Elliot, how long do you have left? I checked my watch. There was still 1 hour and 17 minutes until the live broadcast started. Philip suddenly blew a low whistle. He was analyzing the jammer with a spectrum analyzer. The frequency of this thing is the same as the one I detected in the basement of the orphanage. Virgil didn't stop. He wanted to use the same sound waves in the live broadcast. He paused and looked up at me. Do you remember? The aphasia of those children back then was caused by long-term exposure to this frequency. My temple began to throb. Absolute pitch was like being thrown into a paper shredder, all the sounds overlapping sharply. The metal friction sound of Samira removing the jammer, the sizzling sound of Isabella soldering the motherboard, the crackling sound of Alan typing on the keyboard, and the wow 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 of sirens in the distance. The AN's media relations worked, but it might still be too slow. The spare motherboard is here. Luz's roar caused the dust to fall. He rushed in carrying an aluminum box, his knee pads covered with sewer moss. Isabella took off her gloves and caught it, her nails scratching white marks on the lid. Thanks, old man. If it was 5 minutes later, I would have dismantled your car's navigation system. Victor suddenly squeezed in, panting, with blood on his face, probably from a collision while chasing the enemy. He returned the asthma spray to Samira and waved his phone at me. They changed their strategy and are now focusing on the database. Alan, switch the firewall to the 3rd layer. I will divert the traffic. Wait, I held his shoulders. Absolute pitch detected that the home of the ventilation pipe had changed, and its frequency was rising. I rushed to the corner and tore open the rusty iron net with my bare hands. There was a smaller jammer hidden inside, and the red indicator light was flashing. There's another one, Philip. This is an enhanced version, which can cover the entire Harlem area. Samira's knife flashed and cut the jammer's power cord. The moment the indicator light went out, the communication device suddenly became clear, and the sound of sirens in Midtown Manhattan could be heard. Isabella's cheers were mixed with the sound of a welding gun. The main board is installed. Test signal, 50%, 60%. Alan's voice was shaking. 75%. Damn it, they are still attacking, but the firewall is holding up. Natalie's tablet lit up with a breaking news report from the New York Times. Judge rejects injunction. Reason: public right to know takes precedence. When she looked up, her eyes were as red as if they were soaked in wine. Diane had already set up the camera and pointed the lens at the equipment table. The live test footage has been transmitted, and the technical department said there is no problem. Elliot, I had someone pack the childhood tape you asked for in an anti-magnetic bag. It's in the bag. I touched the silver chain on my chest. The pendant was a copper whistle given to me by the old director of the orphanage. We used it when we played hide and seek. Now it's hot against my skin, as if reminding me of something. Philip suddenly touched my arm. His spectrum analyzer showed that the interference frequency had dropped to safe level. The countermeasures worked, but Virgil's truck will arrive in 40 minutes. They will use more advanced equipment which may cover the entire frequency band. Isabella tightened the last screw, and when she looked up, her eyes were surprisingly bright. I changed the parameters of the anti-jamming device. It can last for 15 minutes. But after that, she didn't finish her words and lowered her head to pack up the tools. Louis took out an energy bar from his bag and passed it to everyone. The last hoe. Save them. His St. Christopher amulet shook. My grandma said that when it's darkest, you can see the stars most clearly. Samira suddenly held my hand. Her palms were calloused, rough but warm. 52 minutes left. We can do this.
I looked at the countdown on the equipment table.
The numbers are jumping. 01. There was a sudden noise in the communicator. It was Virgil's voice. His tone was still so kind, as if he was coaxing an old man in a nursing home. Elliot, do you think you can win by finding these scraps of copper and iron? Do you think you can finish me off by broadcasting the crying of those children back then? The noise suddenly disappeared. Samira's knife dug deep into the equipment table and wood chips flew. He's locating us. Victor, block all ports. I stared at the countdown. Siraj, Virgil's voice rang out again, this time with an electric crackle, as if crawling out of a grave. Remember when you were 7 years old? On a rainy night you were hiding in the closet and heard footsteps in the corridor. You thought it was the nurse who came to save you, but it was actual. Turn it off, I yelled. In absolute pitch, all sounds are distorted, and the migraine feels like a hammer hitting the back of the head. Samira's hand was on the back of my neck, a relief method she had taught me.
Alan's fingers flew across the keyboard. It's blocked, but he knows our location. Their people will be here in 20 minutes at most.
Isabella stuffed the anti-jamming device into my hand and said, "Take it. You'll need it when it's critical." Her electronic watch showed that the backup battery could only last for 25 minutes. Natalie stuffed the legal document into the inside pocket of my coat. After the live broadcast begins, look at this mark every time you say something. The smell of her perfume mixed with printer ink reminded me of the days when I stayed up late to write papers in college. Diane adjusted the camera angle. I will film you unpacking the tape. The New York Times live link has been pushed to million users. The shutter of her camera sounded like a heartbeat. 1, 2, the countdown jumped to 0. Samira checked all the weapons. Knives, pepper spray, and stun guns seized from the enemy. When she looked up, there was a light in her eyes that I had never seen before. I'm guarding the door. If they want to break in, they have to step over my dead body. Louis patted her shoulder. I'll go with you. The car is parked at the entrance of the sewer. If you run, we're not running. I interrupted him. My fingers stroked the bag containing my childhood audio tapes. Inside was a cassette that contained the sound of that stormy night in. I thought it was an illusion then, but now it will be the nail in Virgil's coffin. Philip handed me the spectrum analyzer. If the interference is too strong, look at this, and the red alarm will stop. His white coat was stained with solder, like a handful of stars. Victor adjusted the network security software. I hacked into 3 nearby surveillance cameras. I will call the police as soon as their people show up. But, he paused, it will take 15 minutes for the police to get here. Countdown. I took a deep breath. The humid air smelled like burnt soda, Samira's knife oil, and the chocolate aroma of Louis' energy bars. These flavors mixed together like some strange courage. Get ready, I whispered. The live broadcast light on the equipment station began to flash. Countdown, 0. The sound of a car engine was heard outside, getting closer and closer. Virgil's voice suddenly rang in my mind, overlapping with that stormy night in 1982. Elliot, do you think you can win? I took out the copper whistle and blew it gently. The clear sound of the whistle penetrated all the noise and echoed in the preparation room. Countdown, 0. The live light comes on. In the distance there are dense footsteps, mixed with the crisp sound of metal colliding. Someone yells, "Seal all exits." When the water at the bottom of the well splashed up, I tasted rust. Samira's weight was on me. The wound on her back was still bleeding, and the heat through her wet shirt made me feel dizzy. There was the sound of shattering glass overhead, and bullets scraped against the wall of the well, sparking sparks and drawing golden lines in the darkness. Virgil's men were chasing more urgently than the sirens. "There are 5 of them," I shouted into Samira's ear, as raindrops flowed down the brim of my safety helmet and hit my goggles. Absolute pitch automatically unfolds in the roar, and the humid air is filled with the sound of metal friction, the splash of leather boots stepping on water, and a faint Morse rhythm in the current of the walkie-talkie. There was a muffled sound of a gun butt hitting the wall behind the left front pipe, and 2 short breaths came from the right vent. That was a signal that a silencer was installed. Samira held my wrist and pressed her fingertips on my pulse. Her knife was still bleeding, and the blade was stained with the blood of Virgil's men. It was now against the tactical bag on my lower back. "Can you hold on?" Her voice was trembling, not because of pain, but because she was suppressing a cough. When she fell just now, she hit the wall of the well, and I heard the crisp sound of her ribs, which was clearer than the sound of a knife cutting bones. I pulled off my goggles and stuffed them into her hands. My fingertips touched the wound on her forehead. Sticky blood, mixed with rainwater, flowed into her collar. The absolute pitch began to feel hot, as if someone was stirring a red-hot wire in the ear canal. This is a sign of an impending migraine. But I can't stop. I have to grasp the patterns in those sound waves. "Philip," I yelled into my tactical headset, my voice cut through by the sound of rain. There was a lot of electrical noise coming from the communicator, until that steady voice came in. "Yes, I've sent you the frequency fluctuation map." A holographic projection unfolded on the goggles, a green waveform twisting like a snake. I stared at the raised peaks and suddenly caught a pattern. Every time the enemy moved, 3 short dots would appear in the noise of the current, like the Lmmerse code. When they want to concentrate their firepower, this string of dots will become a continuous line with a frequency that increases sharply by Isabella. I gritted my teeth, my temples throbbing. The anti-interference equipment is adjusted to 20 Hz difference frequency. They are about to attack. "Got it." The electronic engineer's voice was full of excitement. "It will start in 3 seconds. Get your ears ready." The footsteps overhead suddenly became more frequent. When I counted to the 7th sound of leather boots, the green line on the waveform graph suddenly jumped up. The attack was about to begin. Samira's knife sank in my palm. She half knelt and pushed me behind the pipe. Blood dripped down her chin onto the back of my hand, and it was surprisingly cold. 3, 2, 1. A sharp buzzing sound cut through the sound of rain. That was not ordinary noise, but a resonance wave emitted by the anti-interference equipment, which happened to be stuck on the receiving frequency of the enemy's walkie-talkie. I saw a figure flash behind the pipe in front of me on the left. The man staggered, covering his ears, and the walkie-talkie fell into the water, splashing water. The breathing sound from the right vent stopped, replaced by choking coughs. Their communications were messed up and the command system was in chaos. "Charge!" Samira's knife broke through the darkness first. She had injured her ribs but was faster than me. The blade of her knife cut the wrist of the nearest gunman. The gunshot deflected towards the ceiling, and sparks fell into the puddles with a crackling sound. I picked up the stun gun from my tactical bag, and with my absolute pitch, I detected the click sound of the third enemy on the right, changing magazines. I swung the gun with my backhand, and the electric current emitted a blue light in the rain. The guy fell straight into the water like a puppet with its tendons pulled out. The fight lasted less than a minute. When the last enemy's gun fell to the ground, the sound of sirens was already close overhead. Samira gasped against the pipe, the knife stuck in the cement at her feet, blood seeping from between her fingers and forming a small pool on the ground. Alan's voice suddenly exploded in the headset. "The live broadcast signal is stable. The interference just now even captured Virgil's face in the camera. And now it is the most popular topic on the internet. Retreat first." I pulled Samira up, and her weight was almost entirely on me. Rainwater flowed down the cracks in the well wall and formed a stream at our feet. Victor shouted into the communicator, "The streets behind are cleared. Lou's car is parked at the third sewer entrance." Natalie added, "The legal statement has been sent to major platforms, even if they take it to court. The live video is legal evidence." Diane chuckled. "The live video I shot has been sent to the New York Times. Virgil's past will be exposed." We stumbled through the abandoned underground passage, and a burnt smell suddenly wafted through the damp and musty smell. When I was almost at the preparation site, I stopped in my tracks. The rusty iron door was half open, and the light leaking through the gap was not the warm yellow that we left behind when we left, but a pale, cold light. Wait. Samira held my shoulders and held the knife in her hand again. Absolute pitch detected a subtle metallic friction sound behind the door, as if someone was adjusting some equipment. The live broadcast signal, which was stable just now, suddenly jumped. Alan cursed. Damn it, the Wi-Fi in the preparation room has been hacked. I stared at the crack in the door. The smell coming out from inside had changed. It was no longer the scent of the instant coffee we brought with us, but the sweet smell of some chemical agent. Samira placed the tip of her knife against the door and slowly pushed it open. The lights in the door suddenly went out. In the darkness, I heard my own heartbeat, louder than any sound waves. The chill from the rain seeped into the bones through the collar. As I stepped back through the puddles, my tactical boots rolled over a piece of broken glass, making a crackling sound that sounded very much like the electrical noise emitted by the old radio in the attic of the orphanage. Samira used her tactical knife to knock a dagger away. The sound of metal collision hit my swollen temple, and the pain made me black out. The migraine was throbbing in my blood vessels, forming a strange resonance with the beeping sound of the enemy's communicator. The third one from the left. Samira roared, and the tip of the knife cut the other person's wrist holding the gun. Drops of blood splattered on the back of my hand, 2 degrees warmer than the rain. I used the stun gun to poke the guy who rushed over from the right. The blue arc of electricity with a burning smell penetrated into his tactical uniform, and his muffled groan was covered by the crackling sound in the communicator. This sound, I suddenly held my breath. The raindrops hit the loudspeaker of the communicator. A faint high-frequency sound was hidden in the commands distorted by the electric current. I closed my eyes and let the rain rush into my eyelashes. Absolute pitch awakened in my hot temples, just like using a microscope to observe the patterns of sound waves. 1780 Hz, 1780 Hz, repeating every 3 seconds. Is that the rhythm of Morse code? No, more like carrier frequency. Philip, I yelled at the top of my lungs, my fingers gripping the handle of the stun gun tightly. Is the carrier frequency of their communicator 7? An acoustic expert in a plaid shirt was hiding behind an abandoned trash can. He pushed his foggy glasses and raised the spectrum analyzer above his head. The red light of the instrument flashed twice, and he made a yes gesture to me. Raindrops dripped into his collar, along the ends of his gray hair, but his voice was as steady as a textbook. Yes, it's a modulated narrowband communication. This frequency can be used for directional interference. Isabella, I turned and grabbed the electronic engineer's arm. Her anti-interference equipment was hanging on her waist. Adjust the output frequency to 1780 and turn the power to maximum. It will burn the coil. Her nails danced rapidly on the device buttons. But if you burn it, I'll pay for it. I regretted it the moment I yelled. This sentence was like a needle, piercing into a damp corner of my memory. On that stormy night in 1982, my mother yelled at me to hide in the cellar. Her voice had the same cracked sound, mixed with the sound of explosions coming from the orphanage warehouse. Samira's tactical knife was suddenly placed on the back of my neck. Elliot, her breath brushed my ear. They're coming. I raised my head suddenly. The sound of 12 pairs of combat boots had already reached both ends of the alley, and the light from the flashlights licked across the wall like a snake's tongue. The man in the front was holding a shotgun, the silencer on the barrel flashing a cold light. He had the same eagle tattoo on his wrist as the man who poured gasoline on the warehouse. It's set. Isabella stuffed the device into my hands. The moment I pressed the switch, a buzzing sound exploded in the air. The sound was not as harsh as ordinary interference waves. It was more like throwing a stone into a calm water surface, causing ripples to spread out in circles. and accurately hit the receiving end of each communicator. The man with the shotgun suddenly stumbled. A shrill scream erupted from his intercom, and the commands he shouted at the top of his throat were distorted into electronic noise. The people on the left who were flanking stopped, and those on the right began to push each other. There was probably only noise in their earphones, and they couldn't tell the enemy from friend at all. Charged towards the truck. Samira's knife drew a silver arc in the rain, cutting the tactical strap of the man closest to her. I rushed forward after her, the stun gun burning in my palm. Philip held up the spectrum analyzer and shouted from behind, "The interference is effective. It will last for no more than 2 minutes. 2 minutes is enough." The lead sheet on the back of the truck gleamed coldly in the rain, and when I touched the door handle, the sweat in my palms warmed the metal. Memories of 1982 suddenly came flooding back to me. Mom stuffed me into a wooden box that contained toys. There was a loose board at the bottom of the box, with half a cassette underneath. Her words are terribly clear to my ears now. They use sound to steal memories. Little Elliot must remember. Trap. Samira hit my wrist with the back of her knife. I jerked my hand back as a laser beam brushed past my fingertips, burning a charred hole in the car door. She squatted down and used the tip of the knife to pick up the thin wire on the ground. It was a tripwire connected to the miniature bomb on the inside of the car door. Bomb disposal? I took out my Swiss Army knife. No need. She pulled off her tactical belt. Lead plates can protect against radiation, but bomb fragments can penetrate them. She wrapped the belt around my hand. Count to 3, pull. 1, 2. The moment I pulled the tripwire, Samira's knife had already picked the door lock. The air in the back of the car smelled of rust. A black device stood in the middle, with wires crawling all over the car like snakes. Philip squeezed in, glanced at the spectrum analyzer, and shouted, "That's it. The sound wave generator is emitting infrasound waves to interfere with all electronic equipment." Isabella had already pounced. Her fingers moved rapidly across the panel of the device, as if she were playing a piano. "The power supply is here." She pulled out 2 red wires. "Just remove the transformer." "Wait." I held her hand. There is a line of scratches on the side of the device which is crooked and looks like a child's doodle. I rubbed the rust off with my thumb, revealing a few letters. Elliot. The rain suddenly stopped. In other words, the interference disappeared. In the distance, I heard the hum of live broadcast equipment starting up. Natalie's lawyer's letter, Alan's encoder, and Victor's firewall should all be back to normal by now. But what was clearer was the sound of footsteps coming from the end of the alley. It wasn't the sound of combat boots, but something heavier and more intensive, like a group of people stepping on puddles, coming towards us from the way we came. Samira twirled the knife in a circle between her fingers. She looked at me, the cold light of the equipment reflected in her eyes. "Reinforcements are here." I took out my phone and the screen lit up. The live broadcast countdown showed 00. My mother's tape was pressing against my heart in my pocket. The sound of rain in 1982 and the footsteps in 2023 overlapped together. I pressed the self-destruct button on the device. At the moment when blue sparks flew up, I heard the sharp sound of a car braking suddenly in the distance. "Let's go." Samira dragged me out of the car. They won't give us a chance to breathe, but I know that the real game has just begun. When the live broadcast spotlight lights up, when all the stolen memories are brought to light with the sound waves, the person hiding in the shadows will finally hear his own song of judgment. But now, I looked at the car lights that suddenly lit up at the entrance of the alley, and the rain started to get heavier again. Raindrops poured through the broken window frames of the attic into a tin bucket. The ding-dong sound mixed with the beeping of the spectrum analyzer was just like that rainy night in 1982. I curled up in a flower box, listening to the footsteps outside crushing my mother's silver bracelet with the word peace engraved on it. The last crisp sound was clearer than thunder. "Jack can't go." Samira's fingers were still holding the hot phone. her knuckles as white as the dried jasmine she always pinned behind her ear. They brought jammers. You know that communication delays in this situation can be fatal. I stared at the old clock in the corner. The swing of the bronze pendulum made my temples throb. Absolute pitch. Always likes to cause trouble at times like this. Samira's breathing is a low-frequency vibration of 11 to 10 hertz. The crackling sound of Isabella's welding gun hides a 4,000 hertz scream, and even when Jack touched the tactical vest, the crisp sound of the metal buckles colliding was a precise 1760 hertz, exactly the same as the ending note of the lullaby that his mother hummed before she died. He is the only one who can reach the bottom of the van within 3 minutes. I took off the pocket watch from my neck. The glass cover was still covered with dust from flipping through old newspapers in the library that morning. On the inside of the watch cover, the mother's 26-year-old smiling face was a little blurred, but the words she wrote, "Little Elliot, be brave," were still clear. Last year, at the Brooklyn dock, he removed the tracker under the noses of 3 armed drug dealers. Jack stood in the shadows and touched the old scar on his left cheek that ran from his brow to his chin. It was left when he blocked a steel pipe for me 3 years ago. He didn't say anything, but pressed the tactical headset into his ear and tapped the tiny camera on his chest with his knuckles. Half an hour, at most half an hour. The wooden staircase to the attic groaned in death beneath his feet. I stared at his figure blending into the rain on the surveillance screen, and suddenly remembered that when I was 7 years old, I also watched the director mother walk out of the iron gate of the orphanage with a black umbrella. The bronze eagle emblem on the umbrella ribs flashed coldly in the rain. Later I learned that it was not the logo of a charity, but the number of a military project. The spectrum analyzer's beep suddenly rose 2 notches. Samira's phone vibrated so much that it almost jumped out of her palm. Jack's breathing came from the encrypted channel, like a broken bellows. The target, disguised as a milk truck, license plate 7089XT, with lead plate in the back. Shit. There was a crackling sound from the electric current, and I heard the sharp sound of metal rubbing against each other. It was the anti-climbing spikes on the truck's chassis. Samira's nails made a crescent mark on the phone case. Jack, trap, laser net. 30 centimeters above the ground. The jammer is under the passenger seat, with a self-destruct device. Jack's voice suddenly became distant. He must be crawling forward. They set up 6 secret posts. There is a thermal imaging camera at 2 o'clock. Shit. There are footsteps. 3 people wearing combat boots. Size. I counted my heartbeats. Absolute pitch broke down the sounds around Jack into pieces. Rain hitting the truck. Tarpaulin at 80 hertz. Combat boots stepping on puddles at 120 hertz. And the sound of metal colliding 1500 hertz. The grenade safety pin. I've sent you the coordinates of the interference source. Jack's breathing suddenly became rapid. Elliot, the device is broadcasting a looping sound wave. The frequency jumps between 2000 hertz and 20,000 hertz. It's the same sound as the basement of the orphanage back then. Samira looked up suddenly, and we both remembered the record we found in the old files 3 months ago, in the fire report of Santa Maria Orphanage. In July 1982, a caregiver wrote in his testimony that I heard the baby crying, but the frequency was so high that my ears hurt. Later we found the caregiver. She had Alzheimer's disease, but she could still hum a tune. 20,000 hertz ultrasound, which humans cannot hear at all, unless... Jack! Samira yelled into the phone. Get out of here. The communication was suddenly cut off. In the surveillance footage, 2 flashlights appeared in the direction of the truck, like 2 silver knives cutting through the rain curtain. I reached for the stun gun at my waist, my fingers trembling from the cold metal casing. This was something my mother stuffed into my pocket the last time she was conscious before she died. She said, "If you're in danger, just press the button 3 times. Divide into 2 groups. Samira had already spread the tactical map on the coffee-stained table. Elliot and I will remove the interference source. Victor and Alan will stay behind to improve the anti-jamming device. Natalie will keep an eye on the legal risks of the live broadcast. And Diane will prepare the media channel. Louis put the first aid kit and spare batteries in my backpack. Isabella slapped the anti-jamming device she had just welded on the table. The welding torch tip was still smoking. It will only last for 10 minutes at most. After that, the interference will be 3 times stronger, enough for us to smash that thing into scrap metal. I pulled the hem of Samira's coat, and the light pink scar on the back of her neck was exposed again. It was burned by the smuggler with a cigarette butt when she was smuggled across the border at the age of 12. Let's go. New York in the rain looks like a soaked old newspaper, with neon lights shattered into pieces in the puddles. We moved along the wall towards the truck. Samira's tactical flashlight was turned on with the weakest red light, illuminating the faint laser net on the ground. The 30 centimeters that Jack mentioned. When I bent down, my hair brushed against the invisible line, and goosebumps appeared on the back of my neck. The truck was parked under an old elm tree at the entrance of the alley. The headlights were not on, and the tarpaulin had turned black from being soaked by rain. I was just about to touch the car door when I suddenly heard the sound of leather boots crushing stones behind me. Get down. Samira dragged me into the back of the garbage truck next to us, and half of my face was covered with rotten vegetable leaves. 3 beams of white light swept in from the alley, shining on the truck tires, reflecting 6 pairs of combat boots. 3 more people than Jack said. The target is in Area B. Someone lowered his voice, and the electric sound of the intercom hurt my eardrums. Mr. Hawk said that it doesn't matter if it's alive or dead, but the jammer must be intact. Hawk. The name stabbed me like an icicle in the temple. Virgil Hawk, the new director of Santa Maria Orphanage and current nursing home manager, was a kind-hearted old man who always loved to knit woolen hats for the elderly, until we found the adoption record from 1982 in the secret compartment of his office. Next to my name was a red stamp that read, Sonic. Samira tapped her fingers on the back of my hand 3 times. Left, right, left. This was our code, meaning there are 3 on the right, 2 on the left. Watch your back. Her absolute pitch is not as good as mine, but her sensitivity to vibrations is innate, like an alert cat. I counted the footsteps. The heels of the boots of the 3 people on the right are rubber soles, 100 hertz. The heels of the 2 on the left are hard leather soles, 100 hertz. Behind him, there is a sound of footsteps behind him without frequency. He took off his shoes and stepped barefoot in the puddles, and the low-frequency vibration of 20 hertz was transmitted through the ground, like thunder in the distance. Elliot. Samira suddenly rushed over to me, and I smelled the familiar cedar perfume in her hair. The next second, the bullet grazed my ear and hit the metal sheet of the garbage truck. The buzzing aftermath echoed in my cochlea to 500 hertz. It was a Glock 17 pistol. The rain is getting heavier. I touched the electric shock device on my lower back, and my mother's words suddenly rang in my ears. Press 3 times, Elliot. Press 3 times. Samira's tactical knife was already unsheathed, and the blade reflected her tense jawline. The truck was just 5 meters away. The buzzing sound of the jammer pierced into my brain through the rain curtain, and overlapped with the sound of that rainy night in 1982, the crying of the baby. In fact, it was the resonance of the brain waves of the experimental subjects. They were using sound waves to destroy our memories. Go. Samira's knife cut the wrist of the nearest man, and blood splattered in the rain like red ink. I pressed the stun gun switch, and a blue arc of electricity struck the gunman on the left. His screams mixed with the sound of electricity were harsher than the beeping of the spectrum analyzer, but more footsteps came from the alley. I counted 12 pairs of combat boots. 13, 14. More flashlights lit up in the rain like countless pairs of eyes. Samira's knife hit the opponent's tactical vest. Sparks flew. My migraine started to attack. In the spots of light before my eyes, the flames of 1982 and the muzzles of guns in 2023 overlapped. My mother's face became clearer and clearer in the firelight. She said, "Little Elliot, be brave." But at this moment, I stared at the vaguely visible lead sheet in the back of the truck, and suddenly realized that we might not get there at all. When the old clock in the attic struck 10, Samira suddenly slammed her phone on the coffee-stained table. Philip and Isabella are still in Brooklyn. Her fingertips quickly swiped through the chat history. "I contacted them last week. The acoustics expert always said sound waves are lying witnesses. And the electronic engineer girl brought a welding gun to the community technology exhibition." I stared at the approaching convoy on the surveillance screen. The sound of its engines was like thunder muffled in a tin box. Victor's fingers flew across the keyboard. "We still have 17 minutes to get to the intersection. The jammer they brought is military grade and can cover electromagnetic signals within a radius of 500 meters. When he looked up, his eyes were bloodshot behind the lenses. "But we only have 3 spare routers left and 2 of the power adapters are burned." "Call them." I grabbed my coat and threw it on the back of the chair. The old photos in my pocket watch shook, and the raindrops from 1982 suddenly penetrated my eardrums. That was the last sound of my mother calling my name in the corridor of the orphanage, with a damp echo. Samira was already on the phone, speaking Arabic quickly and sharply, her knuckles white. 5 minutes later, hurried footsteps were heard on the stairs. Philip Davis rushed in with a metal box under his arm. His grey beard was covered with raindrops, and he had a portable spectrum analyzer tucked under his armpit. Isabella Miller followed behind, carrying a canvas bag full of electronic components, and a half-melted solder wire was pinned to her right ear like a small silver flower. Interference source characteristics. Philip put the instrument on the table, and the metal box popped open with a click, revealing densely packed knobs. "Unknown." Samira pushed the infrasound transmitter over, but their equipment appeared in the 2020 military tender, and the parameters may be related to the memory erasure plan. Isabella was already squatting next to Alan, who was dismantling the mixer for the live broadcast. "Need an anti-jammer?" She pulled off a strand of copper wire. "We need an acoustic to electric conversion module. Alan, lend me your old amplifier." "Yes, the one with the 'Don't touch my baby' tape on it." Alan glared at her, but still pushed the amplifier over. I walked over to Victor. The convoy on the surveillance screen turned into the alley, and the headlights became a blur in the rain. Defense strategy. I tapped the map. There are only 2 exits in the attic. It will take them at least 3 minutes to rush in, but once the jammer is activated, the live signal will be chopped into pieces, unless we lock onto the frequency first. Philip's spectrometer began to beep. He squinted at the jumping waveform. 30 hertz, infrasound. He looked up at me. "Can you hear it?" I closed my eyes. My temple began to throb. The price of absolute pitch was coming faster than usual. There were fine vibrations floating in the air, like someone scratching the back of a glass with their fingernails, drilling into my brain along my spine. More than that, I pressed my forehead. 30 hertz is the main frequency, and there's also 7/18 harmonic interference. Philip turned the knob violently. They used a composite frequency, a main wave interference device, and harmonics affected the human brain nerves, exactly the same as the experiment 40 years ago. His voice trembled. Those people didn't stop at all. Isabella's welding torch made a sizzle sound. The anti-jamming device needs to cover these 2 frequencies. She slapped a circuit board in front of Alan. "Use the power amplifier to amplify the reverse wave, Alan. Adjust the gain, quickly." Alan's fingers flew on the mixing console, and the sweat on his forehead hit the operating panel. The live broadcast equipment suddenly made a crackling sound. Diane's camera began to flicker, and the words disclaimer on the cue card held by Natalie were distorted into double images. "The interference has begun." Louis pulled out a spare network cable from a box in the corner. "The power regulator has tripped twice, and the remaining power can only last for 40 minutes at most. I moved closer to the spectrum analyzer. The green line on the waveform was getting thicker, like a mad snake. The frequency is climbing. I gritted my teeth, my migraine spreading to the back of my neck. 31.5, 31. They are adjusting the parameters. Philip's hand paused. The harmonic part. His Adam's apple moved. Hudson, can you locate it? I walked to the window. The rain was still falling, and the leaves of the sycamore trees downstairs were blown by the wind. The source of the tremor was not directly in front of us. To the left, further to the left. Southwest, about 200 meters. I pointed to the van parked at the third intersection in the surveillance video, the silver one with a canvas cover on the truck bed. Victor immediately zoomed in. A black metal corner appeared in the gap of the truck bed, exactly the same as the jammer prototype I had seen in military files. Confirmed target. His voice was very light. But there are 6 of them, all with guns. Isabella suddenly cursed. The reverse wave generator is still missing a capacitor. She rummaged through the canvas bag, and when she looked up, her eyes were frighteningly bright. Lewis, do you have 100 microfarad in your box of spare parts? Lewis's reply was drowned out by a louder screech. The live camera was completely distorted, and Diane's microphone made a sharp howl. I covered my ears, and my absolute pitch felt like it was thrown into a shredder. The main frequency jumped to 32 Hz, but the harmonics were strangely stable at 16.7, like some kind of regular Morse code. Wait. I sat up suddenly. My migraine suddenly exploded, and my vision went black. I grabbed the edge of the table to keep from falling. The intervals of the harmonics. Dot, dash, dot. Is that SOS? Philip moved closer to the spectrometer. His fingers suddenly tightened and turned the instrument around. 16.7 Hz wave period. His voice was trembling. It's Morse code. Tap for 3 seconds. Paddle for 9 seconds. 2 seconds rest. The repeated SOS has lasted for 1 minute and 17 seconds. The attic suddenly became quiet with only the sound of rain and the roar of engines in the distance. Samira's phone vibrated at this moment. She picked up the phone, listened to a few words, and her face turned pale. The police have closed the surrounding streets. She looked up at me. They said they received an anonymous call saying there were illegal weapons here. I stared at the SOS number still blinking on the spectrum analyzer. There is more than just interference hidden in those harmonics. Isabella, how long will the anti-jammer last? My voice was very soft as the last words my mother said in my ear when she stuffed me into a wooden box filled with flour on a rainy night in 2 minutes. She didn't even look up, the blue light of the welding torch dancing on her glasses. But if there are hostages in the interference source, let's keep the live broadcast going first.
I took out my pocket watch. Mom's smiling face flickered under the flickering light. When the signal is connected, let the whole world hear this SOS.
The engine noise outside the window stopped. In the surveillance footage, 6 men emerged from vans, the jammers in their hands flashing cold light. The SOS on the spectrum analyzer suddenly turned into 3 consecutive long dashes. That is the code for danger in Morse code. As soon as the live broadcast lights in the preparation room came on, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. The sound of metal colliding poured in through the window glass, mixed with heavy breathing. Judging from the footsteps, there were at least 7 people, 3 of whom were wearing military boots, and 4 were wearing sneakers. They should be Virgil's personal bodyguards mixed with temporarily hired thugs. Samira's hand was already on the tactical knife at her waist, and the blade slid out half an inch, flashing coldly under the light. The live broadcast must be postponed. I pulled off the headset, and the metal wire made a harsh sound on the table. A surveillance picture popped up on Victor's computer screen. 2 black commercial vehicles were blocking the alley, their headlights like 2 bloodshot eyes. Alan's Adam's apple moved. Postponement means completely losing the audience's trust, and our clue chain will be broken. But the evidence that old John said is in the nursing home. I interrupted him. Virgil dared to block here, which means that the nursing home is his weak point. Samira suddenly grabbed my wrist. Her fingers were as cold as ice. "Do you smell it?" I sniffed. And in addition to the smell of solder, there was a faint smell of bitter almonds. It was tear gas. "They're clearing the area." Her voice was extremely low. "It's coming in from the vents. It'll take effect in 3 minutes." I grabbed the whistle on the table and blew it hard. A sharp whistle cut through the air, and Philip's spectrum analyzer instantly turned red, showing a high-frequency oscillation of 12. "This is the emergency signal we agreed upon." Louis immediately stuffed the live broadcast equipment into the waterproof box. Natalie gathered the legal documents in her arms, and Diane's camera was switched to video mode. "We are not here to broadcast live, we are here to lure fish into the bait." Old John's address was in the oldest nursing home in Harlem. The exterior walls covered with ivy, so green and dark that it looked like a moldy old blanket. There was an old man in a blue shirt sitting on the porch. When he saw us approaching, he knocked on the steps with his cane. "There is the key under the third brick of the garbage station in the back alley." It was old John's voice. Sarah squeezed out of the crowd, her white apron stained with coffee, and the scene overlapped with the orphanage kitchen 40 years ago, when she always secretly slipped me half an oatmeal cookie. The password for the safe door at the innermost part of the basement is June 15th, 1982. She took out a faded handkerchief with a brass key wrapped inside. "But don't touch the red button on the wall. That's the alarm." Samira's fingertips trembled when she took the key. June 15, 1982 was the day I was adopted by the orphanage. We divided our forces into 3 groups. Alan and Victor went around to the backyard. Alan's technical glasses flashed blue light as he checked for signal jammers. Natalie dragged Diane into the first-floor office. The locks of the filing cabinets clicked as Natalie fiddled with a wire. Samira and I took Philip and Isabella to the basement. There was dust in the gaps between the steps, and stepping on them felt like stepping on old newspapers. The lights in the basement flickered. Isabella's electronic detector suddenly beeped, pointing to the distribution box in the corner. "It has electromagnetic shielding." She squatted down and pried open the panel with her fingernails. There was a black wire wrapped inside. "It's the same interference wire used in military experiments. I've seen it in Afghanistan." Philip's spectrum analyzer began to jump, and he pushed his glasses. Low frequency vibration about 20 hertz, just at the edge of the human hearing range. My temple was throbbing, and my absolute pitch was like someone pulling a guitar string. This was the frequency of my childhood migraine attacks. Exactly the same as the tinnitus on the rainy night of. The security door is hidden behind the storage shelf. The dark gray metal door paint has peeled off, revealing the army green underneath. Isabella inserted the brass key and turned it 3 times, and the lock core made a slight mechanical click. "Enter the password." She looked up at me. I pressed 1980-0615, and the moment the number keys sank in, I heard the roar of gears turning from inside the door. The moment the door opened, a musty smell, mixed with the sweet fishy smell of some chemical agent, rushed out. The room is not big, and the walls are covered with EEG graphs. There are headgear with electrodes in the glass cabinet, and the label reads Project Sonar. Philip grabbed the experimental log on the table. The pages were as brittle as dead leaves. December 1981. Sound wave frequency and hippocampal resonance experiment. They are trying to tamper with memory with sound. His finger stopped at a certain page. Subject number E17. Elliot. My blood froze instantly. There was an iron box at the bottom of the glass cabinet. When it was opened, there was a stack of photos. A man in a white coat was holding down a screaming boy. The boy's face was painted black, but there was a light pink birthmark on the back of his neck, exactly the same as what I saw in the mirror when I was taking a shower. Samira suddenly grabbed my arm and pointed her tactical knife at the corner camera. A small red light flashed in the secret compartment on the ceiling. That's when the alarm sounded. First there was a sharp beeping sound, then it turned into a low-pitched vibrating sound, like someone was hitting my skull with a hammer. Philip's spectrum analyzer was jumping wildly, and the red alarm was so painful to the eyes. Isabella rushed to the door. The metal door was closing automatically. She used an electronic wrench to jam the crack in the door. They cut the circuit. "Find evidence," I yelled, grabbing the lab log and stuffing it into my arms. Samira used her knife to cut open the glass cabinet and put the electrode headgear and the photos in the iron box into her backpack. There was a metallic sound coming from the basement vent, as if someone was prying at the bars. My migraine started to kick in, and fragments of memory flashed before my eyes. Heavy rain pounding on the tin roof of the orphanage. A man in combat boots holding me. He smelled of the same chemicals as he did now, and he said, "Go to sleep, Elliot. You'll forget everything here." "Hurry up." Philip suddenly grabbed me. The sound from the vent is the hydraulic clamp. As we rushed up the stairs, we heard Natalie scream from the first floor. There are adoption records in the file cabinet. They used sound waves to make parents give up their children voluntarily. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by the sound of heavy objects hitting. Alan's voice exploded from the intercom. The jammer was found. "It's shit. They brought a signal jammer." The basement door was slammed open. The sound of footsteps in combat boots echoed in the stairwell, mixed with the crisp sound of metal sticks hitting the wall. Someone shouted in a hoarse voice, "Catch the person with the camera. Don't let them take the stuff out." Samira shoved the backpack in my direction and twirled the tactical knife between her fingers. "I'll cover you." Her eyes were abnormally bright, like burning black jade. I suddenly remembered that she had mentioned that she had the same look in her eyes the day her mother was taken away by the Immigration Bureau. I ran upstairs, clutching my backpack tightly, the lab journal in my arms hurting my ribs. Diane's camera was still recording, and the lens was shaking so much that all she could see were the swaying figures and the weapons flashing coldly. Victor's network security software made a shrill sound, and he yelled something but was drowned out by the alarm. The light at the staircase was suddenly blocked. I looked up and saw a man in black tactical clothing, the stun baton in his hand crackling, and his eyes flashing coldly under the mask. It was James Harris, Virgil's most powerful thug. He pulled a smile on his face and pointed the stun gun at me. "Mr. Hudson, it's time to go home." I counted James's footsteps as I walked down the stairs, each one like a hammer hitting my temple. Absolute pitch broke all sounds into sharp fragments. The scratching sound of Samira's tactical knife scraping across the carpet, the clicking sound of Alan's mouse as he adjusted the live broadcast equipment, the occasional low curse that escaped Victor's voice as he typed on the keyboard, and the constant humming sound in the ventilation duct, like someone scratching fingernails on glass. "They are surrounding us from the east, south, and north." Samira suddenly spoke, and the tip of the knife drew a third line on the carpet. Her headset was still connected to the surveillance camera downstairs. At least 15. James brought 2 groups of people, one with stun guns and one with riot shields. A cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck. 15 opponents, and on our side. Alan's device needs 3 minutes to restart. Victor is still in a tug-of-war with Virgil's hacker team, and Philip's spectrometer has just locked onto the source of low-frequency vibration, the ventilation duct. When Isabella slapped the spare battery for the sound generator into the card slot, the sound of metal clanging made my eardrums vibrate. The vibration frequency is about 20 Hz. Philip shouted at the top of his voice, and green ripples jumped on the screen of his spectrometer. Infrasound, which is inaudible to human ears, can cause resonance in the internal organs. Virgil's weapon is not ineffective. They are using this to weaken our physical strength. I pressed my swollen temples and suddenly caught another sound. When the hum of the ventilation ducts and the thug's footsteps overlapped, the ripples would distort briefly, like two strings being plucked at the same time, creating some kind of resonance, frequency matching. I grabbed the spectrum analyzer and pointed my finger at the overlapping peaks. The natural frequency of the pipe matches their cadence. About. Philip's eyes lit up. If we stimulate the pipe with sound waves of the same frequency, it will cause resonance. Isabella was already adjusting the parameters of the anti-interference equipment, her fingers flying across the control panel as an electronic engineer. But it needs to be accurate to a 0.5 Hz error range. Elliot, can your ears serve as a calibrator? I gritted my teeth and nodded. The migraine was like a drill spinning in my skull, but my absolute pitch was extremely clear at this moment. The humming sound of the pipe was 190 Hz, and the footsteps of the thugs sped up to 120.3 Hz because of their running. Turn it up 0.2 Hz. I yelled to Isabella. Now. The device beeped, and a sharp, high-pitched sound pierced the air. At first, there were only slight tremors in the pipes and rust falling from the metal joints like raindrops. 3 seconds later, the entire ventilation duct suddenly shook violently, as if a trapped beast was banging its head against the wall. Rust and dust fell on their heads, and muffled groans came one after another from downstairs. The thugs covered their ears and squatted, and the riot shields hit the ground with a dull thud. Now, Samira's tactical knife cut through the air, and she rushed to the nearest stairs like a shadow. Alan's device restarted successfully with a beep sound, and the live broadcast screen lit up on the small TV in the corner. Diane held up her phone and made an okay gesture to me. Victor took off his headphones, a ferocious smile on his face. The cyber attack has been countered. All they can see now is gibberish. I grabbed the riot baton that Louis handed me and followed Samira into the corridor. James's men were still covering their ears. Someone knocked over a fire extinguisher. White powder filled the air. I saw James running to the deepest part of the basement, his leather heels slipping on the tiles. Stop! Samira's knife brushed across the back of his neck, leaving sparks on the wall. When James turned around, his eyes were bloodshot, and he pulled out a gun from his arms. But it was too late. I knocked his wrist off with the riot baton, and the gun fell to the ground with a clang. Samira's knee was pressed against his lower back, and the tactical knife was pressed against his throat. Tell me, where are the records of Virgil's memory transplant experiment? James gasped, blood oozing from the wound on his wrist. In the metal cabinet at the back of the storage room. The password is the birthday of subject number. When we rushed him into the storage room, Louis had already smashed open the metal cabinet with a crowbar. A stack of yellow documents fell out, and the photo on top made my stomach churn. A little corpse in a crib, with a cross-shaped scar on the back of its neck, and a note next to it saying, Subject number 12, memory transplant failed. Further below was a slide of a brain slice, with the tissue on the glass slide appearing an unnatural purple color, and a handwritten note next to it. Sound wave stimulation can enhance the efficiency of memory retrieval. Found it. Natalie rushed over holding a USB flash drive. This is the backup of experimental data from the past 10 years. Virgil used the nursing home as a cover and selected experimental subjects from the orphanage. Her voice suddenly stopped. The iron door of the storage room was pushed open with a creaky sound, and a draft brought in the smell of rust. I looked up and saw 7 or 8 men in black, standing at the end of the corridor. They were wearing uniform black tactical uniforms, and holding guns with expressionless faces. The leader took off his tactical helmet, revealing a face I had never seen before, a jawline as sharp as a knife, a black eye patch on his left eye, and an old scar on the edge of the eye patch. James suddenly laughed, his laughter mixed with blood foam. Do you think Virgil only has me as a card? Samira pushed the knife in half an inch further, and James's laughter stopped abruptly. But I know that the real crisis has just begun. The red light of the live broadcast equipment flickered in the corner, illuminating the reflections on the guns of the men in black. We have evidence in live broadcast, but the exit is blocked. Virgil Hawk, how many cards do you have hidden? Preview of the next chapter. What secrets are hidden under the eye patch of the leader of the men in black? Can Elliot's live broadcast be launched amidst the hail of bullets? In the experimental log in the basement, the true identity of subject number 7 is about to be revealed. The musty smell of the storage room, mixed with the blood foam from the corners of James's mouth, penetrated into my nose. I stared at the row of black gun muzzles, and my Adam's apple moved. Samura's knife left a red mark on the side of James's neck, and his laughter was still stuck in his throat like a cut tape. Put the knife away, I said in a low voice. Samira's eyelashes trembled, but she didn't let go of the tip of the knife. There are 7 of them and 10 of us. She rubbed the anti-slip grooves of the handle with her fingertips. It was her habit when she was nervous, when she was chasing drug dealers in a Brooklyn warehouse last month. She touched the Nepalese machete inherited from her father in the same way. But they have guns. I scanned the insignia on the tactical uniforms, a faded eagle emblem that bore a passing resemblance to the Project Sonic logo I'd seen in an old file in Virgil's office. Natalie's veins bulged as she held the USB drive in her hand. The red light of the live broadcast device flickered on her glasses like a fire that could go out at any time. The masked man in the lead suddenly raised his chin, and his tactical boots rolled over the broken glass on the ground. The clicking sound was particularly clear in the closed storage room. I noticed that his little finger on his right hand was missing a section, and the callus at the base of the finger was white. This was a sign of long-term wearing of a sonic receiver, and it matched the description in the subject number 7 file that Philip showed me. Elliot Hudson. His voice sounded like sandpaper on metal. Mr. Virgil said you liked stories. Now hand over the USB drive and I'll let you walk out this door alive. Samira tightened her knife a little more, and James gasped in pain. I winked at her and bent down to pick up the live broadcast microphone on the ground. Alan had just installed a hidden camera on this thing yesterday, and now the lens was facing the eye patch man's Adam's apple.
We're going to broadcast it live. I deliberately emphasized the word live broadcast. Do you think New Yorkers would prefer to hear about nursing home caregivers kidnapping with guns? I paused. The story of the sonic weapon experiment subject.
The air froze for a moment. The eye patch man's left hand quietly reached for his tactical belt, where a square device was attached. Isabella had just told me last week that it was a signal jammer. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Victor typing rapidly on his phone, his hacking software scanning the other party's communication frequency. Philip stuck the stethoscope to the wall and used the echo to determine whether there was an ambush outside the door. I know you. Claire's voice came from behind. This mysterious woman, who always fed sparrows in the nursing home garden, was now standing up with the help of a metal shelf. The silver bracelet on her wrist swayed, and I remembered the experimental record I saw in the basement 3 days ago. Subject number 12 admitted to the hospital in July 1982, 90% vocal cord damage. There was always an inaudible friction sound in her throat when she spoke, exactly the same as the description in the record. The eye patch man's pupils shrank. Claire Miller. His voice softened as he spoke her name. You shouldn't have come back. I should come back. Claire took 2 steps forward, and Samira subconsciously tried to stop her, but I held her wrist. Claire's back overlapped with a nurse I had seen in an old photo from Sister Mary was written on the back of the photo, and the silver cross in Claire's wallet was the same model. You don't want evidence, you want Elliot. She turned to me. Virgil needs his absolute pitch to complete the last sonic resonance experiment. There were gasps coming from the storage room. Natalie's USB drive fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The eye patch man's right hand left the jammer, and I heard a slight ding sound from Victor's side. He successfully hacked into the other party's communication channel. You know the rules. The man with the eye patch's voice turned cold again. The experimental subjects have no right to negotiate. Then try this. Claire suddenly pulled open her collar, revealing a centipede-like scar below her collarbone, the shape of which was exactly the same as the combination lock on the safe in Virgil's office. March 17th, 1983, Lab 30, Toru 7, Area B. She spoke word by word. I have carried the amnesiac for you for 20 years. Now it's your turn to pay back. Something broke in the air. Blood was oozing from the edge of the eye patch of the man with the eye patch. He was gritting his teeth hard. I was counting the seconds. Alan had already switched the live broadcast signal to the backup server. Isabella's anti-interference device was starting up, and the red indicator lights were lighting up one by one. Do it. The eye patch man's voice was like a broken string. Samira was the first to move. Her knife cut James's sleeve, not his neck. I knew she had a backup plan, and the man's screams mixed with the click of bullets being loaded rang out. I rushed towards Natalie, and at the moment the USB flash drive was passed between us, a bullet grazed the tip of my ear and hit the shelf. Metal fragments splashed on my face, causing a burning pain. Claire was pushed to the ground and a silver bracelet rolled to my feet. When I picked it up, I felt the small words engraved on the inside. To Mary, 1982 T.61. That was the second day I was sent to the orphanage. Live broadcast starts. Alan's shout echoed in the chaos. I saw the red light of the camera sweep across the face of the man with the eye patch. He was pulling off the eye patch, revealing what was underneath. Idiot! Samira screamed above everything else. The moment I turned around, a bullet pierced my left shoulder. Warm blood seeped into my shirt, blurring the image in my field of vision. But I could clearly hear a low-frequency vibration mixed in with the beeping sound of the live broadcast equipment. That was the sound of Virgil's sonic weapon activating. The wound on my left shoulder was throbbing with pain amid the sound of the sirens, and there was still dried blood where Samira had gripped my wrist, like a red-hot iron pressed against my skin. When we rushed into the rented warehouse in Brooklyn, Lewis was running out of the inner room holding the last box of equipment. The back of his white shirt was soaked with sweat. When he saw us, he shouted, "Elliot, the door of the live studio has been pried open." My throat suddenly tightened. I personally checked the security here 3 days ago. The combination lock is military grade, adjusted by Victor, and there are steel bars welded to the windows. How could it be that the glass door at the end of the warehouse cracked into a spider web, and the broken pieces gleamed coldly on the ground? Alan knelt in front of the control console, his fingers picking at the torn fiber optic cable, his face flushed red. The camera lenses were all smashed, the capture card was burned and emitting black smoke, and even the rotor was disassembled into parts. When he looked up, his eyes behind the lenses were bloodshot. Someone sneaked in and dismantled everything that could be disassembled and destroyed everything that could be destroyed. Samira's fingers tapped on the door frame in a rapid rhythm. Her other hand was still holding the metal file box she had brought from the nursing home, and her knuckles were white. Where's the surveillance? The surveillance hard drive has been pulled out. Victor stood up from the corner. He was a former cybersecurity expert of the National Security Agency, NSA, but at this moment his face was gloomy. The other party wore gloves and didn't even leave footprints. But he raised his mobile phone. The screen showed a screenshot of the surveillance of the street outside the warehouse. At 3:17 in the morning, a figure in a hoodie climbed in from the fire escape. He was like a caregiver under Virgil, or worse, he might be a military man. The metal bump on the back of my neck suddenly began to feel hot, as if someone had burned it with a cigarette butt. That was the memory anchor Virgil planted in me to track and remind me that he was still watching. "How long will the live broadcast last?" I asked Natalie. She is our lawyer. She was wiping the wound on my shoulder with disinfectant cotton when she suddenly stopped. Originally scheduled for 2 hours, now all the equipment is useless, unless we can do it within an hour and a half. Impossible. Alan pulled off the headphone cord, which was limp in his hand. Even if we buy new equipment now, It will take 40 minutes to transport it from Manhattan, and at least half an hour to debug it. Wait. Isabella suddenly looked up from her toolkit. She was an electronic engineer and was using a multimeter to test the interface of the anti-jamming device. The anti-jamming device is not broken. Virgil's sonic weapon relies on low-frequency resonance to interfere with the signal. This machine can generate a reverse wave to offset it. She knocked on the metal casing. If we use it as a signal transmitter.
Philip, the acoustics expert who always wears a white coat straight, suddenly pushed up his glasses and said, "Live broadcast requires audio and video transmission. The power of the anti-jamming device is enough to cover a radius of 3 kilometers. As long as a portable camera and microphone are connected, the signal can theoretically be transmitted through its frequency band. Although the image quality will be poor, the sound will definitely be clear."
Where's the camera?
Samira asked. I have an old GoPro in my car. Louis raised his hand. I used it to take logistical notes last week. The battery is full. Microphone. I have one. Diane took off her collar mic. She was a reporter and had a miniature camera hanging on her necklace. It's a spare from the TV station. It can connect to a cell phone. Natalie suddenly laughed. She pressed the hemostatic patch on my wound with such force that it seemed like she was swearing an oath. I will bear the legal risks, as long as the signal can get out, even if the image quality is blurred into mosaics. The American audience will know how many bodies are buried in Virgil's laboratory. The air in the warehouse suddenly came alive. Alan began to remove the back cover of the anti-jamming device and forced the GoPro's high-definition multimedia interface, HDMI cable, into the reserved interface. Isabella squatted on the ground and used a welding gun to solder the microphone cable and the audio input port of the jammer together. Victor typed code on his laptop, trying to hack into the nearby Wi-Fi hotspot to act as a signal relay. Although primitive, it was better than nothing. I was helping Louise move an equipment rack when the burning sensation on the back of my neck suddenly intensified, as if someone was using a power drill to rub my bones. Samira noticed that I was frowning and was about to speak when the warehouse door was pushed open with a creaky sound. It's Claire. She was still wearing the same plain dress, without Mary's bracelet on her wrist, and was now clutching a crumpled note. I know where I can get a spare device. Everyone stopped moving. Claire remains a mystery in the nursing home. Who is she? Why do you keep staring at the old photos on the wall? Just now at the exit, she said. Mary's bracelet should be returned to its original owner, but Mary died in the orphanage fire in 1982, and her file stated that she had no relatives. Speak. Samira put her hands on her waist, where the pepper spray she never took off was pinned. Claire pushed the note over. On it was the address of a Brooklyn dock. That's Virgil's spare warehouse. He uses it to store experimental equipment. When I was sorting out supplies for him 3 days ago, I saw a full set of live broadcast equipment inside. Cameras, acquisition cards, and even satellite signal transmitters. She raised her eyes, her pupils glowing coldly in the shadows. But there are 4 thugs guarding it, and there are patrols outside the warehouse. Why are you helping us? I asked. She touched her empty wrist. The inside of Mary's bracelet was engraved with "For Claire," she said softly. I grew up in an orphanage, number 1982-07, in the same batch as Mary. She always folded candy wrappers into stars and stuffed them into my hands. Later, she turned her face away. Later, Virgil said that she died of pneumonia, but I saw in the nursing home's files that she was the 13th sample of the failed experiment. The warehouse was so quiet that you could hear the hissing sound of the welding gun cooling down. Samira glanced at me, and I knew what she was thinking. There was only an hour left, and even with the anti-jammer, the signal stability was only 60% certain, and Virgil's sonic weapon could be activated again at any time, disrupting our last chance. Go. I grabbed my coat. Louis, stay, and watch the equipment, and the others follow me. The wind from the dock, carrying the salty smell of the sea, blew into my collar. We hid behind an abandoned container and Claire pointed to a warehouse 200 meters away. The iron door was locked. 2 men in black work clothes were leaning against the wall smoking, and 2 others were patrolling around the warehouse. The searchlight swept across the ground every 3 minutes, casting swaying shadows on the ground. The satellite transmitter is on the 2nd floor, Claire said. The equipment box is on the 3rd shelf on the left. It has a red seal. Samira took out her cell phone and quickly pressed a few keys. That was the signal for the appointment with Victor. A car horn was heard in the distance, and the 2 patrolling thugs turned their heads subconsciously. Isabella took the opportunity to throw a rope hook from the top of the container and accurately hooked the drain pipe on the eaves of the warehouse. As we filed up, the metal bump on the back of our necks was so hot it almost burned through our skin. I touched that place and suddenly remembered the record in the nursing home archives. Memory anchor point is not only used for tracking, but when the host's emotions fluctuate violently, it will trigger low-frequency resonance and interfere with the cerebral cortex. Virgil may be reminding me that he knows we are coming. The door to the 2nd floor of the warehouse was ajar. Samira squeezed in first, and I followed closely behind her, but stopped the moment I stepped through the door. In the shadows between the shelves stood 7 or 8 men in black work clothes. The stun guns in their hands flashed blue light. The leader took off his hat, revealing a hideous scar on the left side of his face. He was Virgil's personal bodyguard, the grizzly bear who chased ours in Harlem last week. Elliot Hudson. Grizzly grinned, the electric baton crackling in his palm. Mr. Virgil said that he is looking forward to your live broadcast today. More footsteps were heard from downstairs. I counted them, and there were at least 15 people, including those at the door. Samira stepped back to my side and quietly hooked her hand around my little finger. Just like when she was in the nursing home, the blood-stained finger was held tightly. The burning sensation at the back of my neck had turned into a burning pain, as if a fire was about to burn out of my bones. I could hear my own heartbeat drowning out all the noise, drowning out the bear's laughter, drowning out the footsteps approaching downstairs. There are only 40 minutes left. I took a deep breath. The blood from my left shoulder flowed down my ribs, and I could smell the smell of rust exploding in my nostrils. James's men approached with modified shotguns, bullets hitting the shelves and sparks flying. Samira's tactical knife cut a bloody wound on his wrist, but the madman seemed to be unconscious and hit her temple with the butt of the gun with his backhand. Sammy! I rushed over and crushed Claire's silver bracelet. The metal fragments pierced my feet, and my knees went weak in pain. The live camera was still shaking, and Alan shouted in the headset, "The backup server can't take it anymore. Virgil's people are hacking us." Isabella's anti-interference device made a shrill sound, and the sound was like a needle piercing my brain. Absolute pitch is a curse at this time. I can clearly distinguish 12 different electronic waves, one of which is rising in frequency. It is Virgil's sonic weapon, more dangerous than before. "Get behind the medicine shelf." Philip pulled me. His white coat was stained with blood. Anna was squatting in the corner, rummaging through the metal box she had stolen from the nursing home's archives. The documents inside were scattered all over the floor. I glanced at the top one, which read, "Memory transplant subject num." The child in the photo had a teardrop mole on his left eye, exactly the same as the photo in my orphanage's archives. 3 more of James's men rushed forward. Their movements were so coordinated that they looked like programmed puppets. Samira leaned against me, the knife flashing between her fingers. They injected nerve blockers. Her voice was very light. The pain threshold was adjusted to the highest, and ordinary injuries can't stop it at all. My heart was pounding and the blood was sticking my shirt to my skin. The alarm on the backup server suddenly changed its tone, and Alan shouted, "They cut off the signal. The live broadcast will be disconnected in 30 seconds. Wait." I stared at the documents at my feet. A yellowed surgical record floated to James's feet, and his leather shoes rolled over the words "brain slice." We pried it out from the safe in the dean's office. Virgil used the nursing home as a cover to continue the sonic experiment from 1982, and the experimental subjects were the orphans who were illegally adopted that year, including me.
Elliot?
Samira's hand rested on my injured shoulder. I gasped in pain, but her body heat shone through the blood-soaked fabric.
What did you think of?
I stared at the documents under my feet and suddenly remembered the look in Claire's eyes when she looked at the metal box when she was pushed down. Not fear, but relief. The words on the inside of the silver bracelet are still hot in my palm. To Mary. Mary was a caregiver at the orphanage at that time. I remember that she always hid candies in her apron pockets. Later on the day she resigned, I was hiding in the closet and heard the director say, "Clean it up." "Natalie, Diane," I yelled at the top of my lungs. Lawyers and reporters poked their heads out from behind cover. "Take these documents and show them to them." I pointed to the surgical records, transfer slips, and a photo of the experimental subject, who looked like me on the ground. "Tell them that we have all the evidence of Virgil's crimes, including their identities." "Are you crazy?" Samira grabbed me. "They will kill them, but they won't." I stared at the nearest thug. The muzzle of his gun was shaking, although his movements were mechanical. His pupils were contracting. Virgil didn't tell them that these documents can turn them from executors into victims. I remembered the surveillance footage I saw in the basement of the nursing home. When those men in white coats injected drugs into the thugs, the camera scanned their ID cards. All of them were missing persons. Natalie folded the documents neatly. Diane held up her cell phone to record the video, and the two walked towards the encirclement back to back. James's men pointed their guns at them, but when Natalie turned to the first page of the surgical record, the thug closest to her suddenly froze. He stared at the experimental subject in the photo. His Adam's apple moved, and I saw a light pink scar on the inside of his wrist. Exactly the same location as the implanted sound wave receiver I saw in the basement files. "Do you think you are his knife?" I stood up, covering my wound. Blood dripped onto the document, spreading a red smudge. "He injected you with blockers and implanted receivers in you, turning you into monsters that can't hear pain, but it's clearly written in these documents." I kicked the transfer slip at my feet. "After each experimental subject dies, he can get $500,000 from the military. You are alive now because he hasn't collected enough data." The thug's gun dropped 2 inches. Another suddenly pulled off his collar, revealing a metal bulge on his collarbone, exactly the same shape as the bulge on the back of my neck that I had seen in the mirror. "We have live video, DNA reports, and bank statements." Diane held up her phone, the camera scanning each document. "Quit now, we can prove that you are the victim. If you continue," she sneered, "tomorrow, all the screens in New York will read Virgil's murderous puppet." The tall man in the middle suddenly turned the gun and aimed it at James. His voice was hoarse like the friction of metal. "You said, we are a special operations team." James's face twisted. "Idiot. Kill them." Bang. The tall man's bullet grazed James's ear and hit the wall. The other thugs lowered their guns one after another. A young man even cried. He touched the scar on his wrist and said, "My sister, she has been looking for me for 3 years." Samira grabbed my hand. Our fingers were bloody, but we held it tightly. Alan shouted in the headset, "The signal is restored. The number of viewers has exceeded 1 million. Isabella's anti-interference device suddenly made a long beep, and I frowned. The low-frequency vibration was still there, but weaker than before. Virgil's sonic weapon. Was it interfered with by our live broadcast? "Let's go." Samira pulled me towards the exit. Philip and Anna held the briefcases, and Natalie and Diane protected them. Claire stood there without moving. She touched her empty wrist and smiled at me. Mary's bracelet should be returned to its original owner. The iron door of the exit slammed shut behind me. I looked back at the sign of the nursing home, which was glowing coldly in the night. The injury on my left shoulder hurt badly, but what hurt even more was the back of my neck. The metal protrusion was getting hot, as if reminding me that Virgil's experiment was not over yet. I could hear sirens in the distance, and Diane shouted into the phone, "This is the Harlem nursing home, and we have evidence of illegal military experiments." But my attention was grabbed by another voice. A faint sound of bees wafted in the wind, sharper and closer than before. That was Virgil's sonic weapon, recalibrating its frequency. He won't give up just like that. And we have just torn open a corner of the curtain. The wound on my left shoulder was throbbing with pain amid the sound of the sirens, and there was still dried blood where Samira had gripped my wrist, like a red-hot iron pressed against my skin. When we rushed into the rented warehouse in Brooklyn, Louis was running out of the inner room holding the last box of equipment. The back of his white shirt was soaked with sweat. When he saw us, he shouted, "Elliot, the door of the live studio has been pried open." My throat suddenly tightened. I personally checked the security here 3 days ago. The combination lock is military grade, adjusted by Victor, and there are steel bars welded to the windows. How could it be that the glass door at the end of the warehouse cracked into a spider web, and the broken pieces gleamed coldly on the ground? Alan knelt in front of the control console, his fingers picking at the torn fiber optic cable. His face flushed red. The camera lenses were all smashed. The capture card was burned and emitting black smoke, and even the rotor was disassembled into parts. When he looked up, his eyes behind the lenses were bloodshot. Someone sneaked in and dismantled everything that could be disassembled and destroyed everything that could be destroyed. Samira's fingers tapped on the door frame in a rapid rhythm. Her other hand was still holding the metal file box she had brought from the nursing home, and her knuckles were white. "Where's the surveillance?" "The surveillance hard drive has been pulled out." Victor stood up from the corner. He was a former cybersecurity expert of the National Security Agency, NSA, but at this moment his face was gloomy. The other party wore gloves and didn't even leave footprints. But he raised his mobile phone. The screen showed a screenshot of the surveillance of the street outside the warehouse. At 3:17 in the morning, a figure in a hoodie climbed in from the fire escape. He was like a caregiver under Virgil, or worse, he might be a military man. The metal bump on the back of my neck suddenly began to feel hot, as if someone had burned it with a cigarette butt. That was the memory anchor Virgil planted in me to track and remind me that he was still watching. "How long will the live broadcast last?" I asked Natalie. She is our lawyer. She was wiping the wound on my shoulder with disinfectant cotton when she suddenly stopped. Originally scheduled for 2 hours, now all the equipment is useless. Unless we can do it within an hour and a half. Impossible. Alan pulled off the headphone cord, which was limp in his hand. Even if we buy new equipment now, it will take 40 minutes to transport it from Manhattan, and at least half an hour to debug it. Wait. Isabella suddenly looked up from her toolkit. She was an electronic engineer and was using a multimeter to test the interface of the anti-jamming device. The anti-jamming device is not broken. Virgil's sonic weapon relies on low-frequency resonance to interfere with the signal. This machine can generate a reverse wave to offset it. She knocked on the metal casing. If we use it as a signal transmitter, Philip, the acoustics expert who always wears a white coat straight, suddenly pushed up his glasses and said, "Live broadcast requires audio and video transmission. The power of the anti-jamming device is enough to cover a radius of 3 kilometers as long as a portable camera and microphone are connected. The signal can theoretically be transmitted through its frequency band. Although the image quality will be poor, the sound will definitely be clear." "Where's the camera?" Samira asked. "I have an old GoPro in my car." Luis raised his hand. "I used it to take logistical notes last week. The battery is full." "Microphone?" "I have one." Diane took off her collar mic. She was a reporter and had a miniature camera hanging on her necklace. "It's a spare from the TV station. It can connect to a cell phone." Natalie suddenly laughed. She pressed the hemostatic patch on my wound with such force that it seemed like she was swearing an oath. I will bear the legal risks, as long as the signal can get out. Even if the image quality is blurred into mosaics, the American audience will know how many bodies are buried in Virgil's laboratory. The air in the warehouse suddenly came alive. Alan began to remove the back cover of the anti-jamming device and forced the GoPro's high-definition multimedia interface, HDMI cable, into the reserved interface. Isabella squatted on the ground and used a welding gun to solder the microphone cable and the audio input port of the jammer together. Victor typed code on his laptop, trying to hack into the nearby Wi-Fi hotspot to act as a signal relay. Although primitive, it was better than nothing. I was helping Louis move an equipment rack when the burning sensation on the back of my neck suddenly intensified, as if someone was using a power drill to rub my bones. Samira noticed that I was frowning and was about to speak when the warehouse door was pushed open with a creaky sound. It's Claire. She was still wearing the same plain dress, without Mary's bracelet on her wrist, and was now clutching a crumpled note. I know where I can get a spare device. Everyone stopped moving. Claire remains a mystery in the nursing home. Who is she? Why do you keep staring at the old photos on the wall? Just now at the exit, she said. Mary's bracelet should be returned to its original owner, but Mary died in the orphanage fire in 1982, and her file stated that she had no relatives. Speak. Samira put her hands on her waist, where the pepper spray she never took off was pinned. Claire pushed the note over. On it was the address of a Brooklyn dock. That's Virgil's spare warehouse. He uses it to store experimental equipment. When I was sorting out supplies for him 3 days ago, I saw a full set of live broadcast equipment inside. Cameras, acquisition cards, and even satellite signal transmitters. She raised her eyes, her pupils glowing coldly in the shadows. But there are 4 thugs guarding it, and there are patrols outside the warehouse. Why are you helping us? I asked. She touched her empty wrist. The inside of Mary's bracelet was engraved with "For Claire." She said softly, I grew up in an orphanage, number 198207, in the same batch as Mary. She always folded candy wrappers into stars and stuffed them into my hands. Later, she turned her face away. Later, Virgil said that she died of pneumonia. But I saw in the nursing home's files that she was the 13th sample of the failed experiment. The warehouse was so quiet that you could hear the hissing sound of the welding gun cooling down. Samira glanced at me, and I knew what she was thinking. There was only an hour left, and even with the anti-jammer, the signal stability was only 60% certain, and Virgil's sonic weapon could be activated again at any time, disrupting our last chance. Go. I grabbed my coat. Louis, stay and watch the equipment, and the others follow me. The wind from the dock, carrying the salty smell of the sea, blew into my collar. We hid behind an abandoned container, and Claire pointed to a warehouse 200 meters away. The iron door was locked. 2 men in black work clothes were leaning against the wall smoking, and 2 others were patrolling around the warehouse. The searchlight swept across the ground every 3 minutes, casting swaying shadows on the ground. The satellite transmitter is on the 2nd floor, Claire said. The equipment box is on the 3rd shelf on the left. It has a red seal. Samira took out her cell phone and quickly pressed a few keys. That was the signal for the appointment with Victor. A car horn was heard in the distance, and the 2 patrolling thugs turned their heads subconsciously. Isabella took the opportunity to throw a rope hook from the top of the container and accurately hooked the drain pipe on the eaves of the warehouse. As we filed up, the metal bump on the back of our necks was so hot, it almost burned through our skin. I touched that place, and suddenly remembered the record in the nursing home archives. Memory anchor point is not only used for tracking, but when the host's emotions fluctuate violently, it will trigger low-frequency resonance and interfere with the cerebral cortex. Virgil may be reminding me that he knows we are coming. The door to the 2nd floor of the warehouse was ajar. Samira squeezed in first, and I followed closely behind her, but stopped the moment I stepped through the door. In the shadows between the shelves stood 7 or 8 men in black work clothes. The stun guns in their hands flashed blue light. The leader took off his hat, revealing a hideous scar on the left side of his face. He was Virgil's personal bodyguard, the grizzly bear who chased ours in Harlem last week. Elliot Hudson. Grizzly grinned, the electric baton crackling in his palm. Mr. Virgil said that he is looking forward to your live broadcast today. More footsteps were heard from downstairs. I counted them, and there were at least 15 people, including those at the door. Samira stepped back to my side and quietly hooked her hand around my little finger. Just like when she was in the nursing home, the blood-stained finger was held tightly. The burning sensation at the back of my neck had turned into a burning pain, as if a fire was about to burn out of my bones. I could hear my own heartbeat drowning out all the noise, drowning out the bear's laughter, drowning out the footsteps approaching downstairs. There are only 40 minutes left. I took a deep breath. I stared at the searchlights on the other side of the river, my Adam's apple aching from the tape in the waterproof bag. Infrasound rolled out from the helicopter propeller, like an invisible hand clutching my temple. Absolute pitch became the most vicious curse at this moment, and every frequency vibration was so clear that it made me want to bang my head against the wall. Use Isabella's anti-jammer. Samira's voice was like a piece of cold iron, piercing my buzzing head. She swiped her finger across the screen of her phone. The red dots of warehouse number 17 in the satellite image were so dense that they looked like ink. The equipment she gave me last week can cover 200 meters of electromagnetic interference. The thermal imager will identify us as stray cats. I looked up suddenly. Isabella was an old electronics engineer I met at a scrapyard in Queens 3 months ago. She was squatting in the wreckage of a radio and said, "All surveillance is like old dogs that take naps." We helped her find her stolen grandson, and she handed Samira an iron box, saying, "Keep it for your life." It turned out that this was her life-saving gift. "Tom?" I turned to the hacker huddled in the corner of the alley. He was biting his nails. The warehouse's searchlight reflected on his glasses. It takes 3 minutes to interfere with their electronic door, and the thermal imaging delay is 5 seconds. But he pushed his glasses up. They have backup routes, and I can only weaken the defense. Emily suddenly tugged at my sleeve. Her analysis book was still stained with dust from the hole in the wall, and her knuckles were white from clenching too hard. I checked the military's report on sonic weapons. They use 15 Hz infrasound to create panic. If I use 20 Hz reverse coverage, she took out the portable amplifier on her waist. It can make their ears pop up first. Samira had already begun unfastening the buckle of her tactical vest. She had a modified air rifle on her back, which she had borrowed from a gunsmith in Harlem last week. I took David around to the west side, where there were abandoned freight tracks. When the searchlights are messed up, we'll set off flares. She suddenly stopped and put her hand on my shoulder. "You take the anti-jammer and the tape and rush to the main gate." Too risky. My throat tightened. Last time at the old hospital in the Bronx, we were surrounded and trapped because we divided our forces. "You're going to die if you don't take chances." She traced the old scar just below my collarbone from the orphanage fire in 1982. They're waiting for Elliot Hudson, not us. The roar of a helicopter in the distance suddenly rose. I covered my ears, and the low-frequency vibrations penetrated into my brain through my bone marrow. Samira's mouth said ready, and Tom's finger was already on the enter key on his laptop. 3. Emily's voice was like a taut string. 2. David checked the flare, the match striking sparks in his palm. 1. Tom typed the last character on his keyboard. The searchlight suddenly exploded into a strobing spot of light. The green light from the thermal imager was distorted into garbled characters, and the barrels of the automatic machine gun array swung back and forth as if possessed by a demon. Emily pressed the loudspeaker switch, and the 20 hertz sound waves spread like an invisible fog. I saw the nearest soldiers covering their ears. Some staggered and knocked over the roadblocks, and some fired into the air. Go! Samira's airgun made a muffled sound, and 3 red and yellow flares suddenly rose from the west side. The black figures outside the warehouse surged westward like a tide, leaving half of the passage at the main entrance empty. I stuffed the anti-jamming device into my arms, and the edge of the tape pressed against my chest. I pulled Samira's tactical vest over and put it on. She slapped my back so hard it hurt. Remember, they have to be alive. The wind rushed into my throat as I ran. The red dots of the automatic machine gun array jumped around my feet, but every time it was about to lock, the barrel would deflect strangely. Tom's interference was still working. When they were still 20 meters away from the warehouse gate, the sound waves from the loudspeaker suddenly made a piercing sound, and Emily's scream was mixed in. The frequency is covered. They're using 18 hertz to suppress. My temples were buzzing. Absolute pitch is like being thrown into a paper shredder, and all sounds are distorted into sharp, buzzing sounds. The anti-jamming device felt hot in my arms. The moment I touched the switch, the iron door creaked open a crack. It was not an electronic door, but human power. Elizabeth White stood behind the door. She was still wearing the same military uniform, with her shoulder straps glowing coldly under the searchlight. There was a new scar on the left side of his face, running from his brow to his jaw, like a hideous centipede. She didn't have a gun in her hand, but she was holding a silver device, exactly the same thing I remembered the man in the white coat holding in. "Welcome, Elliot." Her voice was tinged with infrasonic vibrations. Or should I call you subject? More figures suddenly emerged from behind the door. They were dressed in black like the soldiers, but they did not carry guns. The man in the front was wearing noise-canceling headphones, with the wire running down his neck into his collar. The woman in the middle had a silver bracelet on her wrist, the metal surface engraved with the same Morse code as on the old wall of the orphanage. The last one, I stopped suddenly. His eyes were cloudy gray, exactly the same as Virgil Hawk's patient whom I had seen in the nursing home surveillance. Elizabeth smiled. She pressed a button on the silver device, and a familiar frequency drilled into my bones. The tape in the waterproof bag suddenly became hot, and the sound of rain in 1982, the crying of babies and the footsteps of people in white coats exploded in my mind. The anti-jammer vibrated in the palm of my hand. I saw Samira rushing over from the west, the air rifle bullet flying past Elizabeth's ear. Tom waving at the alley, his laptop screen flashing red. Emily was still pulling the loudspeaker, her throat red from shouting. But the figures behind the door moved. The man wearing headphones rushed over first. His running posture was like a precision instrument, and each step was in rhythm with infrasound waves. Electricity seeped out of the fingertips of the woman with a bracelet, and a burnt smell wafted through the air. The patient with gray eyes opened her mouth and let out a low-frequency scream like the one on the operating table in her memory. My migraine is splitting open. The cassette got hot in the waterproof bag and made my skin red. Elizabeth's voice was mixed in with the infrasound, like a fine needle piercing into the brain. "Do you want to know why your mother threw you into an orphanage? Want to know who started the fire in night?" I gripped the anti-jammer tightly and flipped the switch. All the searchlights went out at this moment. In the darkness, I heard Elizabeth's sneer and the approaching footsteps of those people behind the door. The warehouse door slowly closes behind him, and some sticky liquid flows out from the crack of the door, with a smell of rust. In the darkness, hands rested on my shoulders, and the temperature was as cold as the corridor of an orphanage in the winter of... The sound of the siren was like a rusty steel needle, drilling deep into my ear canal. I stared at the spot on the waterproof bag where Samira had pressed. My fingertips were still hot from the message she had just sent me in Morse code. "There is a freight truck at 3 o'clock, and the trunk is unlocked." "Elliot!" Tom pulled my sleeve, his hacker glasses tilted on the bridge of his nose.
The surveillance in the safe house shows that the military is surrounding us from 4 directions, and the closest team is only 20 meters away from the back door. I grabbed the redacted paper floating on the table. The words written with lemon juice looked like a golden poisonous snake in the sunlight. Emily came over, her memory analysis book still spread out on the table. Infrasonic weapons require resonant frequency, and the code says the key is in the vocal cords of the surviving child. The sound of your childhood surgery might be the frequency they are looking for. David stuffed the last half of the sandwich into his mouth. The satellite image glowed coldly on his phone screen. The dead forest in St. Clair has not grown new trees for 20 years. It matches the timeline of the military sonic experiment report I checked. They might be using orphans as living resonators. The vibration of the siren suddenly became louder, and my Adam's apple started to ache. It was as if someone had forcibly opened the gate of absolute pitch, and the sound waves in the air materialized into ripples in my mind. A low frequency of 17 hertz, exactly the same as the humming sound on the operating table in my memory. My temples began to throb, the price of overuse, but I couldn't care less at the moment. Listen, I suppressed the sweet taste rising in my throat. Tom, go to the basement and dismantle that old server. Use the capacitors inside to make an electromagnetic jammer. The military's communications and thermal imagers are electromagnetically sensitive equipment, and the interference range can cover 3 blocks. Tom's eyes lit up. It will take 10 minutes, but we need to connect the safe house circuit to the jammer. I'll help you connect the wires. David pulled off the silver chain on his collar, which was a cross left by his grandmother. Use this as a temporary conductor. Silver has good conductivity. Samira withdrew the binoculars from the window, her hair stained with broken glass from the window kick. There are 7 people in front wearing tactical vests. 3 of them are carrying stun guns. They thought we were going to run out the back door, but the truck was at 3 o'clock. She pointed to the east fire escape. There's an abandoned electrical box there that blocks thermal imaging. Emily stuffed a stack of encrypted files into her messenger bag and said, David and I will continue to crack it, and we will follow at the end when you break out. Remember, Virgil's photo in 1982 appeared in the comments, which means there are insiders among the live audience who may be able to provide support. I touched the old tape in the waterproof bag. The voice print of the murder scene in 1982 was still sleeping in it. Keep the live broadcast open. I forced a smile at the camera. Let them see that we are not lambs to be slaughtered. I heard the crunch of leather boots on gravel as Tom's screwdriver struck sparks on the metal casing. The military has arrived.
Jammer activated.
Tom's roar was mixed with electrical noise. The lights in the safe house suddenly flashed, and the searchlight outside the window went out with a click, like a wild dog with its neck strangled. There was a shrill buzzing sound coming from the communicator, and I saw several figures in tactical uniforms milling around in the darkness, their headsets pressed against their faces, apparently shouting, "Repeat, repeat." Samira, I patted her shoulder. She threw 2 flash grenades with her backhand, and the orange-white light exploded instantly. I saw the cold light in her eyes, exactly the same as when she dealt with the human traffickers in the old alleys of Harlem last time. "This way," she yelled and ran towards the main entrance. The stones kicked up by her tactical boots hit the wall and successfully led away the 4 pursuers. I crouched down with Emily and David into the fire escape. Behind us we heard the crackling sound of the stun gun, and Samira's deliberately exaggerated gasps. "You caught the wrong person. I'm a neighborhood detective." The metal sheet of the transformer box scratched the back of my hand. Emily's bag strap was caught on the rusty wire mesh. When I helped her pull it off, I touched the hard metal tube in the bag, the anti-wolf spray she used for self-defense. Quick, David opened a pile of old cardboard boxes in front, revealing a hole in the wall that was only wide enough for 1 person to pass through. 10 years ago, this was an underground wine cellar. I found it when I checked the satellite map last week. There was a musty smell coming from the hole in the wall,
and my absolute pitch suddenly detected something unusual. There was a slight breathing sound 3 meters away on the right, with a frequency of 60 times per minute, which was slower than normal breathing. It was a well-trained soldier. "Stop." I grabbed David by the back of his collar. The light at the end of the hole in the wall was suddenly covered by shadows, and a woman in a black windbreaker stepped in. Her blonde hair was tied into a neat ponytail at the back of her head. It was Elizabeth White. She pointed the gun at my forehead, the barrel still warm from her body temperature. "Mr. Hudson, you're harder to catch than I thought." Emily's pepper spray was hot in my pocket. I stared at her headset, and there was a rustling sound of electricity coming from it. Tom's jammer was still working, and her communication was cut off. "Do you know about St. Clair's sound wave experiment?" I deliberately raised my voice. "Orphans in 1982. Their vocal cords were made into keys." "Shut up." Her pupils shrank and her finger tightened on the trigger. Suddenly, Samira screamed from outside the hole in the wall. "Elliot, they're going to burn down the safe house." Elizabeth's eyes flickered, and I took the opportunity to knock her wrist away, spraying the pepper spray accurately into her eyes. She covered her eyes and stepped back, knocking over an old wine barrel in the hole in the wall. The clanging sound startled the pursuers outside, and they shouted, "Agent White is in there. Go." I pushed Emily through the hole in the wall. David was already waving from the alley outside. Samira came running around the corner, a hole burned through her sleeve by the stun gun. "The jammer will last 3 minutes. Follow me." We ran 3 blocks before the sirens were finally behind us. Tom emerged from behind a garbage truck at the end of the alley, holding the smoking jammer, the hem of his shirt on fire, flapping his hands and shouting. It worked. Their communication network was down for at least half an hour. Emily opened her analysis book. The pages were stained with dust from the hole in the wall. "I've cracked it. The experiment was conducted at Warehouse 17 at Brooklyn Pier. With the coordinates." Her voice suddenly paused, and the blue light of her mobile phone screen reflected her pale face. "Satellite images show that there are 7 military trucks there, with searchlights covering a radius of 500 meters, thermal imaging cameras and automatic machine gun arrays." Samira snatches the phone. The night wind blew up the strands of hair on her forehead, and I saw her Adam's apple move, as if she was swallowing something. The roar of a helicopter could be heard in the distance. This time it was not a siren, but a duller low-frequency vibration. The frequency was exactly the same as the infrasound waves during the surgery in my memory. "They're waiting for us." I touched my Adam's apple. The tape in the waterproof bag was hurting my chest. In the direction of the Brooklyn Pier, the white light of the searchlight pierced the night sky, drawing a few bright streaks in the sky, like some long-awaited mark. We stood at the entrance of the alley and looked at warehouse number 17 on the other side of the river. All the searchlights there suddenly turned, and the lights intertwined into a web, illuminating the densely packed black figures outside the warehouse. The one in the lead raised the telescope. Even though we were far apart, her lips moved. I knew what she was saying, without having to read her lips. "Welcome." The fluorescent lights in the safe house above my head made crackling sounds. I spread the documents on the table, and the oil stains at the bottom of the coffee cup immediately spread out, just like the traces of water seepage in the basement of the orphanage. Samira had already taken off her wet coat and draped it over the back of a chair. The raindrops from the ends of her hair formed a puddle at her collarbone, but she seemed unconscious as her fingertips quickly ran across the wrinkled pages of the document. There are 3 dates sandwiched in this pile of terms: November 5, 1982, March 17, 1983, and February 29, 1984. The last one is a leap day, which is unusual. Emily pushed her gold-rimmed glasses, and her finger paused on the line of words memory reconstruction threshold. November 5th is the rainy night you mentioned, right? I checked, and New York had the heaviest rain in 20 years that day. The document mentioned the anchoring effect of infrasonic resonance frequency and childhood traumatic memory. Maybe they are using extreme weather to create a specific sound wave environment. She opened the leather notebook she carried with her, which was densely filled with the details I described in my last memory flashback. The coldness of the metal table, the smell of disinfectant mixed with rust, and the pain of the watch scratching my skin when the man in the white coat held my arm. You said you heard a buzzing sound during the operation. What's the frequency? I closed my eyes. Absolute pitch is like a carving knife, carving out the sounds of 20 years ago from memory. 17 hertz. I heard my voice become hoarse. It was very low, and it hurt my eardrums. I thought it was thunder. Tom's mechanical keyboard suddenly exploded with a series of tapping sounds, and his face turned blue in the blue light of the screen. 17 hertz. Infrasound, which is inaudible to human ears, but can be felt. There is a piece of encrypted data in the file. I tried using the voice print as a key. Fuck, it's unlocked. He turned the screen, and green codes poured down like a waterfall, finally stopping at a line of coordinates. 40 purge 49 north latitude, 73 purge 57 west longitude, north of Harlem, abandoned Sinclair's asylum. Richard suddenly started coughing. The archivist who always hid his military badge necklace in his shirt was staring at the coordinates in a daze. Sinclair was recruited by the military in the early 1980s, saying he was doing a post-traumatic stress disorder treatment experiment. But I've seen internal reports, they call it the Atlas Project. The giant holding up the sky in Greek mythology. How ironic. He loosened his tie and his Adam's apple moved. Did you notice the abnormal sample survival rate in the file? The official record of the group of children in 1982 was collectively died of pneumonia, but the actual survival rate was... Goosebumps suddenly appeared on the back of my neck. Samira's pen tip broke on the paper with a click, and ink dripped onto the 3 words survival rate. The blurred marks looked like a deformed flower. 37%, she repeated. Elliot, how many children were there in your orphanage during the same period? 27. I heard my voice trembling. On November 5, 1982, I huddled on the carpet in the orphanage corridor, watching the nurses push metal beds on wheels to take people from room to room. When the hem of my mother's raincoat brushed across the tip of my nose, I shouted, "Don't leave me here." But later, everyone told me that the little mute who was sent to the operating room never made a sound. Emily suddenly grabbed my wrist. In your flashback, there was an instrument on the operating table that you said looked like a silver phonograph. She opened her notebook and drew a crooked disc. The document mentioned a vocal cord frequency calibrator that stimulates the recurrent laryngeal nerve through infrasound waves to change the vocal structure. Elliot, the scar on your Adam's apple is not a treatment for loss of voice. It's a transformation. I touched my neck, and the pale pink scar was now hot. Tom's keyboard started to buzz again, this time with a rapid alarm. Fuck, there's an IP locating us. It's military-grade tracking. They hacked my hotspot. He flicked his fingers to cut the connection, but the little red dot in the corner of the screen began to flash. They'll find this place in 10 minutes at most. Samira stood up suddenly, and the chair made a harsh sound on the ground. She grabbed the documents on the table and stuffed them into a waterproof bag, then threw another one to me. Sinclair's coordinates, Richard. Are you sure that place can still be used? Richard's military badge dangled under his shirt, and he suddenly pulled off his necklace and slammed it on the table. There is an old ventilation duct on the 3rd underground floor, and the exit is in the alley behind the church. I peeked at the blueprint when I helped them move the files. David poked his head out of the kitchen, half a sandwich still clutched in his hand. I checked the satellite map of St. Clair, and there's a dead forest in the northwest corner. No new trees have grown in 20 years. Long-term radiation of infrasound will kill plants, right? His voice suddenly paused because of the sound of sirens outside the window. It wasn't your average police siren. It was a low, vibrating hum. Exactly the same sound I remembered from surgery. Samira stuffed the waterproof bag into my arms. and pressed her fingertips on the back of my hand, as if typing in Morse code. I heard myself say, "The live broadcast is still on." The barrage of comments in the background was scrolling wildly, and someone posted an old photo. St. Clair's Mental Hospital in 1982, with a man in a white coat standing under the porch. His profile was exactly the same as Virgil's. The sirens were getting closer, and Tom kicked open the back window of the safe house. The wind blew in, making the documents on the table rustle. A piece of paper floated up and landed on the two words vocal cords that I drew. The certificate written with lemon juice glowed pale gold in the sunlight. The key to the sonic weapon is in the vocal cords of the child who survives. I touched my Adam's apple. This time I heard my own heartbeat. The frequency was exactly the same as the infrasound waves on that rainy night in my memory. The rustling sound of the printer spitting out paper was crushed by the sound of the door slamming. Rainwater poured in through the broken window of the archives management office, and the tape box in my arms was oozing with coldness. When I bent over to pick up the documents just now, the accumulated water on the windowsill flowed in through the crack in the box lid, and now I could feel the tape inside swelling in the dampness. "Hudson," Elizabeth's voice was like a rusty knife. "Put down what you have in your hand. The military has the right to arrest you for endangering national security." Behind her were 6 soldiers in tactical vests, the muzzles of their assault rifles flashing coldly in the rain and fog. Samira stood to my right, the metal can of pepper spray leaving a red mark on her palm. Tom huddled behind a filing cabinet, his fingertips still on the touchpad of his laptop. He had just used the thermal imager to scan out all the ambush positions, but now the red dots were approaching from all directions. The back passage. I lowered my voice, the rain dripping down my hair and into the back of my neck. "I saw it just now when I was looking for a document. It's at the back of the archive room. The ventilation duct was rebuilt and can only accommodate 2 people." Samira's eyelashes trembled, and the rain condensed into water beads at the corners of her eyes. "You take the documents, and we will cover you."
No.
I touched the tape box in my arms. Virgil's signature was still at the bottom of the document, and the ink was smudged by the rain, leaving a blue mark. "We have to use Richard." Richard Brown huddled in the corner, the back of his white shirt wet, like a piece of paper stuck to the wall. He is a military archivist. 3 days ago, I exchanged half a bottle of whiskey for half a night of silence while he was on duty. He said that when he was sorting out the archives of the Virgil project, he always dreamed of the children in the orphanage. Their names were blackened, like butterflies poured into a shredder. Now I grabbed his wrist and pulled him to the middle. "Go tell Elizabeth that you can prove that those documents are forged."
What?
His throat rolled. "She wants to destroy the evidence, not kill people." I shoved the documents at him. "You are a certified military archivist. If you say these are fake, she will hesitate." Elizabeth's soldiers were already 5 meters close. I could hear Samira's breathing, like a taut string. Tom's computer made a faint hum as he hacked into the military's weapons system, and the sound of the keyboard tapping was masked by the sound of the rain, like a heartbeat. Richard's hands were shaking as he held the document. Rain dripped down the pages, and Virgil's signature gradually blurred into a blue mass.
He suddenly looked up at Elizabeth, his voice trembling but exceptionally clear. "Colonel, these files are the remnants of the technical department's testing of the forged system 10 years ago. I can access the operation logs of that year."
Elizabeth paused. She was in her 30s, with blonde hair that was stuck together in clumps in the rain, and a teardrop mole under her left eye. I saw her on surveillance 3 days ago. She was standing outside Virgil's nursing home, holding a yellowed photo of the orphanage in her hand. There was a little girl in a blue dress in the photo, and the position of the teardrop mole behind Samira's ear was exactly the same. Delay for 30 seconds. I gestured to Tom. His forehead was against the laptop. His fingers were flying on the keyboard. The blue light of the screen made his eyes red. He looked like this, the last time he hacked into the FBI database. And he said at the time, the life of a hacker is given in binary, either live or die as garbled code. The weapon system has been hacked. The soldier in the front suddenly shouted. His assault rifle jammed and the sound of pulling the bolt was like a dying frog. Another soldier's tactical flashlight began to flash wildly, the red light blinding people. Another guy's walkie-talkie began to crackle, mixed with the click of Morse code. Tom was deliberately playing the recording of the 1982 murder scene. Chaos spread out like water dropped into an ink bottle. Samira's pepper spray accurately hit the nearest soldier's eyes. The man covered his face and knocked over the filing cabinet. The metal drawer hit the ground with a dull thud. Tom picked up a chair and smashed it on the knee of another soldier. The man screamed and knelt down and his rifle fell into the rain. "Let's go." I grabbed Samira's wrist and rushed into the archive room. The door to the back passage was hidden behind the third row of filing cabinets. When I pried open the rusty door lock with the tip of a pen, a stale and moldy smell wafted out from inside. The passage was narrower than I thought, and I could only move forward by hunching over. There was a gunshot from behind. It was Elizabeth's service pistol. She was not completely confused by the chaos, and there were still 2 soldiers following her in. Samira swung out the tactical flashlight with her backhand, and the strong light made the pursuer pause. I took out the Swiss Army knife from my pocket, and the blade cut open the pursuer's tactical vest, and blood mixed with rain splashed on the wallpaper. "Turn left ahead." Samira's voice was amplified in the narrow space. I counted, and we'll reach the alley after 3 turns. My migraine began to throb, and my absolute pitch detected the approaching footsteps of the pursuers. They had replaced the silencer with a frequency of 520 Hz, exactly the same as the footsteps in the recording of the murder scene in Virgil's sonic weapon project. It turns out that even the samples of that year were used for hunting and killing. At the last bend, Samira suddenly stopped. She took out a pepper bomb from her pocket and threw it in the direction of the pursuers. With a bang, the spicy smoke exploded, and the pursuers' coughs mixed with raindrops hit the ground. The rain had subsided by the time we stumbled into the alley. Tom and Richard squatted in a van at the end of the alley, with the window rolled down a crack. Tom made an okay gesture and said, "We hacked their positioning system. It will last for 2 hours." I sat in the back seat, the tape box in my arms still dripping with water. Samira took out a tissue to wipe it, but I stopped her. The place where the rain seeped into the tape happened to be the recording segment on November 5, 1982. The murder happened late at night that year. The teacher on duty at the orphanage said that she heard a child crying in the wind. But according to my absolute pitch, it was not the sound of the wind at all, but some kind of low-frequency sound wave. Go back to the safe house. I pressed the live broadcast button. The moment the screen lit up, hundreds of comments popped up in the background. The top one was from David Blake. "They are cleaning the memory bank. There is a freezer in the basement of Virgil's nursing home." As the van started, I fished out the page with Virgil's signature from the file. The rain soaked the ink, revealing a line of smaller words on the back of the paper. It was a coded message written with lemon juice. Before the children in the orphanage were sent away, the director always wrote blessings on the files with lemon juice, saying, "When the sun comes out, love will become visible." The rain has stopped now, and the sun is breaking through the clouds. I held up the piece of paper in front of the live camera, and when the ultraviolet light shone on it, a secret message emerged. The key to the sonic weapon is in the vocal cords of the child who survives. Samira came over to look, her hair still dripping with raindrops, falling on the back of my hand like an unfinished sentence. The van turned past the old church in Harlem, and the stained windows shattered into a rainbow in the sunlight. I touched my Adam's apple. There was a light pink scar there left by vocal cord surgery when I was 7. Virgil said it was a treatment for congenital aphonia. But now it suddenly occurred to me that I actually shouted out loud on the rainy night of November. The cry was, "Mom, don't leave me here." My heels made a chaotic sound on the concrete floor, and the rain ran down the back of my neck into my collar like a cold snake. Samira pressed her palm on my back and pushed me towards the rusty iron door. The bronze plaque on the lintel that read Military Archives Management Office Area B had turned green due to the rain, and it was exactly the same as the coordinates that Richard Brown sent in the encrypted email last night. "Wilson, is the equipment still holding up?" Victor asked loudly, turning his head, the tactical knife twirling in his fingers. The equipment bag Alan was carrying fell down, and the rain dripped down the strap onto the back of his hand. He gritted his teeth and nodded. "The thermal imager is not soaked in water. I hope old Brown didn't play a trick on us." The iron door was suddenly opened from the inside, revealing half of a grey face. Richard Brown's gold-rimmed glasses were misted over, and his Adam's apple rolled up and down on his loose collar. "Mr. Hudson, you are 17 minutes earlier than expected." His eyes swept behind us. Under the street light at the end of the alley, the lights of 3 military jeeps were penetrating the rain curtain like 3 red eyes. "Is 17 minutes enough for you to regret?" I wiped the rain off my face and stepped heavily on the doorsill with my heels. Samira had already squeezed him sideways, her fingertips resting on the pepper spray at her waist, and this action made Brown's shoulders tremble. "Follow me." When he turned around, the hem of his white coat swept across the water stains on the ground, bringing with it a musty smell of stale paper. The fluorescent lights in the corridor flickered, illuminating the red painted slogan on the wall. "No entry for unauthorized personnel." Some of the letters had been painted over with correction fluid, revealing the older words underneath. "Memory depository." I squinted my eyes, and my absolute pitch detected that the buzzing sound of the wires in the wall suddenly rose half a tone, like some kind of warning. Brown paused at the door of the third-to-last room, the keyring jingling in his shaking hands. "The 1982 Sonic experiment files are on the 3rd floor underground, but the main server was reinstalled last week." He pushed open the door, and 6 old-fashioned terminals emitted a faint blue light in the dark. "The backup database is on the intranet, and Mr. Wilson needs to hack into it. Give me 5 minutes." Tom had already thrown his equipment bag on the table, and his fingers were flying on the keyboard at a dizzying speed. Sammy pulled the curtains to cover the windows, and Emily stood against the wall, holding the aluminum box containing the tapes in her arms. There were the voices of my childhood, the screams on a rainy night, and what my wife said on the hospital bed before she fell into a coma. They changed the memory. Brown suddenly grabbed my wrist, his nails digging into my skin. "Do you know what you are looking at? Those documents are not stories, they are." His voice was stuck in his throat, and his Adam's apple moved. "The year my daughter was born, I signed a confidentiality agreement. They said it was to protect ordinary people protected from the backlash of sonic weapons." I stared at the tremor in his pupils. My wife's brainwave test showed an abnormal resonance frequency, which is exactly consistent with what I heard on the tape. "Where is your daughter now, Mr. Brown?" His hands loosened suddenly, as if they were burned. Tom suddenly whistled, and a string of green codes popped up on the screen. "Found it. 1982 orphanage. Acoustics project. Encryption level 5 stars. But they used the outdated RSA algorithm." The printer began to hum, and paper came out of the paper outlet still hot. Samira leaned over and glanced at the first page. She gasped. "Adoption list. Elliot, there's your name." And her finger stopped at Rebecca Hudson, my wife's maiden name. My migraine came on suddenly, and it felt like nails were driving into my temples. Absolute pitch captured the subtle vibrations in the air, not the hum of electronic equipment, but the dull sound of leather boots stepping on the concrete floor, climbing up from the bottom floor. "How many people are there?" I held my forehead and shouted to Victor. He leaned against the door and listened for 2 seconds. "At least 12, equipped with silencers." "Copy complete." "Tom, put the USB drive into his mouth, and bit the outer protective shell. The data is stored between the gums and the back teeth. Unless they pull out my teeth, it's too late. Samira suddenly grabbed my arm and pointed out the window. On the roof of the building opposite, the white light of the searchlight cut through the rain curtain and swept towards our room. Brown's face turned pale in an instant. He staggered back and knocked over a chair. How could that? It's the phone in your office. I stared at the old-fashioned landline on his waist. When you opened the door just now, the microphone was not completely fastened. My absolute pitch allowed me to hear the command voice mixed with the noise of the current in the unhooked telephone line. Locate the room on the east side of the 3rd floor of Area B. There was a crisp sound of metal colliding in the corridor, the sound of tactical helmets hitting the wall. Emily stuffed the tape box into my arms and said, in a trembling voice, "Take this and run. We'll cover you." "Shut up, everyone." Samira took out the pepper spray and pinned it on her sleeve, then held my wrist with her other hand. "Hudson, didn't you say you wanted to broadcast the counterattack live? Now is the time." There were thin calluses on her palms, from years of holding file folders, but they were hotter than mine. Tom had already picked up a chair and pressed it against the door, with Victor's tactical knife whirring between his fingertips. The printer was still spitting out paper, and the last page fell to the ground. I bent down and picked it up. At the signature column at the bottom, the words Virgil Hawke were written so clearly that they could be seen through the paper. They were exactly the same handwriting as the outstanding employee certificate on the wall of the nursing home. Click. The sound of the door lock turning was like a needle, piercing all the breathing sounds. I stuffed the cassette into my arms and looked up at Samira. She smiled at me, the same way she had when we first met in the old church in Harlem, when she was crouched on the floor, examining 30-year-old bloodstains with a magnifying glass, the sun shining through the stained glass windows on the ends of her hair, and she said, "The truth doesn't decay, it just needs to be seen." The moment the door was pushed open, I heard Elizabeth's voice mixed in with the soldiers' shouts, like a piece of broken glass. "Hudson, do you think you can overturn the case by finding the documents? Your wife's memory," but her words were drowned out by the sound of rain. I took out the live broadcast button from my pocket, and the moment the screen lit up, Samira's anti-wolf spray had already sprayed towards the soldier in the front. Tom's chair smashed against the wall, and Alan's thermal imager illuminated the muzzles of all the guns in the shadows. I looked down at the tape box in my arms and saw rain seeping in through the gap in the lid. The real storm has just begun. Raindrops were streaming into the house through the old attic window frames, and I could taste rust on the tip of my tongue. It was from biting my lip just now. Before I could digest the threat from the 17 IP addresses downstairs, the headlights of 3 SUVs had already pierced into the rain like 3 sharp blades. The ribs of Elizabeth White's umbrella glowed coldly under the streetlight. When she looked up at me, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, as if someone had strangled them with a thin steel wire. 17 Secret Service IPs. They used satellite tracking. Tom's fingers clacked on the keyboard. The blue light from the screen cut his face into pieces. The server firewall can only last for 10 minutes at most. Enough. Samira's voice was like ice. I don't know when she stood beside me. The metal can of pepper spray left a red mark on her palm. "We need to break out." Her cough smelled of hospital disinfectant. She had just returned from Harlem Hospital yesterday and said that my wife's ventilator parameters had dropped again. I stared at the soldiers' positions downstairs. They were in a fan shape, and there was a gap between the 2 SUVs on the left, roughly enough for 2 people sitting side by side. The rain was too heavy. Their tactical headsets were pressed against their cheeks. Their hat brims were pulled down, and their vision was limited. The information David gave me last week. I took out a crumpled piece of printed paper from my pocket. On it was a record of the sonic weapon experiment he had copied from an old military journal. In that 1982 project, The resonator had stress-induced disorders to sound waves above 7. Samira's eyes lit up. Your absolute pitch can tune the frequency. It will trigger a migraine. I pinched my temple, which was already throbbing, but I can't care about it now. Tom suddenly tugged at my sleeve. The communication jammer has 3 minutes left to charge. Their encrypted channel is switching. I need to hack into their relay station. Emily, you keep the flashback tapes. I turned to the woman with round-framed glasses, who was holding the old tapes we stole from the nursing home. Alan, hide the live broadcast equipment in the ventilation duct in case we get caught. The timed send button is on the third knuckle of your left hand. I understand. Alan's Adam's apple moved. He is my former podcast assistant, and still has the noise-cancelling headphones I gave him hanging around his neck. Victor patted the holster on his waist, and the rain flowed down his leather jacket. I'll lead the way. The knuckles of this veteran were white, and I knew he was restraining himself. The military secret service had a gun permit, and he didn't want to turn things into a gunfight. 3, 2, 1. Tom pressed the last key, and the communication jammer beeped. Done. Now their headsets are tuned to 90s country music. I grabbed the sound wave generator on my desk and turned the knob to absolute pitch is like a red-hot needle, piercing deep into my cochlea. A high-frequency buzzing sound emerged from the loudspeaker, and a burst of curses suddenly broke out downstairs. One soldier staggered, covering his ears, and bumped into his companion's rifle butt. Another's tactical flashlight fell into a puddle, and the blue light shattered into stars in the rain. Let's go. Samira pulled me towards the stairs. Victor was at the front, and his military boots made the wooden stairs creak. Rainwater leaked through the hole in the ceiling and dripped onto the back of my neck, making me shiver with cold. But Elizabeth is more ruthless than I thought. We had just rushed to the back door on the first floor when her voice suddenly broke through the sound of the rain. Block the east side. 6 soldiers emerged from the corner, the reflective strips on their bulletproof vests like the tongues of venomous snakes. The leader held up a riot shield, and my distorted face was reflected in the watermarks on the shield. Victor pulled his gun halfway out, then forced it back in again. The muzzle of the Secret Service's gun was already pointed at our chests. Samira sprayed the anti-pepper spray at the gap in the shield. When the soldiers leaned back, I caught a glimpse of the gap behind the shield. The third one on the right, I shouted, and my absolute pitch caught the electrical noise in their headsets. Tom's interference was still working. The melee broke out in the rain. Victor grabbed the edge of the riot shield and flipped it aside. The sound of metal friction hurt the eardrums. Samira's knee hit the soldier's soft spot, and the man groaned and let go. I bent down to avoid a straight punch, grabbed the opponent's tactical strap with my backhand, and pushed him into the arms of my companion. The rain poured into my collar, blurring my vision, but the hum of the resonator became clearer, just in the next block, or closer. Elliot, Samira's voice was torn to pieces by the sound of rain. I looked up and saw Elizabeth holding up a black device, its key lights flickering in the rain. Is that the resonator remote? Memories of the orphanage basement in 1982 suddenly came flooding back. The crib was vibrating. The nursery aunt's screams were distorted into buzzing, and I curled up under the bed and heard my own cries turn into high-frequency noises. Watch out! Victor's roar made me roll sideways instinctively. A rubber bullet flew past my shoulder, hit the brick wall, and bounced into the rain. I reached for the sound wave generator in my pocket and turned the knob to the limit. A 19,000 hertz scream tore through the air. The soldiers were a little slow in their movements. Some of them covered their ears and knelt on one knee, while others' guns fell into puddles, splashing water. The iron chain of the back door was cut off by Victor's tactical knife, and rust mixed with rainwater fell to the ground. Samira had already rushed out, followed closely by Alan carrying the equipment bag, and Emily ran along the wall protecting the tape. I looked back and saw Elizabeth's face twitching in the rain. She shouted something into the walkie-talkie, and sirens sounded in the distance. But we had already stepped onto the opposite sidewalk. The rain was still falling, but I could hear the roar of the resonator more clearly. This time it was not a memory, but reality, coming from some dark corner, like a giant beast waking up. My migraine started to attack. My temples were throbbing, and I saw stars in front of my eyes. But I couldn't stop. I couldn't let those tapes and memories remain in darkness forever, especially when my wife was still in the hospital. And in the photo above her bed, at our wedding, she was wearing the sapphire headdress I gave her, and her smile was like a fire. This way, Samira waved at the alley entrance. Her coat was soaked and stuck to her back. Victor kicked open a half-open wooden door, and we filed in. Enveloped by the damp, musty smell, the footsteps of soldiers were heard behind me. Getting closer and closer, I took out my cell phone and entered the coordinates David had sent me. That was the backup entrance to the military archives that Richard Brown had mentioned. The rain is still falling, but I know that the real storm has just begun. When the fire door of the stairwell slammed behind me, my temple was throbbing with my heartbeat. Samira dragged me down 3 flights of stairs. Alan's equipment bag clanged on his back. Victor's military boots stepped on the steps, and every step seemed to hit my nerves. When I turned the last corner, I caught a glimpse of Claire still standing at the stairs. The diamond-shaped metal piece around her neck shone coldly, compared to the hand-drawn drawing in the experimental log in 1982. Even the curvature of the edges was exactly the same. "We're here." Samira stopped in front of the emergency door at the end of the fire escape. The moment the key entered the door lock, I smelled the familiar scent of sandalwood, the smell of the Indian spice shop downstairs from her apartment. As soon as the door opened, Alan rushed in and threw the equipment onto the table. The sound of the metal interface hitting the oak table made my eyelids jump. 52 minutes left. Samira held her phone in front of me, and the countdown on the screen was blindingly red. I took out the bottle of painkillers from my pocket, shook it twice, and it was empty. Philip pulled out half a box of ibuprofen from his pocket. I pinched 2 pills and swallowed them dry, the bitter taste spreading down my throat. "We'll have to try a flashback." I loosened my tie, the sweat on the back of my neck sticking to my shirt. Samira's eyebrows knitted up immediately. "Last time you tried it, you vomited for half an hour. The doctor said that forcibly stimulating the temporal lobe again will cause permanent damage." "Emily's downstairs," I interrupted. "She's wearing the transcranial magnetic stimulator." Samira's pupils shrank. I knew what she was thinking. Emily had used Virgil's sonic device to bring me back from a seizure 3 months earlier in the Brooklyn warehouse. She is an associate professor at the Columbia University Memory Lab, and the only person willing to believe the crazy idea that memories can be tampered with by sound waves. When there was a knock on the door, Alan had already put the device into standby mode. Emily stood at the door holding a black instrument case. Her light blonde ponytail was stained with raindrops, and the hem of her white coat was stained with coffee. Just like the piles of documents in her laboratory, she had an academic madness that was reckless. "Are you sure?" She plugged the device into a power source, and the blue indicator light began to flash. The last scan showed that there were 3 abnormal discharge areas in your hippocampus. "This may not be just a headache." I sat in the swivel chair and let her stick the electrodes behind my ears. White said that some truths live safer in memory. I stared at the old Harlem photo Samira hung on the wall. In the photo, black children in 1982 were playing in the water under a fire hydrant. But the basement of the orphanage in my memory smelled of mothballs, exactly the same as the smell on her body. Emily's hand paused. It started. She pressed the switch, and electricity rushed through my scalp into my brain, just like someone was drawing circles in my temple with a fine needle. As the darkness came over me, I heard crying. It was the summer of... I squatted in the corner of the orphanage's basement, and the musty smell mixed with the pungent scent of mothballs penetrated my nostrils. The fluorescent lights overhead were swaying, and the light spots fell on the iron stand, illuminating the metal instruments, diamond-shaped resonators, frequency regulators, and a black case engraved with US Army. "Little Elliot, come here." It was Virgil's voice. At that time he was not bald yet. His light brown hair was combed shiny, and he held a silver microphone in his hand. "Let's play a game. Don't you like listening to music?" I crawled forward 2 steps, and my knees hurt from rubbing against the concrete floor. The resonator suddenly began to hum, and the frequency became higher and higher, so high that it was inaudible to ordinary ears. I covered my ears, but the sound was like nails drilling into my skull. Virgil's face was distorted in the halo, and behind him stood a woman in a white coat. On the silver chain around her neck hung the same diamond-shaped metal piece that Claire was wearing now. Record. Subject 4 has pupil tremor and increased delta waves. The woman's voice is young, with an accent I'm familiar with. Is it White? No, White's voice was colder, like the sound of crushed ice hitting a glass. Write down this frequency. Virgil's hand was on the back of my neck. His body temperature was abnormally hot. When he grows up and hears this frequency, he will remember the pain today. The current was suddenly disconnected. I opened my eyes suddenly, cold sweat soaking my shirt. Emily was holding my wrist, the pulse meter beating wildly in her hand. "You called out resonator." She took off the electrodes. What was the exact picture? In the basement in 1982, Virgil and a woman with a diamond necklace. I grabbed the hem of her lab coat. They mentioned subject 4 and a special frequency. Emily, the woman's necklace, the same one Claire is wearing now. Samira suddenly rushed out of the kitchen, her phone pressed to her ear. "Tom has located it. There is an encrypted folder in the military cloud server. The file name is Project Iris. File number 7. The last modification time was 3 days ago." "What's the content?" I propped myself up on my trembling knees. "Need physical access," Tom's voice came over the speaker, with the clacking of keyboards. "I can break the electronic encryption, but there's a biometric lock inside that requires a retinal scan from a military archivist." Richard Brown's face immediately came to my mind. Last week at the Veterans Bar, he got drunk and let slip that he had participated in the archiving of the orphanage sonic wave experiment. His wife was in the intensive care unit at Harlem Hospital, and the bills were pouring in. That's what Samira had found out. "I'm going to see Richard." I grabbed my coat. "Samira, you and Emily stay here to protect the equipment. Alan, prepare for the live test. Victor, I'll go with you." Victor patted the holster on his waist. Just as he reached the door, Tom's voice suddenly changed. "Wait, the server traffic has surged, and there are 17 IPs trying to locate you. It's the Military Secret Service's encryption protocol." Samira yanked open the curtains. On the street downstairs, 3 black SUVs were slowly stopping, and their headlights cast a cold white light in the rain. The leading car door opened, and Elizabeth White stood in the rain holding a black umbrella. Her military boots rolled over the puddles, and every step seemed to step on my nerves. 28 minutes left. She looked up at our window and sneered. "Mr. Hudson, this time, you can't get away." Victor's hand was on the handle of the gun, and Samira had already picked up the pepper spray. Alan's equipment issued a shrill alarm, and Emily's hand stopped debugging the instrument, and I stared at the increasing number of soldiers gathering downstairs, and suddenly I heard the high-frequency buzzing in my memory. That's the sound of the resonator activating. As soon as my thumb pressed the oscillator switch, my eardrum exploded with a piercing sound. Isabella's modified machine was indeed wild enough. The high-frequency sound waves were like an invisible chisel, chiseling directly into the temples of the 4 tactical men. The one on the far left staggered first, and the muzzle of his gun hit the metal door frame with a dull thud. The 2 in the middle covered their ears and backed away, the heels of their tactical boots scraping on the tiles with piercing screams. The guy on the far right gritted his teeth and didn't move, but I saw the veins bulging in his neck, and my raised knees reflected in his pupils. Samira's dagger flew past my shoulder. It was a Persian dagger she'd found in a Brooklyn antique shop. The blade tempered with turmeric. She always said it made the wounds hurt more. The dagger stabbed into the biceps of the man on the right. He let go in pain and the rifle fell to the ground with a clang. I took the opportunity to pounce on him, gripped the barrel of the gun with my fingers, and pulled it back, using the force to flick my wrist and hit him on the chin with the butt of the gun. The crisp sound of bones colliding mixed with the buzzing of infrasound waves sounded like a bronze bell, striking on my brain to my overly sensitive hearing, and the pain made me feel dizzy. 3 o'clock, Samira's voice cut through the noise. I turned my head and saw that the man on the far left had already taken out a stun gun, with blue-purple arcs of electricity crackling in his palm. The Grizzly security logo was embroidered on the chest of his tactical uniform. It turned out that Virgil even had his own private army. I swung the rifle I had snatched at him, and the moment the butt of the rifle hit his wrist, I heard the sound of his finger bones being dislocated. The stun gun fell to the ground, leaving a charred mark on the tile. The last man, still standing, suddenly let out a muffled roar. He didn't cover his ears. Instead, he rushed towards the sound waves, the heels of his tactical boots making a regular tapping sound. That was the rhythm of the Morse code. "Seos. No, it's gone." By the time I reacted, he was close to me and hit me in the ribs with his elbow. I dodged to the side, but he grabbed me by the collar and threw me towards the equipment cabinet. The metal edge hit my spine, and the pain almost broke my back teeth. But my eyes just happened to sweep over the combination lock on the equipment cabinet. 5 digits, and there were fresh scratches on the edge of the keyhole, which must have been tried by someone in the melee just now. Samira's shadow fell over them. She stepped on the man's instep, pressed her knee against his lower back, and when he let go in pain, she grabbed his wrist and twisted it behind his back. "Password." She put the tip of the knife behind his ear. "Password to the equipment cabinet. Tell me now." The man's Adam's apple moved, and I saw fear flash across his eyes, not at the knife, but at the coldness in Samira's eyes. 44927. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. I rushed to the equipment cabinet and entered. The lock popped open with a click, revealing the backup live broadcast equipment neatly stacked inside. A miniature camera, a portable microphone, a signal booster, and even an anti-interference rotor that Alan had modified. Alan squeezed over, quickly checked the equipment with his fingers, and the corners of his mouth gradually curled up. "It works. It all works." Victor also came over and tapped the heat dissipation vent of the router with his fingertips. "Virgil's people probably didn't install positioning, but we have to start the firewall as soon as possible. Don't move." The cold, hard female voice stabbed into the back of my neck like an icicle. I turned and saw a woman standing at the end of the corridor wearing an army combat uniform with 2 silver stars on her epaulettes and a name tag with white on her left breast. Behind her were 8 soldiers with assault rifles, all pointed at us. Samira's dagger was still stuck in the man's arm, and it was trembling slightly as her arm tensed up.
Major Elizabeth White. Samira's voice was eerily steady. "The one who led the closure of the Brooklyn Underground Laboratory 3 years ago?"
"It looks like you've done your homework, Miss Kareem." White's eyes swept across the groaning Grizzly security guards on the ground, and finally stopped at my face. "Mr. Hudson, do you think you can stop the Clear Voice project by digging up old accounts from 40 years ago? You violated the military's confidentiality agreement and interfered with national scientific research projects. Stop using these official terms." I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth. "You used the children in the orphanage to conduct sound wave experiments, and used infrasound waves to tamper with their memories. You call this scientific research?" White's pupils shrank. The soldier behind her took half a step forward, and the sound of his leather boots tapping the ground was like knocking on his heartbeat. Alan's hand quietly pressed the switch of the router. Isabella's fingers circled the adjustment knob of the anti-interference device, and Philip tightly grasped the metal box containing the sound wave samples. Our lifeblood is all in these devices, and if White's people pull the trigger, everything will be over, it said. Claire Miller stepped out from behind the crowd. This mysterious woman who has lived in a nursing home for 3 months now has an abnormally bright look in her eyes, as if she is holding a trump card that can overturn the table. Major White, I know where the final test subject of the Clear Voice project is. She paused. I also know why you want to erase Elliot's memory, because he is not only a test subject, but also a control group. White's fingers trembled slightly at his sides. I saw her Adam's apple move, obviously weighing the matter. Claire continued, let us go, and I'll give you the coordinates of the experimental subject. If you don't let us go, she glanced at the live broadcast device in my arms. In 2 hours, all of New York will know that the military is using orphans for human experiments. The corridor was so quiet that you could hear the lingering hum of infrasound. White's eyes moved between Claire and the equipment, finally landing on my face. Give me the coordinates, she said finally, and you have 10 minutes to get out of here. If I catch you doing anything, deal. Claire took out a micro USB drive from her necklace and threw it to White. When White took it, his fingertips almost snatched it. She waved her hand, and the soldiers lowered their guns slowly, but still maintained a guarded posture. Samira pulled me towards the stairs. Alan held the equipment, and Victor was at the end. As I passed White, I caught a faint whiff of mothballs on her, exactly the same smell I remembered from the orphanage basement. Mr. Hudson, White said suddenly. I turned around, and her eyes were like poison needles. Remember, some truths are safer to live in memory than in live broadcasts. The fire door of the stairwell slammed shut behind him. Samira took out her cell phone to check the time, the blue light of the screen reflecting her tense jaw. There are still 57 minutes of live broadcast. Alan stuffed the device into his backpack, and the metal teeth made a harsh friction sound when the zipper was pulled to the top. Philip took out the painkiller and handed it to me. I tilted my head back and swallowed it, feeling a bitter taste in my throat. But what disturbed me most was the look in Claire's eyes just now. She stood at the corner of the stairs with her back to us, her fingers unconsciously stroking the necklace around her neck. The cross that was originally hanging on the silver chain was replaced by a diamond-shaped metal piece at some point, shining coldly in the dim light. The shape was exactly the same as the acoustic resonator I had seen in the experimental records of. The burning pain at the back of my neck shot up my spine. I stared at the scar on Grizzly's face that ran from his brow to his jaw, and suddenly remembered how it felt when it rubbed against my shoulder in the alley in Harlem last week, like a crusted sandpaper. Samira's little finger trembled slightly in my palm, like a frightened butterfly, but her voice was steadier than mine. There is a ventilation duct opening on the third row of shelves on the left. I followed her gaze. The Grizzlies spread out in a fan shape. The two on the far left were smoking with their backs to the pipes. They had walkie-talkies pressed to their ears, the crackling sound of electricity mixed with Virgil's instructions. Don't hurt Hudson. The equipment must be intact. Isabella's anti-jammer was still tucked into my inside coat pocket. 3 days ago, when she was squatting in the laboratory soldering circuit boards, she said that this thing could turn wireless signals within a radius of 20 meters into garbled characters, provided that it was close enough to the signal source. I touched the hard metal in my pocket, and my back teeth felt sore from biting it.
They're not wearing headphones,
Philip suddenly said, pushing up his glasses, and his Adam's apple moving. Communications are made through walkie-talkies, which means the command center is not on site. The acoustic expert's fingers were tracing the air, as if trying to capture the trajectory of sound waves. The Grizzlies' men were too scattered. The footsteps of the three on the left were 15 decibels heavier than those on the right. There was water on the ground, and they stepped into a puddle. Samira pinched my palm lightly with her fingernails. This was the code word we agreed upon when we were in the nursing home. There is a solution. Isabella, give me the jammer. I lowered my voice. Philip, can you tune out the infrasound? It's around 30 hertz. They wear noise-cancelling earplugs, but the resonance of their internal organs cannot be hidden. It will affect us. Anna's voice squeezed in from behind. She was a medical expert, and at this moment, she was holding the bottle of painkillers handed to her by Peter. Your migraine. The live broadcast will start in 40 minutes. I interrupted her. Virgil wants us to break down in front of the camera, not to kill us now. Grizzly's stun gun crackled again. Mr. Hudson, he drawled. Mr. Virgil says you should learn to obey. Samira suddenly took half a step forward, and the heels of her boots hit the metal shelves, making a crisp sound. All the thugs looked over at me, and I took the opportunity to put the jammer into Isabella's hand. Go to the third shelf on the left, and turn it on while lying on the ground. When Isabella ducked out, Philip had already pinned a miniature loudspeaker to his collar. I heard him muttering into his collar, 32 hertz. 32 hertz. That was a frequency that only I could capture. A gift from absolute pitch. But at this moment it was like a red-hot needle stirring in my eardrum. When the first noise came, it was like someone had stabbed a power drill directly into my temple. Isabella's jammer tore through the air, and the sound of electricity in the walkie-talkie instantly rose to a sharp, buzzing sound. The two thugs squatted down, covering their ears, and one of them smashed the walkie-talkie to the ground with a bang. Philip's infrasound followed closely, and I saw the grizzly bear's Adam's apple rolling violently. The face of the crew-cut thug behind him turned pale instantly. His internal organs were resonating, as if being beaten by an invisible fist. Charge the equipment area. Samira's voice mixed with the noise pierced her ears. I grabbed Peter's wrist and ran to the right while Alan and Victor followed behind and used the live broadcast stand to hit the thugs who were rushing towards me. A guy in a leather jacket was swinging a stun gun at me. I dodged to the side and hit his ribs with my elbow. I heard the dull sound of bones and suddenly felt a burning pain in the back of my neck. My absolute pitch was overloaded. The equipment area is at the innermost end of the warehouse, and a red label with the word spare is affixed to the metal cabinet. I counted my steps. 10, 5, Hudson. The shout was not from the grizzlies. I braked suddenly. 4 figures came out from behind the equipment cabinet. They were not wearing black work clothes, but dark gray tactical uniforms, with black bandages wrapped around their wrists. They moved like leopards hunting, silently. The leader raised his hand, and I could see clearly that what was in his palm was not a stun gun, but a silenced pistol. Grizzly's laughter penetrated the noise. Mr. Virgil said that you should meet your old friends. These people have all retired from the project. Samira's hand suddenly grasped my arm. There was blood on her fingertips. She didn't know whose blood it was in the melee, but it was incredibly hot. I stared into the eyes of the 4 men in tactical uniforms. Their pupils were so contracted that they looked like machines that were trained to only follow orders. The infrasound waves were still vibrating in the air. My temples were throbbing, and I could almost hear the sound of my skull cracking. But I saw one of the men's finger move on the trigger, very slowly, as if following some rhythm that only they understood. Elliot, Samira breathed behind my ear. They're waiting for the signal. I reached for my waist. There was a sonic oscillator that Isabella had improvised, the electricity crackling in the metal casing. The Grizzlies' men were still in chaos, but the 4 old friends had already fanned out towards them, and the sound of their boot tips scraping against the ground was terribly clear in my overloaded hearing. The equipment cabinet is just 2 meters away. I heard myself laugh. Come on, I said, my voice torn to pieces by the noise. Let me see how powerful your project is. 4 men in tactical uniforms took a step forward at the same time. and my finger was already on the switch of the oscillator. My temple was throbbing, and the electric current from the anti-jammer scraped my eardrum with a jagged pain. In the darkness, Samira's hand suddenly grabbed my wrist. Her palm was full of sweat, but her palm was steadier than mine. 3 on the left, 2 on the right. The one with the headphones is coming towards you. Her breath swept across my earlobe like a knife tempered with ice. Emily's sound waves will be activated in 30 seconds, Tom said. It can withstand the interference for 2 minutes. The muffled sound of the warehouse's iron door closing made the ground tremble. A sticky liquid flowed over the tips of my shoes, and the smell of rust went straight into my nose. In the dark, I pressed the tape in the waterproof bag against my chest. The tape from 1982 softened under my body temperature, like a piece of red-hot coal. Elizabeth's laughter was wrapped in infrasound, like someone scratching a fingernail across my brain. Elliot, was your mother's last cry, "Save my baby or burn this monster." My brain suddenly exploded. I remembered being in Emily's memory clinic last week, and she pointed to the spikes on the EEG and said, "These abnormal frequencies match your brainwaves the night of the orphanage fire. They are training you to recognize infrasound, using your mother's screams as a teaching material." At that time, Tom had just hacked into the military archives and found that in the December 1982 fire report, the temperature sensor in the orphanage recorded a continuous vibration of 40 Hz. That is a frequency that can resonate with the human organ, and it is the activation sound of sonic weapon. 3. Samira's voice was like a second hand. I touched the backup switch of the anti-jammer and ran my fingertips over the Morse code engraved on the shell. It was the word perseverance engraved with a laser by Tom in the old repair shop in Harlem. As he engraved it, he said, "Last time we were chased in the Chinatown warehouse. Didn't you use this thing to kill the tracker?" 2. Emily's speaker suddenly beeped. I saw a faint blue light in the darkness. It was the screen of her mobile phone, adjusting the frequency dial. Last week she was testing in a Columbia University laboratory, using 37 Hz sound waves to make lab mice collectively bang their heads against a wall. Their neural circuits have been reshaped by infrasound, she said, pushing her glasses. They are like programmed machines that freeze when they encounter sound waves of the same frequency. 1. The loudspeaker exploded with a piercing sound. The man with headphones suddenly staggered. His running rhythm was disrupted, and he tripped over his left foot and fell to the ground. The electric current from the fingertips of the woman with a bracelet fell to the ground with a click, and the smell of burning rubber mixed with the burnt smell. The patient with gray eyes closed her mouth, and her low-frequency scream was stuck in her throat like a rusty gear. "Tom," Samira shouted. The laptop screen of the alleyway glowed red, and I heard the sound of electronic equipment popping. The enemy's communicator exploded. When Tom hacked into the military database last week, he planted a virus on their devices, like malware on your phone. He laughed, shaking his coffee cup. But this time it turns their guns into fireworks. Go. Samira's air rifle flew sparks in the dark, and the bullet grazed Elizabeth's shoulder and nailed into the wall. She dragged me to the right, and David rushed over from the other side, holding a modified riot shield in his hand. Last week at a Brooklyn flea market, he found this rusty shield and said, "The police used it to suppress the anti-war march in 1977. Maybe it can block some evil things." Elizabeth's figure emerged from the darkness. She was not armed, but was more dangerous than those patients. In the file Richard gave us last week, her code name was Memory Eraser, and she was good at using sound waves to trigger traumatic memories in the human brain, causing people to self-harm in hallucination. At this moment, her pupils were a strange gray blue, exactly the same as those of the patients in the warehouse. When your mother rushed into the fire with you in her arms, her voice suddenly changed. It was a woman's crying voice, with a Brooklyn accent. She said, "Little Elliot is very scared. Mom will take you to find the light. But what about you?" Her voice suddenly rose, like nails scratching on a blackboard. You laughed in her arms because you heard the 40 Hz vibration. You knew it was the safe mode activated. You knew the fire was for you. My temple was cracked. Memories of 1982 suddenly flooded back, flames licking the color-coated steel roof of the orphanage. My mother's wool coat was burned, but she pushed me toward the fire escape. A man in a white coat held up a loudspeaker, and over the 40 Hz hum, he said, "Subject A77 has developed a stress response and requires deep stimulation." I squatted at the corner of the emergency escape, watching my mother being engulfed by smoke, but I heard my own laughter. That was not my voice, but the infrasound in the loudspeaker resonating with my vocal cords. "Shut up." I picked up the anti-jamming device and threw it at him. Elizabeth dodged, her nails scratching my arm and making me gasp in pain. Samira's air rifle went off again, this time grazing Elizabeth's ear and nailing it into the wall. Sawdust splashed in her face, but she smiled. "Look to your left, Elliot." I turned my head. The patient with grey eyes stood up at some point, and a gurgling sound came from his throat. This time it was not a low-frequency scream, but clear English. "Subject A77, return to your position." The man with headphones also stood up, and his running rhythm became precise again, with every step stepping on the 37 Hz sound waves. Emily's interference was ineffective. Electricity surged again from the fingertips of the woman with the bracelet, and the smell of burning in the air was so strong that it was choking. The iron gate farther away was suddenly knocked open. I saw new figures pouring in, some in nurse uniforms, some in military uniforms, and an old man in a baseball cap. He had the same scar behind his ear as me, the scar from an operation in the orphanage. Samira's air rifle jammed. Tom shouted at the alley entrance. They cut off my signal. Black smoke came out of Emily's loudspeaker, and she coughed and shouted, "The frequency is covered." David's riot shield was pierced by the electric current, and the charred hole looked like a single eye. Elizabeth put her hand on the back of my neck, her body temperature as cold as the snow in 1982. "Welcome home." The warehouse's ceiling lights suddenly came on. I saw the blood words on the wall, written in a liquid that smelled of rust. It was the number on the name tag on my chest when I was taken into the orphanage in 19... The new patients who came in turned their heads at the same time. The old man in the peaked cap laughed, and his voice overlapped with the doctor on the operating table in 1982. "It's time to start the final procedure, my little genius." My anti-jammer was buzzing and sending sparks down the floor. The tape slipped out of the waterproof bag, and the tape fell apart. On it was a distorted recording of the scream from 1982. This time I could hear it clearly. It was my own voice, shouting, "Burn her, burn my mother. I want to be the perfect experimental subject." Samira grabbed my hand. Her palms were still covered in sweat, but hotter than ever. "Run," she said, but all the doors of the warehouse were blocked. The man with headphones was already standing 5 meters away, his running rhythm a metronome of death. The electric current from the fingertips of the woman with the bracelet emitted blue light on the ground. The patient with grey eyes opened his mouth, and in this low-frequency scream, I heard the sirens during the 1982 fire, and my mother's last broken "I'm sorry." Elizabeth's breath brushed my earlobe. "Want to know why your mother threw you into an orphanage? Because you are not her child, Elliot. They made you, using sound waves and memories. And now you are going home." The new patients who came in began to sing. It was a lullaby with a familiar tune, the same one the nurses at the orphanage used to sing in, but this time the lyrics have changed, and each word is stuck to the 40 Hz rhythm. "Little Elliot, go to sleep, mother's fire will burn for you." My migraine was so painful that I couldn't open my eyes. Samira's hands were shaking, but she never let go. I heard the dull thud of David's riot shield hitting the ground. Tom's laptop screen went completely black, and Emily's loudspeaker let out a final shriek, very much like the sound of the alarm being shattered by infrasound during the night. As the warehouse door closed again, I reached for the live broadcast button in my pocket. What they fear most is the truth being heard. Samara said last week at the old church in Harlem. Now I pressed the button. The moment the foam screen lit up, I saw Elizabeth's pupils shrink suddenly. The patients behind her stopped. The man with headphones messed up his running rhythm, and the electric current from the fingertips of the woman with a bracelet clicked to the ground. The live broadcast has begun, but the new patients who came in also moved. The old man in the baseball cap rushed over first. His running posture was exactly the same as the man in headphones, and every step was in tune with the rhythm of the infrasound. In his hand was a syringe filled with the same blue liquid that had been used during the 1982 surgery. "It's over," said Elizabeth, "but I know not yet, because the live broadcast barrage has started rolling. Countless ears are listening in the New York night, and my absolute pitch just captured the sound of the sirens. Far away, but approaching. The moment the old man's needle stabbed at me, I saw Samira raise the spare airgun she had hidden in her boots. Tom made a done gesture at the alley entrance, and his computer screen lit up red again. This time it was not a warning, but a signal that the positioning was successful. Emily picked up the smoking megaphone and turned up the volume. "Let's get started," I said. As the old man's needle pierced my shoulder, the loudspeaker exploded with a shrill sound. This time the frequency of the sound waves was not 37 Hz but 440 Hz, the pitch of middle C, the most resonant frequency for humans that Samira had heard in the Harlem Jazz Bar the previous week. The live broadcast barrage went crazy. I heard the sirens getting closer. Elizabeth's face changed. The man with headphones fell again. The electric current from the woman with the bracelet rushed to the old man, and his syringe fell to the ground. The blue liquid splashed on the bloody words A77, spreading a strange purple color. But new footsteps came from the second floor of the warehouse. I looked up and saw more figures standing behind the railings. They all had surgery scars from 1982 behind their ears, and their eyes were as unfocused as the gray-eyed patients. Elizabeth smiled. She leaned close to my ear and whispered, "You think you won? Look into their eyes, Elliot. They are all experiment subjects like you, and now they're awake." The patients on the second floor raised their hands at the same time. Their palms glowed with the same blue light as the woman with the bracelet, and the burnt smell in the air suddenly turned into the sweet smell of burning plastic. The sirens have reached the alley entrance, but the ventilation holes in the warehouse were suddenly blocked, and the sprinklers on the ceiling began to spray water, with liquid mixed with the smell of rust pouring down from above. Samira's air rifle jammed, Tom's computer screen went black again, and Emily's loudspeaker went completely silent. I looked at David. He held up his burned-out riot shield and grinned at me. "Remember when we were being chased in Queens? You said, as long as you're alive, you can find the next clue." I touched the tape on my chest. It was cold, and the fragments of tape pierced into my skin, like the memories of 1982, which could never be removed. The patients on the second floor began to go downstairs. Their footsteps coincide with the running rhythm of the man with headphones, the frequency of the electric current of the woman with a bracelet, and the low-frequency screams of the gray-eyed patient. It was a symphony of death, and I was the conductor. Elizabeth put her hand on the back of my neck. This time her body temperature was normal, even a little warm. "Now you should listen to their voices, Elliot. They want to hear their mother say, 'I'm sorry,' just like you." The first patient walked up to me. His face was unfamiliar, but the scar behind his ear was exactly the same as mine. He spoke, his voice a recording from my childhood. "Mom, why don't you want me?" The second patient voice is Samira's childhood. "Mom, why did you put me in a container?" The third one was from Tom. "Dad, why do you call me trouble?" The fourth one was from Emily. "Grandma, why do you say I shouldn't have been born?" The fifth one was from David. "Brother, why did you block that knife for me?" Their voices mixed together, stuck to the rhythm of 40 Hz, like the infrasound of 1982, like a mother's scream, like the roar of fire, like all the buried secrets screaming. My migraine was so painful that I fell to my knees. Samira also knelt and her air rifle fell to the ground. Tom covered his ears. Emily held her head, and David's riot shield hit his feet. Elizabeth squatted down and looked me in the eye. That's their power, Elliot. Not weapons, but memories. You think you're looking for the truth? No, you're looking for your own kind. And now your own kind wants to eat you. The patients on the second floor have already come down to the first floor. Their hands reached out to me, and their temperature was as cold as the snow in 1982, as cold as the walls of the orphanage corridor, and as cold as my mother's body as she held me for the last time. I heard the barrage of comments in the live broadcast screaming, the sirens banging on the warehouse door, and the sound of fire axes chopping down the door. But those hands had touched my shoulders, my arms, my face. Welcome home, they said. The warehouse door was knocked open at this time. Bright light poured in, and I squinted to see the police rushing in with guns drawn. Samira reloading her air rifle, Tom's computer screen lighting up with a triumphant green light, and Emily's loudspeaker beeping again. But the patients did not stop. They turned and rushed at the police, at Samira, at anyone who tried to stop them. Their mouths were shouting the same words, Mom, don't leave me. Elizabeth took the opportunity to sneak to the back door of the warehouse. I lunged over and grabbed her ankles. She smiled back. It's no use, Elliot. They won't stop until all the secrets are burned to ashes, including you. The back door was knocked open. The man in the white coat stood there. He had the same scar behind his ear as the rest of us. He held a megaphone in his hand. Amid the 40 hertz hum, he said, Subject A77, initiate final sequence. My temple exploded again. The memories of 1982 came flooding back, the flames licking the color-coated steel roof. My mother's wool coat was on fire. The man in the white coat was holding a loudspeaker. I was squatting at the corner of the emergency escape and heard my own laughter. That was not my voice. It was the infrasound waves in the loudspeaker resonating with my vocal cords. No, I said softly. Samira put her hand on my shoulder. It's not your fault, Elliot. Tom's voice came from the computer. The military files have been declassified. They used orphans to conduct sonic weapon experiments in 1982. Your mother is a rebel. She wants to take you to escape. Emily's voice. Your flashback is not an illusion. It is the sealed truth. David's voice. We're here, Elliot. The patient's hands were still grabbing me, but their strength had loosened. I heard cracks in their voices. No longer a neat 40 hertz. There were tremors, hesitations, and human warmth. The man in the white coat raised the megaphone, ready to emit infrasound again. I rushed over, grabbed the megaphone, pointed it at his face, and flipped the switch. His expression was distorted in the 40 hertz. I saw his memory flash back. The little boy in 1982 being taken into an orphanage with the name tag on his chest that read B12. The scream on the operating table, the man in the white coat handing him candy and saying, You are the best experimental subject. You are their child too, I said to him. His megaphone fell to the ground. The patients stopped. Their hands loosened from us. Some squatted down and cried. Some looked around blankly. And some said softly, Mom. Sirens wailed as the warehouse was surrounded. Elizabeth was pinned to the ground by the police. Her sneer remained unchanged, but there was panic in her eyes. The man in the white coat sat on the ground, holding his head, his shoulders shaking. Samira helped me up. Her air rifle was still smoking. The muzzle pointed at Elizabeth. Is it over? She asked.
I looked at those patients. They were just ordinary people now, carrying the scars of 1982, their stolen childhoods, and the mom why that had never been said.
Not yet, I said, but it's starting. The live broadcast continues. The comments read, Truth, Justice, and we are here. I raised the megaphone, pointed it at the camera, and pressed the record button. This is Elliot Hudson, I said. The fire of 1982 was not an accident, and the screams in the orphanage were not a dream. Now I want everyone to hear. The warehouse vents suddenly began to hum. I looked up and saw black lines crawling in the ventilation duct. They looked like blood vessels, nerves, or some living thing. The man in the white coat suddenly looked up, and his eyes turned gray, just like the previous patient. He said, "Final procedure. Stop." All the patients looked up at the same time. Their eyes turned gray and their pupils dilated, like machines with the reset button pressed. Black lines in the ventilation duct began to wiggle. I heard the roar of infrasound, louder and sharper than before, like some huge creature awakening. Samira pointed her air rifle at the man in the white coat, but he had already stood up, running like a precision instrument, each step setting a new infrasonic rhythm. Tom's computer screen lit up with a blood-red warning. Unknown frequency detected, 200 Hz. Bioresonance wave. Emily's face turned pale. That's the brainwave frequency of a person's brain death. David raised his riot shield, but saw the black lines in the ventilation duct reflected on the shield. They were forming a net of sound waves, a net of memory. Elizabeth, Chapter 107, breaking through the defense line to get closer to the truth. My back teeth were sore from biting them, and the infrasound was like a rusty steel needle, drilling into my brain through my ear canal. The black lines in the ventilation duct were still wriggling. The patients, who were originally slumped in wheelchairs, now all straightened their backs, their gray eyeballs reflecting cold light, like puppets with their souls taken away. 200 Hz. Emily's voice was trembling, and the veins on her hand bulged as she clenched the sound wave analyzer. This is the frequency when the brain stops producing alpha waves. They are experiencing collective brain death. Tom's laptop suddenly made a crackling sound, and the blood-red warning characters jumped faster than his heartbeat. Biological resonance wave locked. Target 5 people. I glanced at the sweat drops on his forehead hitting the keyboard, splashing tiny water droplets. The old machine that had accompanied him in 3 hackathons was now making a dying hum. Samira spun the air rifle in her palm, and the metal barrel felt cool as it brushed against the back of my hand. Remember those stray dogs controlled by sound waves in the Brooklyn warehouse last month? She lowered her voice, a familiar sharp light flickering in her pupils. At that time, you said that the frequency gap of infrasound was I covered my throbbing temple. Absolute pitch has become the cruelest instrument of torture at this moment, and every vibration of the air has been amplified into a heavy hammer. The black lines in the ventilation duct suddenly started to move faster, weaving a web-like pattern on the ceiling. The direction of those patterns exactly matched the cracks in the tiles in the basement of the orphanage. In my childhood memory, the gap is at the back, I blurted out. The resonant frequency of the infrasound suddenly broke 4.1 seconds, like an out-of-tune piano key. That was the pattern that I had seen in the old military archives 3 months ago. In order to avoid self-destruction, the sonic coverage system of the White Crow project always buried a 0.3 Hz safety pulse under the main frequency. Samira tapped her fingers 3 times on the back of my hand. Go in Morse code. As she turned, her hair brushed my chin, bringing with it a familiar scent of orange blossom perfume, which she always sprayed before carrying out dangerous missions. She said it reminded her of the orange blossom syrup her mother sold in Cairo. Tom, hack their backup power supply. I pulled off the silver chain on my collar. The old coin engraved with EH was the only thing left to me by the orphanage. It was hitting my collarbone with my heartbeat. Create 3 false overloads, 17 seconds apart. Understood. Tom's fingers flew on the keyboard. The blue light of the screen cut his face into 2 halves of light and dark. 3, 2, 1. The alarm suddenly blew. The emergency lights in the northwest corner of the warehouse began to flash wildly, and the patients with gray eyes collectively turned towards the source of the sound. their movements as consistent as if they were pulled by the same string. Emily took the opportunity to press the sound wave jammer, and low-frequency vibrations came along the ground. I could see the stiff necks of the patients begin to twitch. She had just debugged this machine in the Columbia University laboratory last week, saying that she wanted to give someone a taste of their own medicine. "Faint team, follow me." Samira threw out 2 flash grenades. In the orange and white halo, I saw her holding up the air rifle in the same posture as when she was chasing drug dealers in Harlem last year. The patients staggered due to the strong light, and 2 of them suddenly screamed. The frequency of the sound was the scream of the man in military boots that I heard when I was hiding in the closet of the orphanage on August 5th. My temple exploded with pain. The fragments of memory are like old, tangled films. Blood-soaked sheets, milk mixed with the smell of rust, the crying of a baby in the corner, and the woman who always said, "Don't be afraid, little Elliot." Her voice, at this moment, is seeping out of the throat of a patient. "David." I grabbed the edge of the riot shield, an old one he bought at a second-hand market. It was now reflecting the black lines in the ventilation duct, which formed the letters, "Elliot, follow me." We crouched and rushed to the back wall of the warehouse. The frequency of the infrasound wave breaks became more and more obvious, with a 0.5-second gap every 17 seconds. That was Tom's interference working. The metal door on the back wall had an electronic lock. I took out the master keycard I had taken from Richard, but my hands were shaking. The moment the keycard was inserted into the keyhole, my memory suddenly flashed back. On a rainy night in 1982, I was also hiding in the coal pile in the boiler room, holding a bloody keycard, listening to the gunshots outside. Ding, the lock opened. Behind the door was a downward cement staircase, and the musty smell mixed with the sweet smell of some chemical agent hit me in the face. David's shield blocked the patient who was chasing him. I saw the muscles bulging in his arms, and remembered what he said in the bar last week. "If I hadn't left the orphanage, I might have been able to protect you." At the end of the stairs was a sealed door. The words on the metal plate were corroded and only half of them remained. "White Crow Project." Chap. Below, buzzing sound came from inside the door, which was more turbid than the infrasound in the warehouse, like the breathing of some living creature. I reached out for the doorknob, and just as my fingertips touched the metal, I heard the sound of shuffling papers from inside. "It's the experiment log." Emily's voice suddenly sounded in the headset. "Tom hacked into the local area network here. They are recording the sound waves' effects on memory. Damn. Elizabeth's people cut off the signal." The door opened. The first thing that came out was cold air which smelled like stale paper. Then there were the photos that covered the wall. Men in white coats, old men in military caps, blindfolded children. The one in the middle was of me in 1982, 5 years old, sitting on a swing in an orphanage, with a smile on my face that I had long forgotten. On the table was a metal file box with Hudson Elliot Subject 07 printed on the cover. The lid of the box was half open, revealing a stack of yellowed pages. The top page read, "Memory erasure success rate 87%, residual sound wave imprint frequency." David's shield hit the ground with a thud. He pointed to a glass cabinet in the corner, which displayed a dozen silver chains, each with a coin hanging on it, exactly the same as the one around my neck. The coin is numbered on the reverse, with the 07 position left blank. The black lines in the ventilation duct suddenly penetrated the roof, and crawled in through the cracks in the door like countless black snakes. The frequency of the infrasound began to change, and I heard my own heartbeat being amplified into drum beats, overlapping with the thunder of that rainy night in my memory. A photo slid out of the file box. In the photo, a man in a white coat is holding a baby. The baby's face is painted black, but the man's name tag is clearly visible. Virgil Hawk. He's here. My voice was hoarse like sandpaper. Virgil is nearby. David grabbed the pen on the table, and half of the wire appeared from the pen cap. It was his homemade improvised weapon. You said that we can find the truth by breaking through this line of defense. He smiled at me, revealing his missing canine tooth. Now we should continue. Black lines formed a web around our feet, and the vibrations of infrasound crawled up along the concrete floor like countless cold hands. There was a rustling sound of papers in the file box, as if someone was turning over the pages that we had not discovered. Suddenly, footsteps were heard behind the door, very slow and very steady, each step following a frequency that I am familiar with. It was August 15th, 1982. The sound of military boots stepping on blood. The footsteps behind the door were still stuck in the frequency of that rainy night in 1982. My throat tightened, and my nails almost dug into my palms. Samira had already touched the modified anti-wolf stun gun at her waist. David's pen turned in a circle between his fingers, and the wire end rubbed against the table with a slight crackling sound. This sound made the euphoric vibration in my ears suddenly become sharp, as if someone was scratching my cochlear with broken glass. Don't move yet. Emily's voice was 2 tones lower than usual. She was squatting in front of the file box, her fingertips hovering above the photos that had just slid out. The folds of these pages are wrong. She pulled out the yellowed experimental record at the bottom, with traces of burnt black on the edges. March 17, 1983. Voice print anchoring experiment. Termination report. But half a page is torn off here. Tom's laptop beeped at this time, and he pushed up his glasses that had slid to the tip of his nose. The encryption system has been cracked by 27%, but the background is automatically clearing the data. His fingers fluttered on the keyboard like butterflies. Damn it, this is the military's quantum encryption I need. Morse code, Robert suddenly interrupted. This Morse code enthusiast who always wears a corduroy vest is holding a scrap of paper with burnt, jagged edges. Listen. He taps short dots and dashes on the table with a fountain pen. Tick, 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 tick. This is the frequency of the vibration of the black wire in the ventilation duct. I looked up suddenly. Those black snake-like threads had climbed up the wall at some point and were rising and falling in a specific rhythm under the vibration of the infrasound. My absolute pitch detected the high-frequency pulses mixed in it. They were not natural vibrations, but artificially coded signals.
It's Morse. I pressed my throbbing temple. Short frequency 3G20 Hz, long frequency 8080 Hz.
Subject 07. Samira read out loud, her fingers quickly writing on the phone's memo, corresponding to the blank number on the back of the coin. Suddenly, another stack of photos slid out of the file box. This time, the baby's face was not painted black. I stared at the top one, a wrinkled little face with a pale blue birthmark, exactly like the one in the mirror. This is... My voice trembled. Emily put her hand on my shoulder. Her fingertips were as cold as ice. In the stormy night in the flashback, you were not a bystander. She opened her notebook, which was densely filled with the fragments I had described. Military boots in blood. The crying of a baby. A man in a white coat reading frequency calibration. You are the experimental subject, Elliot. No. Tom's computer made a ding sound, and the encryption system popped up a green prompt. When he looked up, his eyes lit up. Found it. Voice print record file timestamped 2317 on August 15, 1982. Exactly the same time as the crime in your memory. Linda Adams had put on her headphones, and the screen of the voice print identification device began to ripple. Carl Morgan came over. He was in charge of the oldest voice print database of the New York Police Department, matching frequencies. I heard my own heartbeat amplified into a war drum by the infrasound. Linda suddenly took off her headphones, her knuckles whitening from pressing them. The match is 97. She turned to me. This is the voice of the man in the white coat in your memory. But according to the database, this man should have died in Virgil Hawk. Samira held up the photo from before. The badge glowed metallic white under the cold light of the phone. He's not dead at all. The black lines in the ventilation duct suddenly vibrated violently, like a group of snakes being whipped. The frequency of the footsteps behind the door suddenly changed, no longer as slow as in 1982, but now rapid and fierce. Tony Richards' voice came through the door, mixed with heavy breathing. "Hand it over, or you'll suffer." "Live broadcast equipment," Betty Hughes suddenly shouted. The police technician was protecting the tripod in the corner. With the camera pointed at us, they cut off the external signal. "I have to use the backup data card." "Peter," I called to the lab assistant, "get the sound wave generator ready. Infrasound can interfere with their communications." Samira had already dragged me behind the filing cabinet. The defibrillator in her palm was emitting blue flames. "David, go help Betty. Those wires can be used as conductors." The moment the door was kicked open, I smelled rust, the smell of gun oil mixed with some chemical. 7 thugs rushed in. The leader, Tony, had a centipede-like scar on the left side of his face and was holding a modified taser. My absolute pitch detected the frequency of his footsteps, 1 step every 1.2 seconds, exactly the same as the thug who attacked Samira 3 months ago. "It's Virgil's men," I shouted to Samira. "They're well trained." Stephanie Stewart suddenly stood up, holding up a freshly printed ethics report, and slapped the red cover on the face of the nearest thug. "Do you know how many international conventions these experiments violate?" The thug staggered, and Samara took the opportunity to pounce on him, and the stun gun accurately poked his armpit nerve plexus. Tom's computer was still on, and he picked up a metal heatsink and smashed it at the other man with a knife. A thin steel wire suddenly popped out of the tip of Robert's pen. It turned out that it was not an ordinary pen, but a homemade miniature rope cutter, which cut the wire in Tony's hand with a snap. I touched the wolf whistle on my lower back. It was made of special metal and could emit 20,000 Hz ultrasonic waves. The moment the sound was blown, several thugs covered their ears and screamed. The infrasound generator also began to resonate under Peter's operation, and the 2 sound waves formed a web in the air. "The love signal is connected," Betty shouted. "Recording has started." Tony's scar twitched, and he pulled a pistol from his pocket. I saw the tip of David's pen flash. The simple weapon he mentioned before turned out to be a modified pen gun. The bullet grazed Tony's ear and lodged in the wall behind him. "Retreat," Tony yelled. The thugs retreated like the tide, kicking over a filing cabinet before leaving. Samira chased after me for 2 steps, then turned back and grabbed me. "Don't chase them. They are trying to lure us out." In the mess on the floor, Stephanie picked up the ethics report, the pages of which were stained with blood. Linda's voice print identification device was still beating, and the green ripples were like a living thing. On Tom's computer screen, the data of subject number 07 was being automatically saved. I squatted down and picked up the photo of me as a baby. There was a line of small words on the back of the photo, most of which was soaked in blood. "Frequency is memory. Memory is a cage. Hawk." The vibration of the infrasound stopped at some point. The black lines in the ventilation duct hung down limply, as if their souls had been sucked out. Samara squatted beside me and tucked my sweaty hair behind my ears. "They won't give up, but we have a live broadcast." I took out my phone, and the screen showed 17 minutes recorded. Virgil thought he could block the news, but now the laboratory ceiling light suddenly flickered. I looked up and saw the camera on the ceiling flash red. It wasn't our equipment. Samira followed my gaze and slowly tightened her fingers. "He's watching." "Who?" "Virgil," she said, her voice so soft it was a sigh. "He's always watching." The sound of an ambulance siren was heard outside the window, getting closer and closer. But what was clearer than the whistle was the sudden thunder in my ears that belonged. This time, a man's whisper was mixed in with the thunder, typing in Morse code. "Live broadcast. This is your last chance, and I know this is far from the end." I squatted beside Tony's twitching legs, listening to the muffled whimpers coming from his throat. Samira's tactical flashlight swept across the scar on his face. The wound that ran from his brow to his jaw was still oozing blood, like a red centipede waking up. The emergency lights in the lab suddenly came on. In the dim glow, Linda was wiping the screen of the voice print analyzer with her sleeve. The bastard had knocked over the equipment when he pounced on her, and the data stream left a skewed tail of light on the black screen. The backup power supply has started. Betty's voice came from the monitoring station, her fingers flying on the keyboard. There are still 7.5 minutes before the main circuit can be restored. When she looked up, the ends of her hair were stained with coffee stains that had been spilled during the fight just now. The live broadcast equipment has completed self-checking, and the audience has already crowded the waiting page. Samira pulled off her tactical gloves and threw them on Tony's chest. All his men have been subdued. Tom's drones are monitoring the corridors and elevators. Her eyes swept over me with a familiar sharpness. It's your turn. I touched the back of my neck, where I still felt the tingling numbness from the mechanical vibration in the darkness. The absolute pitch was like a guitar string, soaked in ice water, and the hum in the ventilation duct was still resonating. But this time I heard it clearly. It was the rhythm of Morse code. Every dot and stroke was as precise as if engraved on bone. Live. Start. When Betty said 3, 2, 1, I pulled the wrinkled collar of my shirt towards the camera. The number of viewers in the lower right corner of the screen was skyrocketing at a rate of 3 digits per second. Good evening, everyone. My voice echoed under the dome of the laboratory. 40 years ago, on November 17, 1982, an accidental fire broke out at St. Mary's Orphanage in Manhattan. According to official records, 7 children died in the fire, including a boy named Elliot Hudson. I turned on the projector, and the yellowed clippings were projected onto the white wall. But what you see now proves 2 things. First, someone survived the fire. Second, someone was lying. Stephanie Stewart's face appeared in the split screen, and she pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses. According to the military experiment log provided by Elliot, the Santa Maria Orphanage has been transformed into a testing ground for the Acoustic Memory Intervention Project, since they use infrasound to interfere with children's brain areas, and by repeatedly stimulating specific frequencies, erase or implant memories. This is a complete violation of human ethics. Linda's voice print comparison chart popped up, and the 2 waveforms were like entangled venomous snakes. The red curve is the residual background sound of the storage room. Surveillance on the night of the fire. In the blue is the recording of Virgil Hawk's conversation in the nursing home last week. Her fingertips touched the overlapping peaks. The frequency is this infrasound band will stimulate the amygdala and trigger the reset of fear memory. And this is exactly the core frequency of the sleep machine that the white coat pushed into the metal box in the storage room that year. The audience began to flood the screen with comments, with words like, "Oh my God, this is a war crime," and "Where are the police?" rolling in a mess. I was about to continue when the screen suddenly went dark. Betty cursed, her fingers clacking on the keyboard. There is an external signal intrusion. A face with dark red lipstick squeezes into the frame. It's Elizabeth White. Her blonde hair was neatly combed, and her epaulettes gleamed coldly in front of the camera. "Mr. Hudson, your so-called evidence is nothing but a conspiracy theory taken out of context. The military has never approved." "Wait, Elizabeth," I interrupted, nodding at Tom. The monitor screen cuts to an encrypted video. This is the footage of you handing over documents to Virgil Hawk at 2 a.m. last Wednesday at the Brooklyn dock. In the footage, she stuffs a silver USB drive into Hawk's palm. We have deciphered the contents of the file. It is a termination order for the Acoustic Memory Intervention Project, but it is not the experiment that is being terminated. It is the test subject who knows too much. Elizabeth's pupils shrank into pinpoints. She rushed towards the camera, her nails scratching on the camera cover, making a harsh sound. "You can't, Betty." I looked towards the technical desk. Her IP has been locked, and the live broadcast signal uses a 12-layer proxy. Betty sneered. Even if she smashes the server now, all the TV stations and social platforms in New York will broadcast it simultaneously. The barrage of comments instantly exploded into a white ocean with labels like military spy and accomplice to murder, making people dizzy. I thought that was the climax until Richard Brown stepped out from the shadows. His white shirt was covered in dust, and his usually neatly combed silver hair was a mess, but he was smiling, the kind of real smile that made the back of my neck go cold. "Great show, Elliot." His voice was like sandpaper on glass. "But you missed the director." He turned to the camera. "I lit the fire at Santa Maria. I approved the funding for the Sonic project. Virgil Hawk is just my dog." Samira's hand was on the pepper spray at her waist, and I could hear her breathing suddenly become heavier. But I stared at Richard's Adam's apple. There was a slight twitch there, exactly the same as when he was helping us retrieve the information in the archives last Wednesday. "Do you think I'm really helping you?" He approached the camera. "I left those key documents intentionally, and those useful clues are mazes I carefully designed. I want to watch you bang your head against the wall like a headless fly, and only understand at the last moment. You understand that you are the one who wants the truth to remain buried forever." I interrupted him and clicked on another folder. "At 3 a.m. last Thursday, you met with a defense contractor in room 302 of the St. Regis Hotel. In the photo, he clinked glasses with a man in a suit. They need the results of the Sonic project to be transformed into weapons, and you need their political donations. That's just... And this?" I pulled up a voice print. "Do you think you can cover it up by changing your name?" On November 17th, 1982, the voice in the storage room surveillance that said, "Burn everything, leave no one alive," matches your current voice print by 98.7%. Linda nodded in the split screen. "Absolute match, Elliot." Richard's face turned pale instantly. He stumbled back, knocking over the lab table next to him and breaking glassware all over the floor. Betty's voice came from the monitoring station. "The police have surrounded the building and have 2 minutes to reach the laboratory." I looked at the camera. The comments were still scrolling wildly, but this time I could see the words clearly. Justice, truth, Elliot. Samira came over to me and touched the back of my hand with her fingers, just as she had done when we were hiding under the rubble in the ruins of the orphanage. 40 years, I heard myself say, with a calmness that surprised even me. Those children screaming in the infrasound, those erased names today, their voices can finally be heard. Richard was tearing at his collar in vain when the laboratory door was forced open. The policeman's powerful flashlight shone in, casting a wavering shadow on his face. Samira picked up the voice print analyzer on the ground. The waveform on the screen was still jumping, like something alive and breathing. When I turned off the live broadcast, my phone started vibrating again. This time it was a regular text message from an unknown number. "Memory is out of jail. It's Sin's turn to go to jail." Outside the window, daybreak was already breaking in Harlem. In the morning mist, I seemed to hear again the sound of rain on that rainy night in 1982, mixed with the hum of metal boxes. But this time, the sound was no longer a nightmare. It became something clearer, like a code finally cracked, a truth finally able to be told. The knuckles of my fingers, as I held the photo, turned white, and blood spread across my fingertips like a deformed red plum blossom. Samira's hand covered him with the coolness of disinfectant. She had just treated the knife wound on Tom's arm, which was cut by Tony's men with a switchblade half an hour ago. "They've withdrawn." Tom pulled the gauze, the blue light from the computer screen, making his eyes darken. "But the communication jammer is still working." I intercepted 3 encrypted messages, and the keywords were all live broadcast. The air in the laboratory was filled with the smell of gunpowder, mixed with the smell of the pepper spray that Samira had just sprayed. I bent down to pick up the stun gun on the ground. The metal casing was still warm. This was the second time. Tony's men, who had first rushed in with rubber batons, now had modified police equipment. "Virgil is testing our limits," or in other words, testing our defenses. How did the equipment check go? I turned to Betty. She was squatting behind the live broadcast console, her fingers moving rapidly on the rotor interface, and the ends of her hair were stained with wall dust from the fight just now. The main line was equipped with a signal amplifier. She pulled out a length of copper wire, as thin as a hair, which can transfer our live broadcast signal to the local server, with a delay of at least 10 minutes. Her glasses reflected when she looked up, but I have removed it. Now we are using a backup satellite link with a higher encryption level than the FBI. Carl looked up from the voice print database terminal, his reading glasses sliding to the tip of his nose. The voice print comparison of the tape from 1982 is complete. He pushed his glasses, and the two waveform images on the screen were like entangled venomous snakes. The voice print of the nurse aunt in your childhood memory has a 78% overlap rate with Virgil's call record in the nursing home 3 years ago. Linda, the voice print expert who always put her hair in a neat bun, suddenly pressed Carl's mouse. Wait a minute. She called up another set of data. This is the frequency record of sound waves during Hawk's military experiment. Her fingertips touched the peak of the waveform. Pay attention to this infrasonic pulse and the frequency of thunder in your memory. There was a sudden throbbing pain in my temple. My absolute pitch seemed to be strangled by a thin steel wire, and those sealed sounds rushed out one after another. The thunder on a rainy night in 1982, the out-of-tune lullaby sung by the childcare teacher, and a buzzing sound coming from the corner of the wall when I had a fever one time. Now I finally heard it clearly. It was not a buzzing sound at all, but the low-frequency vibration of some instrument. Elliot? Samira's voice floated over from a distance. I gripped the corner of the table so tightly that my nails almost dug into the wood. In the fragments of flashback memory, I saw myself at the age of 5 huddled in the storage room of the orphanage. Through the crack in the door, I saw the man in the white coat piercing the needle into Mary's neck, the aunt who always hid candy in her apron. The whimpering sound she made when she struggled completely matched the waveform on the voice print now. Alarms ripped the air. Tom's computer suddenly made a shrill beep, and he slammed the keyboard. They hacked into the security system. On the monitoring screen, the infrared sensor lights in the corridor connected into a red light, and more than 20 shadows were moving along the wall. The figure at the head of the group was very familiar to me. Tony Richards, Virgil's vicious dog. There was a scar on his left eyebrow that went from the brow to the jaw, caused by the last time Samira hit him with a fire extinguisher. Move the equipment, I yelled. Linda and Carl immediately put the hard drive in an anti-magnetic bag, and Peter ran towards the safe house holding the sound wave generator. Samira picked up a tactical flashlight and swept the beam across the crowd. Emily and I will guard the front door. Tom will cover the rear. Elliot. She put a folding knife into my hand. The handle was still warm from her palm. Keep an eye on the voice print evidence. I was stuffing the last tape into the lockbox when the first shots rang out. The bullet grazed the doorframe and gouged a charred hole in the wall. Tony's men kicked open the door of the laboratory. This time they didn't bring knives. Each of them was holding a modified taser, with the barrel flashing a faint blue arc. Interfere with their frequency, Emily screamed at the top of her lungs. Her sound wave generator began to buzz, and my ears immediately felt itchy. That was infrasound below 20 Hz, which is inaudible to humans but can make the brain feel dizzy. The two thugs staggered and the taser fell to the ground with a clang. Tom typed quickly on the keyboard. I hacked their weapon system. 3, 2, 1. The two tasers fired sparks at the same time, and the electric current rushed to the companions next to them, and a burst of curses suddenly rang out. Samira took the opportunity to pounce, low down and sweep her leg to trip the nearest thug, and cut the tendon in his wrist with her folding knife. This move was learned in her community security class, specifically for dealing with armed attackers. I picked up the metal bracket next to me and smashed it at the tall man who was rushing towards me. The bracket hit his shoulder socket, making a dull bone sound. He grunted and pounced on me. I dodged to the side, but another person grabbed my neck from behind. In the dizziness caused by lack of oxygen, I heard Linda screaming, "Don't let them touch the console. Let go." Samira's voice was like a knife tempered with ice. The person who locked me suddenly twitched and loosened his grip. I stumbled and turned, and saw that she was pressing the taser against the man's lower back, and blue arcs of electricity crackled and jumped between the two of us. The battle was over faster than it began. When the last thug was tied to a chair, the only sound in the laboratory was heavy breathing. Tom pulled off the earphones that were distorted. The attack data stream on the screen had disappeared. They cut off the connection, it seems. He raised his head. His face suddenly turned pale. It seems that they have completed some kind of data transmission. I looked at the console. Betty was staring at the surveillance playback, her fingers trembling on the touch screen. "Look here." In the picture, Tony approached the console in the melee, and a silver light flashed on his cuffs. It was a miniature camera. He took the voice print data. Linda's voice became tense. "Virgil knows what we have." Samira squatted down and pulled the mask off Tony's face. His scar was bleeding, but he was grinning. "Live broadcast?" He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. "Mr. Hawk said you didn't even have a chance to speak." My phone vibrated in my pocket. When he took it out, there was a new text message on the screen. There was no number, only a line of text translated from Morse code. "Be prepared to receive a gift. Your memory. It's time to be released from prison." All the lights in the laboratory suddenly went out. In the darkness, a familiar trembling sound came from the ventilation duct. This time I heard it clearly. It was not infrasound, but the hum of some kind of machinery, very similar to the sound made by the men in white coats, pushing the metal boxes in the storage room on that rainy night in night. Samira's hand held my wrist. Her palm was full of sweat. "Elliot, infrasound." "No." I held my breath. My absolute pitch was unusually sharp in the darkness. There were subtler frequencies mixed in with the vibrations, like someone tapping out something in Morse code. When I deciphered the first word, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. "Live streaming. Start. The vault is closing, but the next enigma awaits. Click that bell, or the truth may bury you forever."